Art Since 1900, Modern and Contemporary Art, written by High Event, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1, Introduction to Modern and Contemporary Art. Modern and contemporary art is a vast and ever-evolving field that encompasses the major artistic developments of the last 2 centuries. The term modern art typically refers to art created between the late 19th century and the mid-20th century, a period marked by radical shifts in artistic approaches and a break from traditional forms and techniques. Contemporary art refers to art created from the mid-20th century onward, reflecting the rapid changes in society, technology, and global interconnectedness. At the core of modern and contemporary art is the desire to challenge the norms of the past and redefine what art can be. Beginning in the late 1800s, artists like Claude Monet and Vincent van Gogh introduced new ways of seeing the world through Impressionism and Post-Impressionism. These movements rejected the strict realism of earlier periods and embraced the subjective nature of perception, capturing the world in ways that were more emotional, personal, and experimental. As industrialization and urbanization swept across Europe and the Americas, artists responded by questioning traditional aesthetics and exploring new mediums, techniques, and forms. The early 20th century saw the emergence of the avant-garde, a group of artists determined to push the boundaries of what was considered acceptable in art. Movements such as Fauvism, Cubism, Dadaism, and Surrealism radically changed the relationship between art and reality. Artists like Pablo Picasso, Marcel Duchamp, and Salvador Dalí began to explore abstraction, the subconscious, and new ways of expressing the complexities of the modern world. World War I and World War II deeply influenced modern art as artists grappled with the trauma, destruction, and chaos of the wars. The period after World War II saw the birth of abstract expressionism, a movement that focused on spontaneity, emotion, and the subconscious, with figures like Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko leading the charge. This era marked a shift in the art world from Europe to New York, establishing the United States as the new center of the art world. Contemporary art emerged in the post-war era, encompassing a wide range of styles and practices, including pop art, minimalism, conceptual art, and performance art. The growth of mass media, consumer culture, and globalization in the latter half of the 20th century influenced a new generation of artists who questioned traditional notions of art, value, and authenticity. Today, contemporary artists engage with everything from digital technology to social issues, expanding the definition of what art can be and how it interacts with the world around it. In summary, the journey from modern to contemporary art reflects a profound transformation in how art is made, viewed, and understood. It is a testament to the ongoing evolution of artistic expression and the continued relevance of art as a mirror of society and culture. Overview of art movements from 1900 to present. The period from 1900 to the present has witnessed a remarkable range of art movements, each responding to the social, political, and technological changes of their time. These movements challenged traditional artistic conventions and embraced new forms of expression, fundamentally reshaping the art world. At the turn of the 20th century, modernism began to take shape, with artists rejecting the rigid academic styles of the 19th century in favor of innovation and personal expression. The early modernist movements, such as Impressionism and Post-Impressionism, broke away from realism and explored light, color, and emotional depth. As the century progressed, more radical movements emerged, including Cubism, which fragmented subjects into geometric shapes, and Futurism, which celebrated motion and the modern machine age. Dada, which arose in response to the horrors of World War I, was characterized by absurdity, anti-art sentiments, and a rejection of traditional aesthetic values. Dada's successor, Surrealism, sought to unlock the unconscious mind, using dreamlike imagery and symbolic representation to explore the realms of the irrational and fantastical. In the 1940s and 1950s, abstract expressionism emerged as one of the first truly American art movements. Artists like Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko focused on spontaneous, emotional, and abstract painting techniques that conveyed inner experiences rather than representing external reality. This movement was followed by minimalism in the 1960s, which stripped art down to its most essential forms, often emphasizing industrial materials and simple geometric shapes. Pop art, emerging in the 1950s, was another significant movement that bridged the gap between high art and popular culture. Artists like Andy Warhol and Roy Lichtenstein used imagery from advertising, comic strips, and mass media to challenge the division between fine art and consumerism. This period also saw the rise of conceptual art, where the idea or concept behind the work became more important than its physical form, and performance art, which placed emphasis on the artist's presence and body as the medium. By the 1980s and beyond, postmodernism began to dominate, characterized by irony, pastiche, and the questioning of grand narratives. In this period, artists deconstructed previous styles and blended different influences, often focusing on identity, gender, and global issues. The digital age introduced new media, including video, digital art, and interactive installations, reflecting the ongoing evolution of technology's impact on art. Throughout these movements, art has continued to evolve, addressing shifting cultural values, technological advancements, and political concerns. From early modernist experiments to today's diverse global contemporary art, the landscape of art from 1900 to the present has been defined by a spirit of constant innovation and transformation. Defining modern and contemporary art. Modern and contemporary art are terms often used to describe the art created during specific periods in history, but their definitions can be complex and fluid, reflecting the dynamic nature of artistic evolution. While both terms share a commitment to innovation and the breaking of artistic boundaries, they are distinct in terms of their historical context and the ideas they represent. Modern art refers to the period of artistic production roughly from the late 19th century through the mid-20th century, characterized by a break from traditional forms of art and the exploration of new mediums, techniques, and ideas. It emerged as a response to the rapid changes in society, including industrialization, urbanization, and the impact of scientific advancements. Artists sought to express new ways of seeing the world, moving away from realism and academic painting to experiment with abstraction, color, form, and perspective. Movements like Impressionism, Cubism, Fauvism, and Expressionism all challenged established artistic conventions and paved the way for a more subjective, individualized approach to art making. The modernist movement emphasized innovation, autonomy, and the rejection of the past, leading to the development of a wide array of styles that were diverse, yet shared a common thread of pushing the boundaries of visual representation. Contemporary art, on the other hand, refers to art created from the mid-20th century onward, extending into the present day. While contemporary art has roots in the modernist period, it reflects a more diverse range of influences and practices, often responding to the complex social, political, and technological changes of the late 20th and early 21st centuries. The rise of globalization, digital technologies, and the questioning of established norms have played a significant role in shaping contemporary artistic practices. Movements such as pop art, minimalism, conceptual art, and postmodernism, as well as the proliferation of new media like video, performance, and digital art, define contemporary art as a space for experimentation, interdisciplinarity, and social commentary. In contemporary art, the focus has expanded beyond purely aesthetic concerns to include issues of identity, race, gender, politics, and the environment. Artists are increasingly engaging with global and local contexts, using their work as a tool for activism and reflection. In essence, modern and contemporary art represent the ongoing evolution of creative expression, with modern art being an era defined by radical innovation and the rejection of tradition, and contemporary art continuing that spirit of experimentation while engaging with the complexities of the modern world. Both terms encapsulate the idea that art is not static, but constantly adapting and reflecting the times in which it is made. The impact of societal, political, and technological changes. Art has always been deeply intertwined with the broader societal, political, and technological contexts in which it is created. Over the past century, these forces have dramatically shaped the development of modern and contemporary art, influencing the themes, styles, and mediums that artists use to express their ideas. From the Industrial Revolution to the digital age, the impact of these changes has been profound and far-reaching. Societal changes, particularly urbanization and the rise of mass consumer culture, played a pivotal role in transforming the landscape of art. The rapid expansion of cities and the migration of people from rural to urban areas during the late 19th and early 20th centuries created new environments for artistic exploration. The modern city, with its complex social dynamics, bustling streets, and diverse populations, became a central theme for many artists. Movements like Impressionism and later pop art explored the effects of modern life on individual identity and social consciousness. Artists responded to the alienation and fragmentation of modern life, often reflecting the growing disconnect between individuals and traditional cultural values. Political upheaval has also had a lasting impact on the development of art, especially during times of war and social revolution. The two world wars, in particular, shaped the course of 20th century art, as artists grappled with the horrors of violence, destruction, and the disillusionment brought on by these conflicts. Dadaism, emerging after World War I, rejected reason and embraced absurdity in response to the brutality of the war. Similarly, the post-World War II era saw the rise of abstract expressionism, with artists channeling their emotional responses to global conflict into their work. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, political movements like feminism, civil rights, and environmentalism have inspired artists to address issues of identity, power, and justice in their work, further blurring the lines between art and activism. Technological advancements have had an equally transformative effect on art. The invention of photography, film, and later, digital technologies expanded the ways in which artists could create and engage with their audiences. The use of photography and film in the early 20th century opened up new possibilities for capturing and manipulating images, while the digital revolution in the late 20th and early 21st centuries gave rise to new media art forms like video installations, virtual reality, and computer-generated imagery. These technologies have not only changed how art is made, but have also altered the way art is consumed and distributed, making it more accessible to global audiences through platforms like social media and digital galleries. In conclusion, societal, political, and technological changes have shaped modern and contemporary art by challenging artists to respond to and engage with the world around them. Whether reflecting on the alienation of modern life, confronting the trauma of war, or embracing new technological innovations, art continues to evolve in response to the ever-changing forces of society, politics, and technology. The role of the artist in the 20th and 21st centuries. The role of the artist in the 20th and 21st centuries has undergone significant transformation, reflecting the changing social, political, and technological landscapes. Traditionally, artists were seen as individuals whose work was intended to be appreciated for its beauty, skill, and technical mastery. However, with the rise of modernism and contemporary movements, the artist's role shifted, becoming more complex, diverse, and often more socially engaged. At the start of the 20th century, artists began to question traditional notions of art and sought to break free from the constraints of academic painting. With movements such as Cubism, Futurism, and Dadaism, artists like Pablo Picasso, Marcel Duchamp, and Umberto Boccioni challenged established conventions and introduced radical new ways of seeing and creating. These artists became pioneers of innovation, pushing the boundaries of form, representation, and content. The artist was no longer just a craftsman, but an intellectual and conceptual figure, exploring new ideas and challenging societal norms through their work. By the mid-20th century, particularly in the post-World War II era, the role of the artist became deeply tied to personal expression and emotional intensity. Abstract expressionism, led by figures like Jackson Pollock and Willem de Kooning, emphasized the artist's internal world and their spontaneous, unmediated response to the world around them. Art was no longer just a visual representation, but an exploration of the artist's subconscious and emotions. This era saw the artist emerge as an individual driven by personal experience, with the act of creation itself becoming as important as the finished artwork. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, the role of the artist expanded further, particularly with the rise of conceptual art and performance art. Artists like Andy Warhol, Yoko Ono, and Damien Hirst began to question the value of the art object itself, focusing instead on ideas, process, and experience. The artist became less concerned with creating traditional objects of beauty and more focused on conveying meaning and challenging preconceived notions of what art could be. Performance art, in particular, blurred the boundaries between the artist and the audience, with artists using their own bodies and live action to create work that was often transient, experiential, and participatory. In the 21st century, the artist's role has become even more diverse and complex. With the rise of digital technology, artists have expanded their practices to include new media, such as video, virtual reality, and digital installations. Moreover, artists today are increasingly engaged with political, environmental, and social issues, using their work as a platform for activism and commentary. The artist has become not only a creator, but also a commentator, a critic, and a voice for social change, reflecting the complexities of an interconnected, globalized world. In summary, the role of the artist in the 20th and 21st centuries has evolved from a focus on technical skill and beauty to a broader, more dynamic role as an intellectual, emotional, and political force. Artists today are not just creators of objects, but participants in the ongoing conversation about culture, society, and the future of art itself. The relationship between art and culture in modern history. The relationship between art and culture in modern history has been one of constant interaction and mutual influence. As society evolved, art became a powerful means of reflecting, critiquing, and shaping the cultural, social, and political landscape of its time. Modern and contemporary art, in particular, has been inextricably tied to the changes occurring in the broader world, responding to shifts in technology, ideology, and identity, while also challenging and reshaping cultural norms. In the early 20th century, as industrialization and urbanization transformed societies, art began to reflect the complexities and tensions of modern life. Artists sought new ways to represent the rapidly changing world around them, often breaking with traditional forms and techniques. Movements like Impressionism, Fauvism, and Expressionism reflected the emotional and subjective experience of modern life, emphasizing personal perception and the artist's inner world. As cities grew and social structures changed, art mirrored the alienation and dislocation experienced by individuals in this new environment. This period also saw the rise of avant-garde movements, such as Cubism and Dada, which challenged the very nature of art and its relationship to reality. Art became a tool for questioning societal values and cultural norms, reflecting the broader disillusionment and radical change of the time. In the post-World War II era, art continued to engage with cultural shifts, but with an increasingly global and political focus. Abstract expressionism, for example, arose in response to the devastation of the war, with artists like Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko channeling the trauma and emotional intensity of the time into their work. Meanwhile, movements like pop art began to explore the relationship between art and mass culture. Artists like Andy Warhol and Roy Lichtenstein incorporated imagery from advertising, consumer products, and popular media, blurring the line between high and low culture. Pop art reflected the growing influence of consumerism and mass media on everyday life, making culture itself the subject of artistic inquiry. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, art and culture became even more interconnected, particularly with the rise of identity-based art movements. Feminist, queer, and post-colonial artists used their work to explore issues of race, gender, and power, questioning dominant cultural narratives and advocating for social change. Art became a platform for activism, with artists addressing topics such as human rights, environmental concerns, and political oppression. The proliferation of digital technology and social media further transformed the relationship between art and culture, democratizing access to art and allowing for new forms of cultural exchange. Overall, the relationship between art and culture in modern history has been marked by a dynamic and evolving dialogue. Art has not only reflected the culture of its time, but has also actively participated in shaping and critiquing it, offering new perspectives, challenging conventions, and inspiring change. Chapter 2, Early Modernism, 1900 to 1914. The early years of the 20th century marked a period of dramatic change in the world of art as artists began to break away from traditional forms and techniques. This period, known as Early Modernism, spans roughly from 1900 to 1914 and is defined by a bold departure from the conventions of academic realism and a search for new ways of interpreting the rapidly changing world. The social, cultural, and technological transformations of the time, including the rise of industrialization, urbanization, and the increasing pace of life, deeply influenced the development of art. Artists responded to these changes by experimenting with color, form, perspective, and subject matter, pushing the boundaries of visual representation. One of the most significant movements during this time was Impressionism, which had emerged in the late 19th century but continued to evolve and gain influence into the early 1900s. Led by artists such as Claude Monet and Pierre-Auguste Renoir, Impressionism focused on capturing fleeting moments, emphasizing the effects of light and atmosphere over precise, realistic detail. The movement's emphasis on the subjective experience of the artist marked a significant break from the academic traditions that had dominated European art for centuries. Following Impressionism, the Post-Impressionists, including Vincent van Gogh, Paul Cézanne, and Georges Seurat, further pushed the boundaries of artistic representation. While continuing some of the techniques of the Impressionists, Post-Impressionism introduced more personal and emotional interpretations of the world. Van Gogh's swirling brushstrokes and vibrant colors, Cézanne's geometric simplification of forms, and Seurat's methodical use of color theory through pointillism all laid the groundwork for the abstraction and experimentation that would define modernism. At the same time, new movements such as Fauvism and Expressionism were beginning to take shape. Fauvism, led by Henri Matisse and André Derain, was characterized by the use of bold, non-naturalistic color to convey emotion and to challenge conventional representations of reality. Expressionism, which emerged in Germany, similarly sought to express emotional experience over objective reality. Artists like Edvard Munch, whose iconic work The Scream captured the anguish of modern life, and Ernst Ludwig Kirchner used distorted forms and vivid colors to convey inner turmoil and the alienation of the modern world. Cubism, pioneered by Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, would soon emerge in the years following 1914, but its roots lay in the early modernist experimentation of this period. The abstraction, fragmented perspectives, and rejection of traditional representation that marked Cubism were informed by the innovations of artists working in the early 20th century. In summary, the period from 1900 to 1914 was a time of great experimentation and transformation in the visual arts. The early modernists laid the groundwork for the radical movements that would follow, challenging the conventional boundaries of art and opening the door to new ways of seeing and representing the world. The rise of Impressionism and Post-Impressionism. The late 19th century witnessed two of the most revolutionary movements in the history of art, Impressionism and Post-Impressionism. These movements broke away from the traditional academic art standards of the time, reflecting the dramatic changes in society, culture, and technology, and laying the groundwork for the modern art movements that would follow. Impressionism, which began in France in the 1860s and gained momentum in the 1870s and 1880s, marked a radical shift in the way artists approached painting. The movement was led by artists such as Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and Edouard Manet, who sought to capture the fleeting effects of light, color, and atmosphere rather than producing highly detailed, realistic representations. Impressionists often painted en plein air, directly observing and depicting scenes from nature and urban life in a way that conveyed their immediate perception of the world. The brushstrokes in Impressionist works were looser and more spontaneous, giving the paintings a sense of movement and vibrancy. The use of bright, unmixed colors, particularly in the depiction of sunlight and shadows, was another defining characteristic of Impressionism. This approach to color was a departure from the traditional dark tones and careful blending of hues used by academic artists. Rather than creating the illusion of solid form and depth, Impressionists embraced the effects of light and the fluidity of nature. For example, Monet's impression Sunrise, 1872, captured the play of light on water and sky at dawn, exemplifying the movement's focus on ephemeral moments and the changing quality of light. As Impressionism evolved, some artists sought to push its boundaries further, leading to the emergence of Post-Impressionism in the late 1880s and 1890s. While post-impressionists like Vincent van Gogh, Paul Cézanne, and Georges Seurat retained some of the techniques of Impressionism, such as the use of color and brushwork, they diverged in their approach to subject matter and form. Unlike the Impressionists, who focused on the transient effects of light and atmosphere, post-impressionists sought to convey deeper emotional, symbolic, and structural meanings in their work. Van Gogh, for instance, is famous for his intense use of color and expressive brushwork to communicate his emotional states, as seen in works like Starry Night, 1889. Cézanne, on the other hand, sought to bring a sense of order and structure to his landscapes and still lifes, breaking down forms into geometric shapes and focusing on the underlying geometry of nature. Seurat developed pointillism, a technique where small dots of color are applied to the canvas to create a vibrant, almost luminous effect when viewed from a distance. In essence, the rise of Impressionism and Post-Impressionism marked a pivotal moment in art history, where the focus shifted from rigid academic techniques to more personal and expressive forms of representation. These movements laid the foundation for the radical innovations that would follow in the 20th century, opening the door to abstraction, modernism, and new ways of seeing and interpreting the world. The birth of Fauvism and Expressionism. At the dawn of the 20th century, two groundbreaking movements in modern art emerged: Fauvism and Expressionism. Both movements rejected the conventions of realism and academic art, seeking to represent the emotional and psychological experiences of the artists rather than a direct portrayal of the physical world. These movements would significantly influence the course of modern art, emphasizing color, distortion, and subjective perception. Fauvism, which emerged in France around 1905, was the first avant-garde movement of the 20th century. The term fauve, meaning wild beast, was coined by the art critic Louis Vaucel to describe the bold, unrestrained use of color in the works of artists like Henri Matisse, André Derain, and Maurice de Vlaminck. The Fauvists rejected the muted palette and shading techniques traditionally used to represent light and shadow, instead employing vibrant, unnatural colors to convey emotion and energy. For example, Matisse's Woman with a Hat, 1905, is characterized by bright, arbitrary color choices that focus more on evoking feeling than accurately depicting reality. The Fauvists were not concerned with creating realistic representations, but with using color as an expressive tool. This focus on color as a means of emotional expression would continue to influence future developments in abstract art. The birth of Expressionism, which began in Germany in the early 20th century, was similarly driven by a desire to depict the world in a way that emphasized inner emotional states rather than external appearances. Expressionism sought to capture the turmoil, anxiety, and alienation that artists felt in the modern world. Like Fauvism, Expressionism embraced the use of bold, vivid color, but it also involved distortion of forms and exaggerated lines to intensify emotional impact. The movement was influenced by the rapid industrialization, urbanization, and societal change taking place in Europe, which many artists saw as alienating and dehumanizing. One of the most iconic early works of Expressionism is Edvard Munch's The Scream, 1893, a haunting portrayal of existential dread. German expressionists such as Ernst Ludwig Kirchner, Wassily Kandinsky, and Egon Schiele took these ideas further, using distorted, sometimes grotesque figures to express inner turmoil and the alienation of modern life. Expressionism found its place not only in painting, but also in literature, theater, and film, influencing a wide range of artistic disciplines. While Fauvism was a short-lived movement, lasting only a few years, its focus on color had a lasting impact on modern art, particularly on the later developments of abstraction. Expressionism, in contrast, evolved into a diverse movement with various offshoots, including Die Brücke, the bridge, and Der Blaue Reiter, the Blue Rider, and had a profound influence on German art, as well as later movements such as abstract expressionism. Both movements challenged conventional aesthetics and opened the door for new forms of artistic expression in the 20th century, prioritizing emotion, color, and personal interpretation over representational accuracy. The advent of Cubism and its key figures. Cubism, one of the most revolutionary movements in modern art, emerged in the early 20th century, forever altering the way we understand and perceive art. Developed primarily by Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque between 1907 and 1914, Cubism marked a dramatic departure from traditional perspectives and representation. Instead of depicting objects from a single viewpoint, Cubist artists sought to represent multiple angles and facets of an object simultaneously, thus challenging the conventions of realistic and linear perspective that had dominated Western art for centuries. The origins of Cubism can be traced to Picasso's iconic painting, Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, 1907, which shattered the established rules of form and space. The painting depicted 5 female figures with angular, fragmented forms and flattened planes, drawing on both African art and the emerging stylistic innovations of early 20th century art movements. The work's radical break from traditional perspective and representation laid the groundwork for the development of Cubism. Picasso's collaboration with Georges Braque in the years following Les Demoiselles d'Avignon deepened this exploration of abstraction. Together, they began to break down objects into geometric shapes, presenting them from various viewpoints within a single frame. While Picasso is often regarded as the driving force behind Cubism, Braque was equally instrumental in its development. Their work evolved through 2 main phases: the analytical Cubism phase, 1909 to 1912, where the artists focused on deconstructing forms into overlapping geometric shapes and neutral tones, and the synthetic Cubism phase, 1912 to 1914, where they began to incorporate collage elements, text, and brighter colors. In analytical Cubism, the fragmentation of objects into flat planes and interlocking shapes created a sense of depth through the manipulation of light and shadow. By the time synthetic Cubism emerged, the movement had moved toward more symbolic representations, where the artists simplified their compositions and included elements such as newspaper clippings and fragments of real-world materials. Other key figures in the development of Cubism included Yuan Gris, whose work became increasingly associated with the synthetic phase, and Fernand Léger, who adapted Cubism to incorporate a more vibrant color palette and bolder, more dynamic forms. These artists contributed their unique interpretations of the Cubist framework, expanding the movement beyond its original scope. Cubism was a radical break from the past, laying the foundation for a variety of modern art movements that followed, including Futurism, Constructivism, and Abstract Expressionism. It forever altered the way artists approached form, space, and perspective, leading to a more fragmented, multidimensional view of reality that continues to influence contemporary art today. The emergence of abstract art. Abstract art emerged in the early 20th century as a radical departure from traditional forms of representation. Artists began to question the very nature of art and its role in depicting the visible world, seeking instead to express emotions, ideas, and concepts through non-representational forms. This shift marked a fundamental change in how art was perceived and created, leading to the development of a wide range of styles that emphasized abstraction rather than direct representation of reality. One of the key figures in the emergence of abstract art was Wassily Kandinsky, a Russian painter and theorist. Kandinsky's work evolved from figurative art to complete abstraction, influenced by his belief that art should evoke emotions through color, line, and form, independent of any external reference. His painting, Composition Sets, 1913, is one of the most famous examples of his abstract style, where swirling forms and vibrant colors seem to have no direct connection to the natural world, yet communicate a profound sense of movement and emotion. Kandinsky's theoretical writings, particularly his book, Concerning the Spiritual in Art, 1911, laid the groundwork for the philosophical and aesthetic foundations of abstract art, arguing that abstract forms had the power to convey universal spiritual truths. Around the same time, another key figure in the development of abstraction was Piet Mondrian, a Dutch artist whose style evolved into a geometric abstraction that emphasized the use of straight lines and primary colors. Mondrian's work, particularly his series Composition with Red, Blue, and Yellow, 1930, sought to reduce the elements of art to their purest forms, representing a harmony and order that transcended the chaos of the visible world. His pursuit of abstraction was rooted in the idea that art should reflect a universal, harmonious order that was more aligned with the spiritual essence of reality than the material world itself. In parallel, the development of abstract art was also influenced by movements such as Futurism and Dada, which rejected traditional forms and embraced the idea of art as a tool for exploring new realities. While Dadaism was more focused on the absurd and irrational, it helped open the door to abstraction by questioning established norms and championing artistic freedom. By the 1920s and 1930s, abstract art was becoming increasingly recognized as a legitimate form of artistic expression, paving the way for movements such as abstract expressionism in the United States. Artists like Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko further expanded the boundaries of abstraction by using large canvases and dynamic forms to evoke powerful emotional responses from viewers. Abstract art, in all its various forms, became a central pillar of modern art, marking a shift from representation to the exploration of pure visual and emotional experience. This movement laid the foundation for many of the artistic innovations that would follow in the mid-20th century and beyond. Pre-World War I artistic innovations. The period leading up to World War I was marked by significant artistic innovations, as artists sought to break away from traditional methods and explore new ways of seeing, interpreting, and representing the world. These innovations laid the groundwork for many of the avant-garde movements that would dominate the early 20th century. The rapid industrialization, urbanization, and technological advancements of the time, along with the social and political upheavals, prompted artists to experiment with form, color, and perspective, challenging long-standing conventions in the process. One of the most important innovations in art during this period was the rise of Impressionism, which revolutionized how artists depicted light and atmosphere. Beginning in the 1860s, Impressionist artists like Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and Edgar Degas began to move away from the fine detail and realistic depiction of subjects favored by academic painting. Instead, they sought to capture the fleeting effects of natural light, often painting en plein air to observe the changing conditions of the environment. Monet's Impression Sunrise, 1872, famously epitomized this shift, as the title itself suggested a new way of seeing the world through a loose, expressive brushstroke and a focus on the ephemeral nature of light and color. Alongside Impressionism, Post-Impressionism emerged in the 1880s, with artists like Vincent van Gogh, Paul Cézanne, and Georges Seurat further pushing the boundaries of artistic representation. While they retained some of the techniques of the Impressionists, such as the use of color, they sought to add more structure, emotion, and symbolism to their work. Seurat developed pointillism, a technique of using tiny dots of color to create vibrant, luminous effects, while Van Gogh's thick, impassioned brushstrokes conveyed his intense emotional experience. Cézanne, in particular, focused on simplifying forms into geometric shapes, providing a bridge between Impressionism and the later development of Cubism. The early 20th century saw the rise of movements such as Fauvism and Expressionism, which took further liberties with color and form. Fauvism, led by Henri Matisse and André Derain, was characterized by the use of bold, unnatural color to express emotional intensity, breaking from naturalistic representations. Expressionism, especially in Germany, was driven by a desire to represent the emotional experience of the artist rather than external reality. Artists like Edvard Munch and Ernst Ludwig Kirchner distorted form and used exaggerated color to evoke feelings of alienation, anxiety, and inner turmoil. Simultaneously, Cubism was beginning to take shape as Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque began to experiment with fragmented forms and multiple perspectives, challenging the conventions of perspective and representation. These pre-World War I innovations laid the foundation for the avant-garde movements of the 20th century, radically changing the direction of modern art. The focus shifted from mimicking reality to exploring abstraction, emotion, and the subjective experience of the artist. This period of artistic experimentation set the stage for the revolutionary changes in art that would unfold in the years to come. Chapter 3: The Avant-Garde and World War I. The period surrounding World War I was one of profound artistic upheaval, as artists sought new ways to respond to the social, political, and cultural turmoil of the time. The war, which began in 1914 and lasted until 1918, had a transformative impact on the world of art. It catalyzed the emergence of the avant-garde, a group of artists dedicated to pushing boundaries and challenging the status quo. This movement was defined by its rejection of traditional artistic norms, embracing experimentation, abstraction, and a desire to confront the disillusionment of modern life. The avant-garde movements that flourished during this time were deeply influenced by the horrors of war and the societal changes it brought. As the world plunged into conflict, many artists found themselves grappling with feelings of alienation, anxiety, and a sense of moral and cultural breakdown. In response, artists turned to radical new approaches to art making, seeking to express their inner turmoil, critique established values, and provide alternatives to the destruction they witnessed. Dadaism, which emerged in Switzerland in 1916, became one of the most prominent avant-garde movements of the time. Dadaists rejected logic, reason, and traditional aesthetics, using absurdity, chance, and humor as tools to expose the futility of war and the failures of contemporary society. Their works often included nonsensical, random elements, such as in the collages, photomontages, and performances of artists like Hannah Höch, Kurt Schwitters, and Marcel Duchamp. Duchamp's famous ready-made fountain, 1917, a porcelain urinal signed R. Mutt, encapsulated the Dadaist ethos, challenging conventional notions of art by presenting an everyday object as a work of art. Simultaneously, Expressionism continued to thrive in Germany, where artists like Ernst Ludwig Kirchner, Egon Schiele, and Käthe Kollwitz depicted the psychological trauma of the war through distorted forms, raw colors, and intense emotional content. Their works often conveyed the alienation and anxiety felt by individuals in a society torn apart by violence. The use of exaggerated, distorted figures in works such as Schiele's self-portrait with Phasalis, 1912, and Kirchner's Street, Berlin, 1913, reflected the psychological disintegration and fragmentation of the human experience during the war. In contrast, Futurism, which had emerged in Italy before the war, sought to glorify modernity, speed, and technological progress. However, as the war unfolded, the movement's optimism about technology shifted toward a more destructive and chaotic view of progress. Artists like Umberto Boccioni and Giacomo Balla had initially celebrated dynamism and movement, but the horrors of war eventually led to a reevaluation of the relationship between technology, violence, and society. World War I had a lasting impact on the development of the avant-garde, leading to the exploration of abstraction, the rejection of traditional forms, and the embrace of new materials and techniques. The movements born during this time, Dadaism, Expressionism, and Futurism, would go on to shape the course of modern art, creating a foundation for the radical experiments that would follow in the interwar years and beyond. The war had forced artists to confront the collapse of societal norms, and their work provided a powerful visual response to the chaos and destruction of the early 20th century. Dada and its challenge to tradition. Dada was one of the most radical and disruptive art movements of the 20th century, emerging during and after World War I as a direct response to the horrors of the war and the perceived failure of established cultural and political systems. Born out of a climate of disillusionment and chaos, Dada rejected the conventions of traditional art, culture, and society, advocating for absurdity, irrationality, and anti-art principles. Dada's very name, which is often attributed to a random word chosen from a dictionary, encapsulated the movement's rejection of logic, reason, and meaning, underscoring its fundamental challenge to established norms. The movement began in Zurich in 1916 at the Cabaret Voltaire, founded by artists and intellectuals like Hugo Ball, Tristan Tzara, and Richard Huelsenbeck. It quickly spread to other European cities, including Berlin, Cologne, and Paris, where artists began to experiment with new forms and ideas. Dada was not just an art movement, but a broader cultural protest, with roots in literature, theater, poetry, and even music. At its core, Dadaists sought to subvert the conventions of art and society, creating works that were deliberately nonsensical, provocative, and even shocking. One of the key ways Dada challenged tradition was through the use of ready-mades, a term coined by artist Marcel Duchamp to describe everyday objects that were transformed into art simply by the artist's choice. Duchamp's most famous ready-made, Fountain, 1917, a porcelain urinal signed R. Mutt, exemplified the Dadaist challenge to art's traditional boundaries. By presenting an ordinary mass-produced object as art, Duchamp questioned the very notion of artistic value and authorship. This work turned the art world on its head, demonstrating that art could exist without the traditional skills of painting or sculpture, and that its value could be found in concept rather than aesthetic qualities. In addition to ready-mades, Dada artists employed techniques like collage, photomontage, and chance operations. These methods broke down traditional artistic processes, often introducing randomness and unpredictability. Artists such as Hannah Huck, who created photomontages that combined fragments of mass media images, used these techniques to critique the growing influence of consumer culture and political propaganda in modern life. Dada poetry, exemplified by the work of Tzara, often featured disjointed language and nonsensical wordplay, rejecting coherent meaning in favor of embracing chaos and spontaneity. Dada's challenge to tradition was not only aesthetic, but also philosophical. It questioned the value of art in a world ravaged by war and societal upheaval, rejecting the idea that art should serve as a means of conveying moral, political, or cultural ideals. Instead, Dada embraced the irrational, the absurd, and the meaningless, reflecting the disillusionment felt by many in the wake of the war. While Dada was short-lived, its impact on art and culture was profound, laying the groundwork for future avant-garde movements like Surrealism and influencing contemporary art's exploration of concept, process, and the role of the artist. Through its radical approach, Dada challenged the very definition of art and broadened the possibilities for what art could be in the modern world. Surrealism's exploration of the unconscious. Surrealism, which emerged in the 1920s, was an avant-garde movement that sought to unlock the creative potential of the unconscious mind, revolutionizing the way artists thought about reality and expression. Drawing on the theories of Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung, Surrealist artists sought to explore the realms of dreams, free association, and irrational thought with the goal of transcending the limitations of rational consciousness. Surrealism's fundamental belief was that the unconscious mind held a deeper truth, one that could be revealed through art, free from the constraints of logic, morality, and societal norms. The movement was officially founded in 1924 by André Breton, a French poet and writer who defined Surrealism in his Surrealist Manifesto, declaring it to be pure psychic automatism, a method of creation that would allow the mind to express itself freely without censorship or control. This technique was rooted in the desire to tap into the unconscious, where hidden desires, fears, and memories reside, and to use these elements to create new, imaginative realities. Artists were encouraged to work without preconceived ideas or plans, allowing their subconscious to guide their hands. The result was art that often appeared strange, dreamlike, and nonsensical, an expression of the irrational and the fantastical. One of the most influential techniques developed by Surrealists was automatic drawing, pioneered by artists like Joan Miro and André Masson. This method involved creating spontaneous, uncontrolled marks or images, allowing the hand to move freely without conscious direction. Through automatic drawing, the Surrealists believed they could bypass the critical, rational mind and access the deeper layers of the psyche, capturing the unconscious in visual form. In painting, Salvador Dali emerged as one of the most iconic figures of Surrealism. His meticulously detailed, yet bizarre works, such as The Persistence of Memory, 1931, exemplify the Surrealist fascination with dreams, time, and the irrational. Dali's melting clocks, distorted landscapes, and dreamlike imagery invite the viewer into a world where reality and fantasy collide. His works were not merely fantastical, but also rich with symbolic meaning, tapping into unconscious fears and desires. Other Surrealist painters, like René Magritte and Max Ernst, also explored similar themes, creating strange, unsettling juxtapositions of ordinary objects in extraordinary contexts. Surrealism also extended beyond painting into literature, film, and photography, where figures like Luis Buñuel and Man Ray experimented with the unconscious in their works. The movement's influence on popular culture and contemporary art remains profound, as it challenged traditional notions of reality and representation, encouraging artists to explore the boundaries between the conscious and unconscious mind. By delving into the irrational, Surrealism unlocked a new dimension of creativity, one that allowed for the exploration of emotion, psychology, and the hidden realms of human experience. Through its exploration of the unconscious, Surrealism forever altered the course of modern art, making room for the strange and surreal in the artistic canon. The role of World War I in shaping art. World War I had a profound impact on the world of art, influencing both the content and direction of modern art movements. The war, which caused widespread destruction, loss of life, and social upheaval, deeply affected artists' perceptions of reality and their role in reflecting or critiquing society. The trauma of the war and its aftermath led many artists to reject traditional artistic norms as they sought new ways to respond to the chaos and violence they had witnessed. This shift in perspective was pivotal in the development of various avant-garde movements that emerged during and after the war, such as Dadaism, Expressionism, and Surrealism. The disillusionment that followed the war was central to the development of Dada, an anti-art movement that emerged in Zurich in 1916. Dadaists rejected the logic, reason, and order that they believed had led to the devastating conflict. Artists like Marcel Duchamp, Hannah Höch, and Jean Arp embraced absurdity, chance, and irrationality, creating art that questioned the very foundations of Western culture. Dada's use of found objects, photomontage, and performance art was not only a reaction to the war, but also a critique of the values that had allowed it to happen. Duchamp's iconic ready-made fountain, 1917, a porcelain urinal presented as art, became one of the movement's most famous works, symbolizing the rejection of traditional aesthetics and the absurdity of a world ravaged by conflict. The war also had a significant impact on Expressionism, particularly in Germany, where artists sought to convey the emotional and psychological toll of the war. Works by artists like Ernst Ludwig Kirchner and Käthe Kollwitz depicted the horrors of combat, the alienation of soldiers, and the anguish of civilians. The use of distorted figures, exaggerated forms, and intense colors captured the emotional disarray and trauma experienced by those living in a world of violence and destruction. Expressionism's focus on raw emotion and psychological depth was in part a reaction to the mechanical, dehumanizing aspects of warfare, offering a more visceral, subjective interpretation of reality. Surrealism, which emerged in the 1920s, was also shaped by the experiences of World War I. Artists like Salvador Dalí and René Magritte sought to explore the unconscious mind, dreams, and irrationality, offering an alternative to the rational, ordered world that had led to the conflict. By delving into the subconscious, surrealists sought to uncover deeper truths about the human condition, confronting the trauma and psychological effects of war in a way that was both symbolic and personal. In sum, World War I served as a catalyst for artistic experimentation and transformation. The violence and disillusionment of the war prompted artists to challenge traditional forms and conventions, paving the way for a more radical, innovative approach to art that would define much of the 20th century. The war's impact on art was not only aesthetic, but deeply philosophical, influencing how artists perceived their role in society and the relationship between art and the human experience. Key figures of the avant-garde. The avant-garde, a movement that pushed the boundaries of art and culture, was shaped by a diverse group of pioneering artists who sought to challenge traditional forms and conventions. These figures were instrumental in shaping the direction of modern art in the early 20th century, each contributing unique perspectives and innovative practices that would go on to influence numerous artistic movements. From Dadaism to Surrealism, and from Cubism to Futurism, the avant-garde was defined by its bold reimagining of what art could be, and its key figures were the driving force behind these revolutionary changes. One of the most significant figures in the avant-garde was Marcel Duchamp, whose radical approach to art fundamentally redefined its role in society. Duchamp's creation of ready-mades, everyday objects presented as art, challenged the very definition of art itself. His most famous work, Fountain, 1917, a porcelain urinal signed R. Mutt, questioned the authority of the artist and the traditional aesthetic value of objects. Duchamp's work, characterized by its wit and subversion of traditional norms, made him a central figure in the Dada movement, where he used absurdity and chance to critique the world's values. In parallel, the painter and theorist Wassily Kandinsky became a leader of the abstractionist movement. He believed that art should be an expression of spiritual experience, and he moved away from figurative representation toward complete abstraction. His works, such as Composition 7, 1913, used color and form to evoke emotions, creating a language of pure visual elements. Kandinsky's ideas about the emotional power of abstract art influenced the development of abstract expressionism and laid the groundwork for future movements in modern art. Pablo Picasso, one of the most iconic figures of the 20th century, was pivotal in the development of Cubism, a movement that redefined perspective and representation. Together with Georges Braque, Picasso fragmented the traditional viewpoint by presenting multiple angles and perspectives within a single composition. Works like Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, 1907, and Guernica, 1937, embodied his desire to break with realism and explore the geometry and abstraction of the human form. Picasso's experiments in Cubism were fundamental to the evolution of modern art. Another key figure was Salvador Dalí, whose exploration of the unconscious mind and dream imagery became synonymous with surrealism. Dalí's hyperrealistic style, combined with bizarre, fantastical scenes, as seen in works like The Persistence of Memory, 1931, opened up new realms of artistic expression, revealing the tension between reality and the irrational. His work reflected both the psychological disillusionment of the time and the desire to uncover deeper, hidden truths within the human mind. Finally, the poet and writer André Breton, known as the leader of the Surrealist movement, was instrumental in shaping the philosophical and ideological framework of avant-garde art. His Surrealist Manifesto, 1924, articulated the movement's commitment to exploring the unconscious and breaking free from the constraints of rational thought. These figures, along with many others, helped form the foundation of the avant-garde, pushing art toward new frontiers and influencing generations of artists. Their contributions remain essential to understanding the revolutionary transformations in art during the early 20th century. The transition from modern to contemporary art. The transition from modern to contemporary art represents a significant shift in both style and conceptual approach, marking the end of one era and the beginning of another. Modern art, which spanned from the late 19th century through the mid-20th century, was characterized by experimentation with form, abstraction, and a break from traditional artistic representation. It was a period driven by a desire to challenge established norms and explore new ways of seeing the world. Artists like Pablo Picasso, Henri Matisse, and Jackson Pollock pushed boundaries and sought to express the complexities of the modern world. Modernism focused heavily on individual expression, the pursuit of purity in artistic form, and the exploration of new media and techniques. By the 1950s and 1960s, however, the world had undergone significant social, political, and technological changes. The devastation of two world wars, the rise of global capitalism, and the rapid acceleration of technological advancements created new challenges for artists. As a result, artists began to feel that the modernist quest for universal truths and pure artistic expression had become increasingly outdated. This led to the emergence of postmodernism and contemporary art, movements that broke away from the ideals of modernism and embraced a more diverse, fragmented, and multidisciplinary approach to art making. Contemporary art, which began in the 1970s and continues to evolve today, is defined by its engagement with current social, cultural, and technological issues. Unlike modern art, which often focused on formal innovation and aesthetic purity, contemporary art is more concerned with concept, context, and the exploration of identity, politics, and global concerns. Artists like Andy Warhol, Jean-Michel Basquiat, and Damien Hirst moved away from traditional mediums, using everything from consumer products to installations, video art, and digital technologies. Warhol's use of mass production techniques and celebrity culture in his works, for example, exemplifies how contemporary art often engages with issues of mass media and consumerism. One of the key differences between modern and contemporary art is the shift in how art is experienced. Modern art was often confined to galleries and museums, but contemporary art has expanded beyond these boundaries, with artists engaging in public installations, performance art, and digital platforms. The interaction between the artist and the viewer is no longer passive. contemporary art often invites participation, dialogue, and critical reflection. In summary, the transition from modern to contemporary art is marked by a move away from formal experimentation toward an emphasis on conceptual exploration and engagement with the complexities of contemporary life. While modern art sought to break away from tradition, contemporary art embraces pluralism, diversity, and interactivity, reflecting a rapidly changing world. This shift represents a continuing evolution in the way art responds to and shapes cultural and social realities. Chapter 4: The Interwar Years, 1918 to 1939. The period between World War I and World War II, known as the Interwar Years, was a time of intense cultural, social, and political upheaval that had a profound influence on the development of modern art. The end of World War I in 1918 marked the beginning of a new era, one characterized by both disillusionment and hope. The horrors of the war, along with the political and economic instability that followed, led many artists to reconsider their roles in society and to seek new ways to express the complexities of the modern world. This period saw the continuation of avant-garde movements like Dadaism and Surrealism, as well as the emergence of new styles and ideas that would shape the future of art. One of the most significant developments during this time was the rise of Surrealism, which was heavily influenced by the psychoanalytic theories of Sigmund Freud. Surrealists, led by figures such as André Breton, Salvador Dali, and René Magritte, sought to explore the unconscious mind and to create art that was not constrained by reason or logic. Surrealist works often featured dreamlike imagery, distorted perspectives, and irrational combinations of objects, aiming to uncover hidden truths about the human psyche. Dali's The Persistence of Memory, 1931, with its melting clocks and desolate landscapes, became one of the most iconic works of the movement, symbolizing the fluidity and unpredictability of time and consciousness. Meanwhile, the rise of fascism in Europe and the growing political tensions of the 1930s had a direct impact on the art world. In Germany, the Nazi regime promoted a conservative, traditional vision of art while condemning the modernist movements that had flourished in the years before the war. The Nazis labeled avant-garde art as degenerate and sought to suppress it in favor of art that supported their ideological agenda. In response, many artists fled to other countries, particularly France and the United States, where they continued to develop new artistic languages. The trauma of war and the political instability of the interwar years were reflected in the dark, emotive works of expressionists like Ernst Ludwig Kirchner and Otto Dix, who depicted the psychological scars of war and the alienation of modern life. At the same time, the interwar years saw the rise of new artistic styles, such as Art Deco and the beginnings of abstract expressionism. Art Deco, with its emphasis on sleek lines, geometric forms, and luxurious materials, became a symbol of the optimism and modernity of the 1920s and early 1930s. Abstract artists like Wassily Kandinsky and Piet Mondrian continued to develop their ideas about geometric abstraction, laying the groundwork for the later development of abstract expressionism. The interwar years were a time of experimentation, conflict, and transformation in the art world. The turbulence of the period forced artists to confront the instability of the modern world, and the art produced during this time reflected the complexities of a rapidly changing society. Whether through the exploration of the unconscious mind, political engagement, or the search for new forms of expression, the art of the interwar years laid the foundation for the explosive developments of the mid-20th century. The development of abstract expressionism. Abstract expressionism emerged in the United States during the late 1940s and early 1950s, marking a profound shift in the art world. This movement was not only a stylistic break from the past, but also a reflection of the socio-political climate of post-World War II America. The horrors of the war and the ensuing Cold War tensions led many artists to search for new, more personal means of expression. Abstract expressionism was driven by a desire to express the artist's inner emotions, subconscious mind, and subjective experiences, rejecting representational art and traditional forms of painting. It was a radical departure from the more structured and intellectual approach of European modernism, offering instead a focus on spontaneity, gesture, and individuality. The roots of abstract expressionism can be traced to several earlier movements, including surrealism and the development of automatic drawing techniques. Artists who had been influenced by the surrealists' focus on the unconscious mind found a fertile ground in the U.S., where they could experiment with new techniques. Among the movement's most influential figures were Jackson Pollock, Willem de Kooning, Mark Rothko, and Franz Kline. Pollock, perhaps the most iconic figure of abstract expressionism, revolutionized painting with his technique of drip, or pour painting. By laying his canvas on the ground and using his entire body to direct the flow of paint, Pollock sought to create a direct connection between the artist and the canvas, with his movements and gestures serving as an expression of his emotional state. Works like Number 5, 1948, exemplified this approach, with the chaotic drips and swirls of paint evoking intense, raw emotion. Mark Rothko, on the other hand, took a different approach with his large, color-filled paintings. Rothko's works were characterized by soft, rectangular fields of color that seemed to glow and shift in the viewer's perception. His paintings were not intended to represent anything specific, but were meant to evoke a spiritual or emotional response. Rothko believed that color could communicate complex emotions, and his work sought to engage the viewer on a deeply emotional and meditative level. The term abstract expressionism was first used by art critic Robert Coates in the late 1940s, and the movement gained prominence in the 1950s, especially with the opening of the first major abstract expressionist exhibition at the Museum of Modern Art in New York in 1951. The movement also became associated with the rise of New York City as the new center of the art world, replacing Paris as the focal point of avant-garde art. This shift was symbolic of the broader cultural changes in America during the period, where abstract art was seen as a symbol of freedom and individualism, in contrast to the rigid conformity of the time. Abstract expressionism was a significant moment in the history of modern art, as it was one of the first movements to fully embrace the artist's subjective experience as the basis for the artwork. It paved the way for future developments in contemporary art, influencing movements like minimalism and pop art. While abstract expressionism eventually waned in the 1960s, its legacy continues to shape the way artists approach abstraction and emotional expression in their work. The growth of surrealism and symbolism. Surrealism and symbolism, two distinct yet intertwined movements, flourished in the early 20th century and had a lasting impact on the trajectory of modern art. Both movements sought to transcend the boundaries of conventional reality, focusing on exploring deeper psychological and emotional states rather than adhering to external appearances or traditional narrative structures. Though they emerged in different contexts, surrealism and symbolism shared an interest in the irrational, the dreamlike, and the unconscious. Symbolism emerged in the late 19th century primarily as a reaction against the rationalism and materialism of the Industrial Revolution and the rise of scientific thought. Symbolist artists and writers, such as Gustave Moreau, Odilon Redon, and Charles Baudelaire, sought to evoke a sense of mystery, emotion, and transcendence, often through the use of symbolic imagery and poetic forms. The symbolists were deeply influenced by the philosophy of the time, particularly the works of Schopenhauer and Nietzsche, which emphasized the importance of intuition, inner experience, and the rejection of reality's limitations. The movement rejected the constraints of naturalism and instead sought to evoke moods, dreams, and the subconscious through metaphorical and symbolic imagery. In painting, the use of intense color, unconventional compositions, and mythological or dreamlike themes allowed symbolist artists to explore the realm of the unknown, often dealing with subjects like death, the divine, and the inner workings of the human psyche. Surrealism, which grew out of Dadaism in the 1920s, was officially founded by the French poet and theorist André Breton, who defined it as pure psychic automatism. It was influenced heavily by the work of Sigmund Freud, particularly his theories on the unconscious and dreams. Surrealist artists, including Salvador Dali, René Magritte, and Max Ernst, sought to depict the unconscious mind's imagery and to tap into the primal forces of the human psyche. They were concerned with the realms of dreams, hallucinations, and irrationality, creating artworks that were often filled with bizarre juxtapositions, distorted realities, and strange figures. Dali's The Persistence of Memory, 1931, for example, features melting clocks draped over barren landscapes, evoking a sense of disorientation and fluidity, characteristic of the surrealist exploration of time and space. While surrealism evolved into its own movement by the 1920s, its roots in symbolism remained clear, especially in its engagement with the unconscious, dreams, and the emotional depth of the human experience. Both movements sought to break free from the limitations of rational thought and conventional artistic forms. The difference, however, lay in surrealism's more overt focus on the processes of the unconscious mind, while symbolism relied more on subjective, often mystical experiences. As surrealism grew in prominence, it began to encompass various media, from painting and sculpture to literature, film, and photography. The movement's exploration of the mind, the irrational, and the uncanny would influence later artistic developments, particularly in the realms of abstract expressionism, pop art, and conceptual art. The growth of both surrealism and symbolism marked a key turning point in modern art, as they opened up new pathways for artistic expression that prioritized imagination, emotion, and psychological depth over external appearances. The emergence of political art and propaganda. The emergence of political art and propaganda in the 20th century coincided with dramatic social and political changes around the world. Wars, revolutions, and the rise of new political ideologies prompted artists to engage more directly with political and social issues. Art became a powerful tool for political expression, both as a form of resistance and as a means of promoting political agendas. This period saw the development of art that was explicitly tied to the causes of nationalism, social justice, and political ideologies, often aimed at influencing public opinion and rallying support for specific causes. One of the earliest and most significant forms of political art was the propaganda used during World War I and World War II. Governments on both sides of the conflicts used art to inspire patriotism, encourage enlistment, and promote war efforts. Posters, films, and illustrations became primary tools in the dissemination of political messages, with artists such as J. Howard Miller, who created the famous "We Can Do It" poster of Rosie the Riveter, contributing to the cultural war effort. These images depicted idealized versions of soldiers and citizens working together for a common cause, reinforcing national unity and identity. Political art of this type was often highly stylized, with bold colors and simplified imagery meant to quickly capture attention and convey messages in a direct and accessible manner. In the years between the wars, the rise of totalitarian regimes also led to the production of politically charged art. In Soviet Russia, under Joseph Stalin, art became an essential part of the state apparatus. Socialist realism, the official artistic style of the Soviet Union, depicted idealized scenes of working-class life and revolutionary heroes, glorifying the state and its accomplishments. Artists like Isaac Brodsky and Alexander Gerasimov produced works that celebrated the strength of the Soviet people and the leadership of the Communist Party. Similarly, in Nazi Germany, propaganda was used to promote the ideals of Aryan supremacy, with artists like Arno Breker creating monumental sculptures that embodied the regime's vision of racial purity and power. The use of art to promote authoritarian political regimes raised serious ethical questions about the role of the artist in society, as many artists were either coerced into conforming to state expectations or were persecuted for their refusal to comply. Political art and propaganda also emerged as a form of resistance and dissent. The Mexican muralists, led by Diego Rivera, David Siqueiros, and José Clemente Orozco, used murals to promote social and political change, addressing issues like labor rights, indigenous identity, and the role of the working class in society. These large-scale works were intended to be accessible to the public, creating a visual dialogue about social injustice and political oppression. In the United States, during the Great Depression, artists associated with the Works Progress Administration, WPA, also created politically charged works that highlighted the struggles of the working class, poverty, and racial inequality. The emergence of political art and propaganda during the 20th century reflects the growing realization that art could no longer be seen as neutral or apolitical. Artists, whether supporting or challenging political regimes, used their work to engage with the pressing issues of their time. This intersection between art and politics became increasingly evident in the post-war period, as movements like pop art and conceptual art further blurred the lines between artistic expression and political commentary. Art movements in Europe and the U.S. The 20th century witnessed the development of groundbreaking art movements in both Europe and the United States, each reflecting the cultural, social, and political upheavals of the time. These movements reshaped artistic expression, breaking away from traditional conventions and embracing new approaches to form, content, and technique. While some movements were rooted in Europe, others emerged in the United States, with the two continents influencing each other in a dynamic exchange of ideas. In Europe, movements such as Cubism, Futurism, and Dadaism emerged in the early decades of the century, challenging established artistic norms. Cubism, developed by Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque in France, revolutionized the representation of space and form, fragmenting objects into geometric shapes and exploring multiple perspectives within a single composition. This radical departure from the linear perspective that dominated Western art for centuries influenced countless artists and paved the way for later abstract movements. Futurism, born in Italy, emphasized speed, technology, and the dynamism of modern life. Artists like Umberto Boccioni sought to capture movement and energy, reflecting the rapid industrialization and mechanization of the time. Futurist art was often characterized by bold lines, fragmented forms, and an almost violent intensity, celebrating the machine age while rejecting the past. Meanwhile, Dadaism, which began in Zurich during World War I, was a direct response to the chaos and destruction of the war. Dada artists, including Marcel Duchamp and Hannah Huck, embraced absurdity, randomness, and anti-art sentiments, challenging the very notion of what art could be. They used unconventional materials and techniques, such as collage, ready-made objects, and performance, to critique the senselessness of war and the established cultural values that led to it. In the United States, the 1920s and 1930s saw the rise of movements like abstract expressionism and the Harlem Renaissance. Abstract expressionism, which gained prominence after World War II, was rooted in European modernist traditions, but developed its own unique identity in New York City. Artists like Jackson Pollock, Mark Rothko, and Willem de Kooning used abstract forms and spontaneous, expressive techniques to convey emotion and explore the unconscious mind. Pollock's drip paintings, for example, emphasized the act of painting itself as an expression of the artist's inner world, marking a radical departure from previous representational art. The Harlem Renaissance, which took place in the 1920s, was a cultural movement that celebrated African American culture and artistic achievements. Artists, poets, and musicians based in Harlem sought to express their unique experiences and identity through their work, blending African traditions with modernist techniques. Prominent figures such as Aaron Douglas and Archibald Motley used visual art to explore themes of race, history, and African American pride. These movements in Europe and the U.S. not only shaped the course of modern art, but also played a central role in the broader cultural shifts of the 20th century. They reflected the rapid changes in society, technology, and politics, challenging traditional notions of beauty and representation, and paving the way for the diverse artistic practices that would define contemporary art. The global exchange of ideas between artists in Europe and the U.S. helped to establish modern art as an ever-evolving and international force, continuing to resonate in the present day. Influences of the Great Depression on art. The Great Depression, which began in 1929 and lasted through the 1930s, had a profound impact on the art world, shaping both the content and the methods by which artists expressed themselves. The economic hardship, widespread unemployment, and social upheaval caused by the Depression pushed many artists to engage with the realities of the time, leading to a shift toward more socially and politically aware art. While some sought to depict the suffering and struggles of the working class, others used their art to comment on the broader issues of inequality, poverty, and the failures of capitalism. One of the most significant influences of the Great Depression on art was the rise of social realism. This movement focused on depicting the harsh realities of everyday life, particularly the struggles of the poor and disenfranchised. Artists such as Dorothea Lange, Ben Shahn, and Edward Weston captured the emotional and physical toll of the Depression on individuals and families. Lange's iconic photograph, Migrant Mother, 1936, is perhaps one of the most poignant images from this era, illustrating the despair of a mother and her children during the economic collapse. These artists used realism as a tool to communicate the human cost of economic disparity and to make a social statement about the need for change. In addition to social realism, the Federal Art Project, FA, part of the New Deal, played a key role in shaping the art produced during the Depression. The FAP provided employment for thousands of artists who were struggling to make a living. It encouraged the creation of public murals, posters, and other works that conveyed messages of hope, solidarity, and resilience. The murals painted in public buildings during this time often depicted scenes of labor, agriculture, and social progress, reflecting the values of the New Deal era. The FAP's support of the arts helped to foster a generation of artists who were committed to making art that was accessible to a broad audience and directly engaged with the issues of the day. In contrast to the social realist tradition, some artists turned to abstraction and modernist experimentation as a way of responding to the economic crisis. While the Depression's impact on society led many to focus on realism, artists like Jackson Pollock and Arshile Gorky began to explore abstract forms and expressionist techniques that would later influence the abstract expressionist movement. These artists, however, were not indifferent to the social climate of the time, but rather used abstraction as a means of expressing internal psychological states and emotional responses to the chaos of the era. The Great Depression also fostered the rise of political art, particularly within the context of leftist ideologies. Artists like Diego Rivera and Jose Clemente Orozco, though not directly part of the American scene, had a significant influence on U.S. art during this period, advocating for the rights of the working class and challenging the capitalist structures that led to economic hardship. Their murals, often created in Mexico and the United States, depicted the struggles of workers and celebrated the revolutionary potential of the masses. Ultimately, the Great Depression led to an art world that was deeply engaged with social issues, grappling with the economic hardships of the time, while offering a powerful commentary on human resilience and the potential for change. Whether through realism, abstraction, or political engagement, artists responded to the economic and social crises with a renewed sense of purpose, marking this period as one of the most transformative in modern art history. Chapter 5, Post-World War II, The Rise of Abstract Expressionism. In the aftermath of World War II, abstract expressionism emerged as a dominant force in the art world, particularly in the United States. The movement arose as a response to the trauma and devastation caused by the war, reflecting the anxiety, disillusionment, and emotional turmoil that many artists felt in the wake of global conflict. It marked a significant break from traditional artistic practices, embracing abstraction, spontaneity, and a focus on the inner emotional states of the artist. This period in art history was characterized by a rejection of representational forms and a move toward pure abstraction, emphasizing gesture, color, and texture as means of expression. Abstract expressionism was largely a New York-centered movement, with the city becoming the new capital of the art world after the war, replacing Paris. Influential artists such as Jackson Pollock, Willem de Kooning, Mark Rothko, and Barnett Newman became the leading figures of the movement. These artists sought to express the subconscious, with many turning to surrealist ideas about the unconscious mind and automatic processes to guide their work. However, abstract expressionism moved beyond the surrealist influence, evolving into a more personal and intense exploration of the artist's inner emotional and psychological states. Jackson Pollock, one of the most iconic figures of abstract expressionism, developed his signature drip paintings, in which he applied paint to the canvas in spontaneous, rhythmic gestures. His work emphasized the physicality of the painting process itself, turning the act of creation into a visceral experience that connected the artist to the canvas. Pollock's paintings, such as Number 5, 1948, conveyed a sense of energy, chaos, and emotional release, offering viewers a glimpse into the artist's turbulent subconscious. His works exemplified the movement's focus on process over product, with the resulting abstract compositions becoming an exploration of the emotional depths of the human condition. Mark Rothko, on the other hand, took a different approach with his large color field paintings. Rather than focusing on gestural brushstrokes, Rothko's work centered on large blocks of color that seemed to vibrate and shift in the viewer's perception. His paintings, often composed of simple yet intense color contrasts, were designed to evoke deep emotional and spiritual responses. Rothko's aim was to create a sense of universality and transcendence, inviting the viewer to engage with the painting on a personal and meditative level. Abstract expressionism was not solely about individual expression. It also represented a larger cultural shift in the post-war period. As the United States rose to global prominence, abstract expressionism became a symbol of freedom and democracy, in contrast to the rigid, controlled art produced under totalitarian regimes in Europe. The movement was seen as a visual representation of the American ethos, with its emphasis on individualism, freedom, and personal expression. In addition to the visual innovations, abstract expressionism had a profound impact on the art world's institutional structures. The movement helped establish New York as the cultural hub of the art world, with the Museum of Modern Art, MoMA, playing a pivotal role in promoting abstract expressionism and its key figures. The movement's success also led to the global spread of American art, influencing international artists and contributing to the rise of new art movements such as minimalism and pop art in the subsequent decades. The rise of abstract expressionism was a pivotal moment in the history of modern art. It marked a departure from representational art and signaled the growing importance of personal expression and experimentation in the creative process. The movement's legacy continues to shape contemporary art today, providing a foundation for many of the avant-garde movements that followed in the latter half of the 20th century. The influence of World War II on art. World War II had a profound and lasting impact on the world of art, both in terms of its themes and its methods of creation. The war, with its widespread devastation, loss of life, and global political shifts, led to deep reflections in the artistic community. Artists responded to the trauma, anxiety, and disillusionment generated by the war through an exploration of abstract forms, emotional expression, and the complex interplay between politics and culture. The war fundamentally reshaped the ways in which art was created, consumed, and interpreted, marking a dramatic break from earlier artistic movements. One of the most significant impacts of World War II on art was the shift toward abstraction and the rejection of representational forms. In the wake of the horrors of the war, many artists sought to move away from depicting realistic scenes or traditional subjects, choosing instead to express the emotional and psychological effects of the conflict. Abstract Expressionism, which emerged in the United States during the 1940s and 1950s, became a dominant artistic movement that was deeply influenced by the aftermath of the war. Artists like Jackson Pollock, Mark Rothko, and Willem de Kooning turned to abstraction as a way to convey the trauma and uncertainty of the post-war world. Pollock's spontaneous, gestural drip paintings, for example, captured the chaotic energy and emotional intensity that many artists felt in the aftermath of the war, focusing on the act of painting itself as a means of self-expression. In addition to the rise of abstraction, the war also sparked a renewed interest in the political and social role of art. With the global spread of fascism and the experience of the Holocaust, many artists became increasingly aware of the power of art to convey political messages and to engage with the pressing issues of the day. This awareness led to the development of political art and the use of art as a form of resistance. Artists like Pablo Picasso and George Braque, who had already been associated with earlier modernist movements, now turned their focus to the atrocities of war. Picasso's Guernica, 1937, though painted before the war, became an emblem of anti-war sentiment and a symbol of the collective pain caused by violence and oppression. Artists involved in the Dada and Surrealist movements also took a critical stance against the war, using their work to challenge the societal values that allowed such destruction to occur. The war also altered the global art landscape in significant ways. With much of Europe in ruins, New York became the new center of the art world, as artists from Europe, including key figures like Piet Mondrian and Marc Chagall, fled to the United States to escape the conflict. As a result, the post-war period saw the rise of American art, particularly abstract expressionism, which soon gained international recognition and solidified New York's status as the capital of the art world. The war also brought about changes in the way art was presented, with the rise of modern museums and galleries that catered to new artistic forms and more experimental ways of viewing and engaging with art. World War II's influence on art can also be seen in the development of new media and technologies. Photographers like Robert Capa and Dorothea Lange used the camera to document the war's atrocities and human suffering, emphasizing the documentary role of art in times of crisis. Film, too, became a vital medium for conveying the psychological trauma of the war, with directors like Jean-Luc Godard and François Truffaut in the years following the war, exploring the themes of alienation, disillusionment, and the emotional scars left by conflict. Ultimately, the impact of World War II on art was multifaceted, influencing artistic style, content, and the role of the artist in society. In the years following the war, artists began to grapple with questions of identity, trauma, and the role of art in the aftermath of global catastrophe. The war forced many to reconsider the purpose of art, shifting the focus from representation to emotional expression, abstraction, and social commentary, all of which continue to shape contemporary art today. The birth of abstract expressionism. Abstract expressionism emerged in the United States in the late 1940s and early 1950s, marking a radical departure from traditional forms of representation and narrative in art. This movement signaled the rise of New York as the new epicenter of the global art world, displacing Paris, which had long been considered the center of modern art. Abstract expressionism was a response to the trauma and emotional devastation of World War II, reflecting the feelings of anxiety, alienation, and disillusionment that dominated the post-war period. Its influence would shape the direction of contemporary art, introducing new techniques and philosophical approaches to painting that emphasize spontaneity, emotion, and individual expression. One of the core ideas behind abstract expressionism was the desire to create art that was not merely a visual representation, but rather an emotional and psychological experience. Artists sought to transcend traditional subject matter and the conventions of perspective and form, focusing instead on the act of painting itself. The physical process of creating the work was seen as a vital part of the artistic expression. Jackson Pollock, perhaps the most iconic figure of abstract expressionism, revolutionized the act of painting with his drip paintings, where he poured and dripped paint onto large canvases laid on the floor. This technique emphasized movement and physicality, allowing Pollock's unconscious impulses to guide his brushwork. His work, such as Number 5, 1948, became symbolic of the artist's emotional engagement with the canvas, offering a window into his internal landscape. Mark Rothko, another prominent figure of the movement, took a different approach with his color field paintings. Rothko's large, rectangular blocks of color aimed to evoke deep emotional responses from the viewer. The subtle variations in color created a sense of space and depth, encouraging a meditative, introspective engagement with the artwork. For Rothko, the focus was on creating a transcendent experience, allowing viewers to connect with the spiritual and emotional aspects of the work rather than with recognizable forms or subjects. Abstract expressionism was also deeply influenced by the ideas of surrealism and the psychoanalytic theories of Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung, particularly the emphasis on the unconscious mind. Artists sought to tap into unconscious processes through automatic drawing, spontaneous brushstrokes, and the act of creation itself. They rejected the idea that art should represent the external world, instead prioritizing the artist's inner emotional state. The movement gained recognition as the art world's dominant force after the 1940s, particularly through the work of the Museum of Modern Art, MoMA, and influential critics like Clement Greenberg, who championed the abstract qualities of modern art. Abstract expressionism became synonymous with American culture in the post-war era, reflecting the country's ideals of freedom and individualism. The birth of abstract expressionism marked a radical shift in the trajectory of modern art. It broke away from earlier forms of representational art and opened the door for subsequent developments in contemporary art, including minimalism, pop art, and conceptual art. Its legacy continues to shape artistic practices today, as the movement's emphasis on the emotional and physical process of creation still resonates with artists worldwide. Key artists: Jackson Pollock, Mark Rothko, Willem de Kooning. Jackson Pollock, Mark Rothko, and Willem de Kooning are often considered the pioneers of abstract expressionism, each contributing uniquely to the movement and its development. Their works marked a significant shift away from traditional artistic representation, focusing instead on emotion, process, and the exploration of the subconscious mind. While their styles and approaches to abstraction differed, all three artists played vital roles in defining the course of 20th century art. Jackson Pollock's work became synonymous with the abstract expressionist movement. His innovative technique of drip painting radically redefined the act of painting itself. Instead of using a traditional easel, Pollock placed large canvases on the floor and used brushes, sticks, and even his hands to pour and drip paint onto the surface. This allowed him to work intuitively, creating dynamic, gestural compositions that emphasized movement and physicality. Pollock's paintings, such as Number 5, 1948, embody a sense of chaos and energy, but they are also deeply personal, reflecting the artist's emotional and psychological states. His abstract works were seen as an exploration of the unconscious, drawing on ideas from surrealism and psychoanalysis. Pollock's ability to express raw emotion through his dramatic, seemingly spontaneous gestures has made him one of the most influential artists of the 20th century. Mark Rothko, another key figure in abstract expressionism, approached abstraction with a more meditative and spiritual sensibility. Known for his color field paintings, Rothko created large canvases dominated by simple, rectangular blocks of color. His works, such as Number 61, Rust and Blue, evoke deep emotional resonance, aiming to create a contemplative, almost transcendent experience for the viewer. Rothko believed that color itself could be a vehicle for emotional expression, and that the power of his paintings lay in their ability to connect the viewer to a sense of the sublime. His work was often seen as a search for spiritual transcendence and was informed by his interest in philosophy, religion, and human emotion. Willem de Kooning, a Dutch-American artist, was one of the movement's most dynamic and controversial figures. His work combined elements of abstraction and figuration, often depicting distorted, fragmented human forms. His famous series of woman paintings, such as Woman Eye, 1950 to 1952, shocked viewers with their aggressive brushstrokes and confrontational depictions of the female figure. De Kooning's approach to abstraction was rooted in his intense engagement with the human body and its physicality. His work balanced chaotic, expressive mark-making with a deep sensitivity to form and composition. His emphasis on gesture and the psychological complexity of the human figure made him a central figure in the abstract expressionist movement. Together, Pollock, Rothko, and de Kooning helped shape abstract expressionism, each contributing a unique approach to abstraction. Pollock's explosive action painting, Rothko's emotional color fields, and de Kooning's dynamic balance of figuration and abstraction all pushed the boundaries of what art could be. Their works continue to influence contemporary artists and serve as a testament to the power of abstract art in expressing the complexities of human experience. The shift from Europe to New York as the art capital. The shift of the art world's epicenter from Europe to New York occurred in the mid-20th century, largely as a result of the aftermath of World War II. Before the war, Paris had been the global capital of art, a city where the avant-garde movements thrived and attracted artists from around the world. However, by the late 1940s and early 1950s, New York had emerged as the new center of the art world, a change influenced by a variety of political, social, and cultural factors. The devastation caused by World War II, particularly the rise of Nazi occupation across much of Europe, had a direct impact on the art world. Many European artists fled the continent to escape political instability, persecution, and the physical destruction of artistic institutions. As a result, New York became a haven for artists, critics, and curators who were seeking new opportunities. Notable figures like Piet Mondrian, Marc Chagall, and other European émigrés found refuge in New York, contributing to the cultural vibrancy of the city and cementing its role in the global art scene. The city's rapid industrialization, economic growth, and increasing prominence as a global cultural hub made it a natural setting for a new wave of artistic innovation. New York's accessibility to galleries, museums, and intellectual circles played a key role in the development of abstract expressionism, which emerged as the dominant artistic movement of the post-war era. The Museum of Modern Art, MoMA, was instrumental in promoting abstract expressionism, championing American artists such as Jackson Pollock, Willem de Kooning, and Mark Rothko. These artists, supported by the museum and the burgeoning New York art scene, quickly gained international acclaim. The city provided an environment where artists were free to experiment, driven by a sense of artistic freedom that was less constrained than in post-war Europe. In addition to the influx of European talent, the political climate of the time also played a significant role in New York's rise as the new art capital. The United States, as a victorious global power, positioned itself as a beacon of democracy, freedom, and cultural expression in contrast to the authoritarian regimes in Europe. The abstract art movement, which focused on personal expression and individualism, aligned with these American ideals, further solidifying New York as the center of modern art. By the 1950s, New York had firmly established itself as the new capital of the art world. The city's galleries, such as the Sidney Janis Gallery and the Leo Castelli Gallery, became launching pads for new artistic movements, and it became home to the influential circle of artists and critics who shaped the direction of contemporary art. New York's cultural landscape became synonymous with innovation and experimentation, laying the foundation for later movements like pop art, minimalism, and conceptual art. The shift from Europe to New York as the art capital was not merely a geographical change, but also a reflection of broader shifts in the cultural, political, and social landscape of the mid-20th century. New York's embrace of avant-garde movements and its burgeoning art scene ultimately redefined the global art world, marking the city as the central stage for the most transformative period in modern art history. The role of the critic in post-war art. In the post-war period, particularly during the rise of abstract expressionism, the role of the art critic became increasingly influential in shaping the trajectory of modern art. Critics not only guided public perception and interpretation of new artistic movements, but also played a crucial role in determining which artists would achieve prominence in the ever-evolving art world. Their voices were instrumental in validating and legitimizing the emerging styles and helping to position New York as the center of the global art scene. With the emergence of abstract expressionism in the late 1940s and 1950s, the role of the critic shifted from merely describing or evaluating works of art to interpreting and theorizing about the deeper meanings behind the abstract forms. Art critics such as Clement Greenberg, Harold Rosenberg, and Robert Hughes became central figures in this transformation. They were not just passive observers, but active participants in the cultural discourse, shaping the understanding of the art and its significance. Clement Greenberg, one of the most prominent critics of the time, championed the work of artists like Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko, viewing abstract expressionism as a breakthrough in the pursuit of pure, autonomous art. Greenberg's advocacy for formalism emphasized the importance of a work's materials, techniques, and composition, and he argued that art should focus on its essential qualities without the distraction of external subject matter or narrative. His writings reinforced the idea that the artist's gesture and the physical act of painting were central to the creative process. Greenberg's influence extended beyond criticism into the institutional sphere, where his endorsement helped secure exhibitions and museum shows for artists he supported, effectively determining their place in the art historical canon. Meanwhile, Harold Rosenberg brought a different perspective to the discussion, focusing on the psychological and emotional aspects of abstract expressionism. He famously described the act of painting as an arena in which to act, emphasizing the dynamic performative nature of the work. Rosenberg's interpretation of painting as a deeply personal and existential process helped shift the focus from formal analysis to the artist's inner experience and subjective reality. His work as a critic positioned the artist as the central figure in the creative process, redefining art as a vehicle for personal expression. Critics also played a pivotal role in navigating the cultural and political dimensions of post-war art. The rise of the United States as a global superpower after World War II aligned with the promotion of abstract expressionism, which was seen by many as a reflection of democratic freedom, individualism, and the American spirit. The critics who supported abstract expressionism, especially in the context of the Cold War, helped align the movement with broader ideological struggles, positioning it as a form of cultural resistance against the rigidity of Soviet realism and totalitarianism. In the post-war years, critics served as gatekeepers, defining what was considered important or revolutionary in art. Their influence extended beyond the written word. They helped curate exhibitions, select artworks for collections, and sometimes even directly shape the careers of artists. Critics like Greenberg and Rosenberg were not merely commentators on art. They were active players in the art world's shifting dynamics, determining what would be remembered and what would be forgotten. Their contributions cemented their place in the history of modern art, illustrating how criticism, theory, and art were deeply intertwined in the post-war cultural landscape. Chapter 6: Pop Art and Consumer Culture. Pop art emerged in the 1950s and 1960s as a response to the growing influence of consumer culture, mass media, and the rise of advertising. This movement, which originated in both the United States and Britain, challenged traditional notions of fine art by incorporating imagery from popular culture, such as advertisements, comic strips, and everyday consumer products. Pop artists were particularly interested in blurring the lines between high art and low culture, drawing inspiration from the world of mass production and consumerism. The movement signified a departure from the abstract forms of abstract expressionism, embracing bright colors, bold lines, and a playful approach to art. One of the most prominent figures in pop art was Andy Warhol, whose works reflected his fascination with consumer products, celebrity culture, and the mass production of imagery. Warhol's famous Campbell's Soup Cans, 1962, and his portrait series of celebrities like Marilyn Monroe and Elizabeth Taylor turned mundane consumer products and media images into fine art, suggesting that mass-produced objects could be just as worthy of artistic consideration as traditional subjects like landscapes or portraits. Warhol's practice of replicating commercial images, often in multiple variations, explored ideas of repetition, mass production, and the commodification of art. His work reflected the era's obsession with consumer goods, fame, and the superficial nature of contemporary society, making him a central figure in the pop art movement. Roy Lichtenstein, another key figure in pop art, drew inspiration from comic books, using their bold, graphic style to create large-scale paintings that elevated the comic strip to the level of fine art. His works, such as Wham! 1963, used the techniques of commercial printing, including Ben-Day dots, to mimic the look of comic book panels. Lichtenstein's art was often ironic, poking fun at the cliches of popular culture and elevating it to a level of cultural commentary. By appropriating commercial imagery, he challenged the idea of originality in art and questioned the value of mass-produced images in a consumer-driven society. Pop art also introduced a more accessible and democratic approach to art. By using imagery from advertising, packaging, and entertainment, artists were making art that was relatable to the masses, breaking down the elitist barriers that had long existed between the art world and popular culture. The movement was characterized by a sense of irony, humor, and playfulness, making it both a reflection of and a critique of the increasingly consumer-oriented society of the post-war years. At the heart of pop art was a fascination with the power of mass media and consumerism in shaping public consciousness. The movement mirrored the boom of consumer culture in the 1950s and 1960s as technological advancements in printing, television, and advertising transformed society. Pop artists explored how consumer goods, celebrity culture, and mass media influenced individual identity, desires, and social values. In doing so, they examined the role of art in an increasingly commercialized world, questioning whether art could still maintain its authenticity in a culture dominated by mass production and commercial interests. In conclusion, pop art played a significant role in redefining the relationship between art and consumer culture. By embracing imagery from popular culture and mass media, artists like Warhol and Lichtenstein made art that was at once playful, subversive, and deeply critical of the growing commodification of society. Through their use of consumerist iconography, they challenged traditional distinctions between high and low art and forced the art world to confront the implications of mass culture in shaping contemporary life. The impact of consumerism and mass media. The rise of consumerism and mass media in the post-World War II era had a profound effect on society and culture, influencing various art movements, particularly pop art, As consumer goods, advertising, and mass media became central to daily life, they reshaped the way individuals interacted with the world and their understanding of identity, status, and value. The impact of consumerism and mass media on art was particularly significant during the 1950s and 1960s, a time when the commercial world and mass communication channels, like television and magazines, began to dominate cultural narratives. The economic boom after World War II led to an explosion in consumer products and advertising. As industries flourished and mass production grew, consumers were encouraged to acquire material goods, and advertising played a central role in shaping desires and aspirations. Mass media, with its ubiquitous presence in homes through television and print media, became a powerful tool in promoting consumer culture. It played a key role in shaping the perceptions of beauty, success, and desirability, often creating a standard of living tied to the accumulation of goods. The media's pervasive influence on everyday life and its ability to communicate uniform messages to a wide audience made it a dominant force in shaping both individual identities and collective societal values. This widespread consumerism and the increasing saturation of mass media imagery directly impacted artists, particularly those in the pop art movement. Artists like Andy Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein, and Richard Hamilton began to appropriate imagery from advertisements, comic strips, and consumer products, reflecting the growing dominance of consumer culture in the modern world. Warhol's iconic Campbell's soup cans, 1962, and Lichtenstein's comic-inspired works transformed commercial images into art, elevating them to the realm of high culture. These artists blurred the boundaries between high art and low culture, embracing mass-produced objects and media icons as legitimate artistic subjects. Pop art responded to the omnipresence of consumer products and media by questioning the way society consumed these symbols of modernity. Warhol's repeated images of celebrities like Marilyn Monroe and his fascination with the process of repetition in mass production explored the idea of art as a commodity. His works reflected how mass media and consumerism shaped the cult of celebrity, turning individuals into products to be consumed by the public. The impact of mass media on art was also visible in the way artists used the language of advertising and popular culture to engage viewers. Artists like Hamilton and Jasper Johns adopted familiar visual cues from advertisements, billboards, and packaging, which were instantly recognizable to the public. In doing so, they not only commented on the pervasiveness of consumer culture, but also critiqued its commodification of both art and human experience. In conclusion, consumerism and mass media had a profound effect on the development of modern art, especially pop art, by integrating the symbols and icons of popular culture into artistic expression. These forces changed the way people interacted with art and culture, encouraging a dialogue between the worlds of commerce, media, and fine art. The work of artists like Warhol and Lichtenstein revealed the complexities of a society increasingly shaped by mass-produced images, consumer goods, and media-driven ideals. Through their art, they challenged the boundaries of taste, class, and value in the evolving world of consumerism. Key figures: Andy Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein, Jasper Johns. Andy Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein, and Jasper Johns are three of the most influential artists in the pop art movement. Each brought a distinct approach to incorporating elements of consumer culture, mass media, and popular iconography into their work. Through their innovative practices, they challenged traditional boundaries between high art and popular culture, transforming the art world and how society viewed art itself. Andy Warhol is perhaps the most iconic figure associated with pop art. Warhol's work was deeply influenced by the rise of mass production and consumerism, and he famously blurred the lines between art and commerce. One of his signature techniques was the repetition of familiar commercial imagery, such as his famous Campbell's soup cans, 1962, where he replicated the design of everyday supermarket products. By elevating these mundane objects to the status of art, Warhol questioned traditional notions of originality and the uniqueness of art. Warhol's fascination with celebrity culture was also a major part of his work, seen in his series of portraits of Marilyn Monroe, Elvis Presley, and other pop culture icons. Through his use of silkscreen printing, Warhol was able to mass-produce his art, echoing the very processes of consumerism he critiqued. His famous mantra, "In the future, everyone will be world famous for 15 minutes," encapsulated his belief that fame, like consumer goods, could be manufactured and commodified. Roy Lichtenstein, another central figure in pop art, was known for his use of comic book imagery. His works, such as Wham! 1963, featured bold graphic lines, bright colors, and Ben-Day dots, techniques used in the production of comic books and mass-market illustrations. Lichtenstein's art brought the aesthetics of lowbrow culture into the gallery, making them a subject of intellectual and artistic discourse. His ironic use of commercial techniques and imagery transformed the comic strip into fine art, questioning the distinction between the two and critiquing the mass production of art and ideas in contemporary society. Lichtenstein's work often had a playful, tongue-in-cheek quality, highlighting the absurdity of consumer culture and the commercialization of art. Jasper Johns, while not strictly a pop artist, was an important figure in the movement, and his work helped bridge the gap between abstract expressionism and pop art. Known for his iconic depictions of familiar symbols, such as the American flag, targets, and numbers, Johns infused everyday imagery with a sense of abstraction and significance. His work was marked by its exploration of perception and meaning, and he frequently used encaustic, a wax-based medium, to create texture and depth. Through his reimagining of common symbols, Johns raised questions about the nature of representation and the way in which images are constructed and understood. While not as overtly commercial as Warhol's or Lichtenstein's work, Johns' use of recognizable, mass-produced symbols aligned with the pop art movement's challenge to the traditional separation between fine art and popular culture. Together, these three artists helped redefine the boundaries of art in the post-war era. Warhol's focus on repetition and consumerism, Lichtenstein's comic book-inspired paintings, and Johns' use of iconic American symbols all played a crucial role in the rise of pop art. They brought new vitality to the art world, reflecting and critiquing the impact of mass production, media, and consumer culture on modern life. Through their work, they demonstrated that art could emerge from any corner of culture, challenging preconceived notions about what art should be and how it should be valued. The use of mass production techniques in art. The use of mass production techniques in art became a hallmark of the pop art movement, allowing artists to challenge traditional notions of originality, craftsmanship, and the uniqueness of the artistic object. In the post-World War II era, the rise of consumer culture and mass media transformed the way people interacted with products, advertising, and images. Artists such as Andy Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein, and Richard Hamilton embraced these techniques, incorporating the methods of commercial production into their creative processes to question the relationship between art and consumerism. One of the most influential approaches to mass production in art was Andy Warhol's use of silkscreen printing. Warhol famously adopted this industrial technique, which was used to produce multiple copies of images in a commercial setting, to create artworks such as his iconic Campbell's soup cans, 1962, and portraits of celebrities like Marilyn Monroe. By using silkscreens, Warhol was able to replicate images in a way that mimicked the repetition and uniformity of mass production. This process not only allowed him to produce multiple versions of the same image, but also emphasized the idea that art could be manufactured and consumed just like a consumer product. Warhol's use of mass production techniques challenged the traditional notion that art must be unique and singular, instead elevating the idea of repetition and mechanical production as a valid form of artistic expression. Roy Lichtenstein, another key figure in the pop art movement, employed mass production techniques by borrowing imagery from comic books and advertisements. Lichtenstein utilized the Ben-Day dot technique, a printing method that was originally used in commercial lithographs and newspapers to create shading and textures. By reproducing this technique in his large-scale paintings, Lichtenstein mimicked the visual language of mass-produced images, transforming them into fine art. Works like Wham! 1963, and Drowning Girl, 1963, used the visual vocabulary of comics and commercial illustration, giving them a heightened cultural significance. Lichtenstein's work interrogated the way mass media, particularly comics and advertisements, shape public consciousness, while also embracing the techniques used to produce these images. Richard Hamilton, often considered a precursor to pop art, was another artist who engaged with the idea of mass production in his work. His 1956 collage, Just What Is It That Makes Today's Homes So Different, So Appealing?, is a seminal example of how mass-produced imagery was used to critique the commodification of daily life. Hamilton's collage combined advertisements, images of consumer goods, and popular media to create a commentary on the excesses and superficiality of consumer culture. By assembling mass-produced images into an artistic context, Hamilton's work highlighted the way in which these images saturated everyday life, influencing perceptions of taste, status, and identity. The embrace of mass production techniques in art had a profound impact on the relationship between art and society. It democratized the production of art by moving away from the notion of the artist as a solitary genius, and instead embraced the idea of art as a commodity, produced in multiples for consumption. This approach reflected the growing influence of consumer culture and mass media in the post-war world, where images, products, and ideas were increasingly commodified and standardized. Through their use of mass production techniques, pop artists blurred the lines between high art and popular culture, inviting the viewer to consider the implications of a society increasingly shaped by mass media, advertising, and consumerism. The merging of high and low culture. The merging of high and low culture is one of the defining characteristics of the pop art movement, fundamentally challenging traditional distinctions between elite and popular forms of artistic expression. Prior to the mid-20th century, the art world maintained a clear hierarchy, with high culture referring to classical, fine art, such as painting, sculpture, and architecture, and low culture associated with mass-produced items, such as advertisements, comic strips, and popular entertainment. However, artists in the pop art movement sought to dissolve these boundaries, arguing that the imagery and symbols of everyday life, as seen in consumer products and mass media, were just as worthy of artistic exploration as traditional artistic subjects. One of the most significant ways this merging took place was through the appropriation of consumer imagery and mass media in works of fine art. Artists like Andy Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein, and Richard Hamilton embraced the visual language of advertisements, comic books, and even household products, bringing them into the realm of art galleries and museums. Warhol's Campbell's Soup Cans, 1962, for example, took an everyday grocery store item and transformed it into an iconic piece of art, elevating a lowly consumer product to the status of high art. By repeating the image of the soup can across multiple canvases, Warhol mirrored the repetitiveness of mass production, suggesting that even mundane consumer goods could hold artistic value. Roy Lichtenstein's work also exemplified this merging of high and low culture. His paintings, such as Wham! 1963, borrowed directly from comic books, using their bold lines, benday dots, and bright colors to create large-scale, fine art versions of the comics that had been considered a form of popular commercial entertainment. By transforming these low art forms into high art, Lichtenstein challenged the notion that comics were simply a form of juvenile entertainment. He elevated them to a serious artistic genre, raising questions about the nature of art, authorship, and cultural value. Richard Hamilton's 1956 collage, Just What Is It That Makes Today's Homes So Different, So Appealing?, also engaged with this blending of cultural hierarchies. Hamilton's collage incorporated mass media imagery, advertisements, and images of consumer products to comment on the consumer-driven culture of the time. By placing these elements within the context of a fine art collage, Hamilton demonstrated how pervasive and influential low culture had become, pushing viewers to reconsider what could be classified as art. The merging of high and low culture in pop art ultimately reflected a broader shift in post-war society. With the rise of consumerism, mass media, and advertising, the lines between art, culture, and commerce became increasingly blurred. Pop artists recognized that art no longer needed to be an exclusive or elitist domain, and that popular culture and mass-produced imagery were vital parts of contemporary life. By embracing these elements, they transformed the art world, making it more inclusive, accessible, and relevant to the everyday experiences of modern audiences. Through this radical approach, pop art not only democratized art, but also challenged cultural hierarchies and the traditional ideals of what art could be. The blending of high and low culture was a defining feature of the movement, one that emphasized the importance of all forms of expression in an increasingly media-saturated and consumer-oriented society. Pop art's response to abstraction. Pop art emerged in the mid-20th century as a vibrant and direct response to the dominant art movements of the time, particularly abstract expressionism. While abstract expressionism, with its emphasis on spontaneity, individualism, and emotional intensity, dominated the art world in the 1940s and 1950s, pop art took a radically different approach by incorporating the imagery and aesthetics of mass culture, consumerism, and popular media into the realm of fine art. The pop art movement's response to abstraction was multifaceted, challenging the very ideals that abstract expressionism upheld and proposing a more accessible, visually engaging, and culturally relevant approach to art. One of the most significant differences between abstract expressionism and pop art was their treatment of subject matter. Abstract expressionists, such as Jackson Pollock, Mark Rothko, and Willem de Kooning, focused on abstract forms, creating emotionally charged works that emphasized the process of painting itself and sought to express inner psychological states. These artists believed that abstraction was a means of transcending the physical world, encouraging viewers to engage with their art on an emotional or subconscious level. In contrast, pop artists like Andy Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein, and Claes Oldenburg embraced imagery from popular culture, advertisements, comic strips, mass-produced objects, and celebrities, rejecting the abstraction of the previous decade in favor of something more immediately recognizable and accessible. Pop art's response to abstraction was not only thematic, but also formal. While abstract expressionism relied heavily on gestural brushstrokes, spontaneous mark-making, and the exploration of texture and form, pop art artists employed clean lines, bright colors, and the techniques of commercial production, such as silkscreen printing, lithography, and advertising imagery. Warhol's Campbell's Soup Cans, 1962, and Lichtenstein's Wham, 1963, demonstrated a focus on bold, graphic images and precise reproductions, often taken from the world of advertising and mass media. This was a stark contrast to the expressive, often chaotic brushwork of abstract expressionism. Pop art also responded to abstraction by offering a critique of the art world itself. The emotional and intellectual intensity that was a hallmark of abstract expressionism was often seen as elitist and difficult for the general public to access. Pop art, on the other hand, sought to bring art closer to the people by drawing from the everyday visual language of consumer goods, entertainment, and mass media. Artists like Warhol and Lichtenstein not only borrowed from popular culture, but also questioned the value of traditional fine art in a society increasingly dominated by commercialism and mass production. In this way, pop art's response to abstraction was both a rejection of its emotional depth and intellectual complexity, and a celebration of the visual culture that was shaping modern life. By embracing the mundane, the commercial, and the mass-produced, pop art democratized the concept of what could be considered art. It shifted the focus from private, introspective expression to the shared, collective experience of contemporary culture. Through this lens, pop art not only responded to abstract expressionism, but also redefined the role of art in an increasingly consumer-driven world. Chapter 7, Minimalism and Conceptual Art. Minimalism and conceptual art emerged in the 1960s as reactions against the emotional intensity and complexity of previous art movements, such as abstract expressionism and pop art. Both movements sought to strip art down to its essential components, emphasizing simplicity, process, and the ideas behind the work, rather than the artist's personal expression or the use of traditional artistic media. These movements fundamentally redefined the purpose and nature of art in the post-war era, moving away from aesthetic beauty and emotional depth to focus on the concepts and materials themselves. Minimalism, often associated with artists like Donald Judd, Dan Flavin, and Frank Stella, was characterized by a rejection of complexity and ornamentation in favor of clean, geometric forms and industrial materials. Minimalist artists sought to reduce art to its most basic elements: line, form, color, and texture. Their works often consisted of simple shapes, such as cubes, rectangles, and columns, made from materials like steel, plexiglass, and fluorescent light tubes. The goal was to create art that was free from any external meaning or emotional content. Instead, minimalism focused on the relationship between the artwork and the space around it, as well as the viewer's physical experience with the piece. The artwork was no longer seen as a window into the artist's inner world, but as an object in its own right, independent of narrative or personal expression. Conceptual art, which emerged alongside minimalism, placed a greater emphasis on the idea or concept behind the artwork rather than its aesthetic form or materiality. Artists like Sol LeWitt, Joseph Kosuth, and Yoko Ono were central to this movement. They believed that the concept of the work was the most important aspect of the art, with the physical object often becoming secondary or even irrelevant. For example, in LeWitt's wall drawings, 1968, the artist provided a set of instructions for others to execute, making the process and idea of creation more important than the final product. Similarly, Kosuth's 1 and 3 chairs, 1965, presented a physical chair, a photograph of the chair, and a dictionary definition of the word chair, challenging viewers to question the nature of representation and meaning in art. Both minimalism and conceptual art rejected the emotional subjectivity and the focus on representation found in earlier movements. Instead, they emphasized objectivity, clarity, and the intellectual engagement of the viewer. By minimizing the physical and emotional elements traditionally associated with art, both movements questioned the very nature of what art could be. They pushed the boundaries of artistic expression and opened up new possibilities for how art could be experienced, understood, and interpreted. In doing so, minimalism and conceptual art played a crucial role in expanding the definition of art. They contributed to a broader understanding of art as an intellectual pursuit, focused not just on visual pleasure or emotional resonance, but on exploring new ways of thinking and experiencing the world. These movements laid the foundation for many of the experimental and boundary-pushing practices that would follow in the late 20th and early 21st centuries. The emergence of minimalism in the 1960s. Minimalism emerged in the 1960s as a radical departure from the expressive, emotionally charged works of abstract expressionism and the consumer-driven imagery of pop art. This new movement, which embraced simplicity and an emphasis on form, was rooted in a desire to strip away the excesses and subjectivity that had dominated the art world in the previous decades. Minimalist artists sought to create art that was purely about the object itself, focusing on geometry, industrial materials, and a lack of narrative or emotional content. The movement rejected the idea that art needed to express personal emotion or convey deep symbolic meaning. Instead, it was interested in the object's physical presence and the way it interacted with the space around it. The rise of minimalism can be understood in the context of broader cultural shifts during the 1960s, including the increasing prominence of consumerism, mass production, and industrial design. Artists such as Donald Judd, Frank Stella, and Dan Flavin sought to break free from traditional art forms and embrace new, non-traditional materials and techniques. For instance, Judd's geometric sculptures made from industrial materials such as steel and plexiglass, and Stella's use of shaped canvases in stark, flat colors, exemplified the minimalist rejection of depth, narrative, and emotion. Rather than being about the artist's inner life or a metaphor for something else, these works emphasize the visual and physical qualities of the materials themselves. Minimalism's emphasis on geometric forms and the use of simple, repetitive patterns was also a reaction against the complex and subjective nature of abstract expressionism. Where abstract expressionism was characterized by spontaneous brushstrokes, dynamic compositions, and deep emotional content, minimalism took a more restrained approach. Artists intentionally avoided traditional artistic techniques like shading, perspective, and illusionism. Instead, their works focused on basic shapes, such as squares, rectangles, and circles, often repeated in variations to create a sense of rhythm and harmony. This approach rejected the notion of the artist as an emotional or intellectual conduit, and instead emphasized the objective nature of the artwork itself. One of the key aspects of minimalism was the way in which it transformed the viewer's experience of art. Minimalist works were often large and installed in such a way that they engaged with the surrounding space, making the viewer's perception of the object and the environment an integral part of the artwork. This relationship between the art and its physical context was central to the movement, as it encouraged an awareness of space, form, and perception rather than emotional engagement with the content. In this way, minimalism represented a fundamental shift in the purpose and nature of art. By focusing on simplicity and materiality, it challenged the conventions of traditional artistic practice and offered a new way of experiencing and interpreting art. This stripped-down aesthetic influenced a wide range of artistic practices and remains one of the most important movements in the development of modern and contemporary art. Key artists and their minimalist works. Minimalism, emerging in the 1960s, was shaped by a group of innovative artists who embraced simplicity, geometric forms, and industrial materials to create artworks that focused on the physical presence of the object itself. Key figures such as Donald Judd, Frank Stella, Dan Flavin, and Carl Andre were central to the movement, each contributing unique approaches that redefined the art world's understanding of form, space, and materiality. Donald Judd is perhaps the most prominent figure in minimalism, known for his geometric sculptures made from industrial materials like steel, plexiglass, and aluminum. Judd's works, such as Untitled, Stack, 1967, exemplified the minimalist ethos by focusing on repetition, precise geometry, and the inherent qualities of the materials. His pieces, often modular and arranged in simple repetitive patterns, emphasize the artwork's objecthood, rather than any symbolic or emotional meaning. Judd's work removed any sense of illusion or narrative, focusing instead on the physicality of the art and its relationship to the space it occupied. Frank Stella, another key minimalist artist, famously stated that what you see is what you see, reinforcing the minimalist focus on pure visual experience. Stella's early work, particularly his Black Painting series, 1958, stripped away any illusion of depth or dimension, opting for flat, uniform surfaces. Later, in his Protractor series, 1967, Stella introduced bright colors and complex geometric shapes, but still adhered to the principles of minimalism by emphasizing pattern and form over content. His work was characterized by its use of simple shapes and the careful arrangement of color and space, creating a sense of order and clarity. Dan Flavin's minimalist work involved the use of fluorescent light tubes, which he arranged in simple, often grid-like configurations. His most iconic pieces, such as The Nominal Three to William of Ockham, 1963, used the light tube as both a medium and a sculptural element, casting light and shadow into the surrounding space and altering the viewer's perception of the environment. Flavin's work focused on the interaction between light, space, and the architecture in which it was placed, creating dynamic, site-specific installations. Carl Andre was known for his floor-based sculptures made from industrial materials like bricks, metal plates, and wooden tiles. His works, such as Equivalent Fate, 1966, used repeated, ordered arrangements of simple materials to engage with the space they occupied. By placing his works directly on the floor, Andre broke with the tradition of hanging sculptures on walls, emphasizing the relationship between the viewer, the material, and the space in which the sculpture existed. Together, these artists reshaped the art world by rejecting the emotive, narrative-driven works of previous movements. Instead, they focused on purity of form, the material itself, and the way art interacted with its environment, creating a more objective and intellectual approach to artistic creation. Their minimalist works continue to influence and challenge contemporary art practices, making them central figures in the development of 20th century art. The rise of conceptual art and its theories. Conceptual art emerged in the 1960s as a direct challenge to traditional artistic practices, particularly the emphasis on aesthetics, materiality, and the artist's subjective expression. Instead, it placed the focus on the idea or concept behind the artwork, arguing that the intellectual content of the art was more important than the physical object itself. This movement signaled a profound shift in the art world, where the boundaries of what could be considered art were broadened to include not only finished artworks, but also the processes, instructions, and ideas that could lead to them. It was, in essence, an intellectual movement that questioned the very definition of art. The origins of conceptual art can be traced to the works of artists who rejected the emotional and formalist concerns of abstract expressionism and the consumerist imagery of pop art. Artists like Sol LeWitt, Joseph Kosuth, and Yoko Ono were central figures in this movement, each contributing unique theoretical approaches to what art could be. LeWitt's work, for instance, often took the form of instructions or diagrams for others to execute. In Wall Drawing No. 1, 1968, he outlined the idea of a drawing that could be recreated by anyone following his instructions. This approach shifted the focus from the artist's physical hand to the intellectual concept of the artwork itself. Joseph Kosuth's 1 and 3 Chairs, 1965, is another seminal example of conceptual art, where the artwork consisted of a physical chair, a photograph of that chair, and a dictionary definition of the word chair. By using this simple object and its representations, Kosuth raised questions about the nature of meaning, language, and representation. The viewer was asked to consider not just the object itself, but the idea of what a chair is and how it is understood through different forms of representation. One of the key theories behind conceptual art was the belief that art should be about ideas rather than the creation of aesthetic objects. This theory was encapsulated in the writings of artists and theorists like LeWitt, who argued that the idea becomes a machine that makes the art. This meant that the concept of the artwork could exist independently of the artist's hand or the finished product. Conceptual art thus aimed to challenge the commodification of art by shifting attention away from the object and towards the intellectual process behind it. The rise of conceptual art was also linked to the broader intellectual climate of the 1960s, with its increasing emphasis on theory, philosophy of traditional institutions. It borrowed heavily from structuralist and post-structuralist ideas, questioning the stability of meaning and the role of the viewer in interpreting art. By focusing on ideas and concepts rather than materiality, conceptual art democratized the creation and appreciation of art, opening up new possibilities for engagement with the art world. In sum, conceptual art fundamentally changed the trajectory of modern art by prioritizing ideas over form and encouraging a more cerebral approach to art making. Its impact can still be seen in many contemporary art practices, which continue to explore the intersection of thought, theory, and art in innovative ways. The relationship between art and language. The relationship between art and language has long been a subject of interest and debate within the art world, particularly with the rise of conceptual art in the 1960s. As artists began to shift their focus from traditional forms and materials to the ideas behind the works, language became a central tool for exploring the boundaries and meanings of art. This relationship challenged the traditional notion that art should be solely a visual or sensory experience. By incorporating language into their artworks, artists questioned how meaning is constructed, how ideas are communicated, and how language can shape our understanding of reality. The relationship between art and language can be traced back to the early 20th century, with movements like Dada and Surrealism incorporating text and words into their visual works. However, it was with the rise of conceptual art that language truly became a key component of the artistic process. For artists like Joseph Kosuth, language itself became a medium for artistic expression. In his iconic work, One and Three Chairs, 1965, Kosuth used a physical chair, a photograph of the chair, and a dictionary definition of the word chair to explore the relationship between object, image, and language. This work invited viewers to consider how language defines our understanding of objects and concepts, questioning the relationship between what we see and what we know through words. The use of language in art goes beyond just the literal text within the artwork. It extends to how language structures meaning and how meaning is interpreted. Artists such as Sol LeWitt, who is known for his instructions-based works, used language to guide the creation of art, demonstrating that the concept or idea behind the work could be as significant as the object itself. LeWitt's wall drawings, where the artist provided written instructions for others to execute, illustrated how language could function as a blueprint for the artwork, making the act of communication the focus of the creative process. Language in art also has a philosophical dimension, particularly in the work of artists like Lawrence Weiner and Barbara Kruger, who use text to critique societal structures, cultural norms, and ideologies. In this context, language becomes a tool for deconstructing established meanings and exposing the layers of interpretation that shape our perceptions of the world. Kruger's Your Body is a Battleground, 1989, combines text with imagery to address issues of gender and power, emphasizing how language and visual elements work together to challenge dominant narratives. Overall, the relationship between art and language transformed the way art was produced and experienced. By integrating language into their work, artists expanded the boundaries of artistic expression, making the conceptual and the intellectual as important as the visual and the emotional. Language in art continues to be a powerful means of communication and critique, reinforcing the idea that art is not just about what is seen, but also about how we understand and interpret the world around us. The challenge to traditional notions of art. Throughout the 20th and 21st centuries, artists consistently challenged traditional notions of art, reshaping the very definition of what art could be. This evolution began with movements that rejected the conventions of representation, narrative, and emotional expression, and sought to reimagine art as an intellectual, conceptual, and often participatory experience. The challenge to traditional ideas of art was not just about breaking formal rules. It was about questioning the role of the artist, the viewer, and the institutional structures that defined and supported art. One of the first major challenges came from movements like Dada and Surrealism, which defied the expectations of order and meaning in art. Dada artists, in particular, rejected the logic and rationality of the time, which they believed had contributed to the horrors of World War I. Their works often embraced randomness, absurdity, and the irrational, using collage, found objects, and performances to blur the line between art and everyday life. Marcel Duchamp's Fountain, 1917, a porcelain urinal signed with a pseudonym, remains one of the most iconic examples of how Dada challenged traditional definitions of art. By presenting an everyday object as art, Duchamp questioned the value of the artist's hand in the creation of a work, as well as the very idea of artistic skill. In the post-World War II period, abstract expressionism further pushed the boundaries of art by focusing on the act of painting itself rather than any representational content. Artists like Jackson Pollock, with his drip paintings, and Mark Rothko, with his color field compositions, sought to convey emotion and experience directly through the physicality of the medium. The emphasis on spontaneity, process, and abstraction meant that art no longer had to depict recognizable subjects or follow established compositional rules. The rise of conceptual art in the 1960s took this challenge to traditional art even further by asserting that the idea or concept behind the artwork was more important than the finished object. Artists like Saul LeWitt and Joseph Kosuth argued that art could exist without a physical form at all, as long as it conveyed a clear intellectual idea. In doing so, they undermined the centuries-old notion that art must be tangible and aesthetic, and instead focused on the artist's intellectual engagement with their medium. Furthermore, movements such as pop art questioned the distinction between high art and low culture, using imagery from advertising, comics, and mass media. Artists like Andy Warhol and Roy Lichtenstein turned the mundane objects of consumer culture into fine art, challenging the elitism traditionally associated with art and questioning its purpose in society. Overall, these movements and others broke down traditional boundaries, allowing art to encompass not only aesthetic objects, but also ideas, processes, and even everyday life. The challenge to traditional notions of art opened the door for diverse artistic practices and set the stage for the wide range of contemporary art that exists today. Through these efforts, the definition of art has become more fluid, less about adhering to established rules, and more about questioning, exploring, and redefining the very nature of creativity and expression. Chapter 8: Feminist Art and the Politics of Gender. Feminist art emerged in the late 1960s and 1970s as part of a broader cultural movement that sought to address gender inequality, challenge patriarchal structures, and question the representation of women in art history. This movement was closely linked to the feminist struggle for equal rights and opportunities in society, and it became a critical force in transforming the art world. Feminist artists sought to critique traditional gender roles, explore the social construction of femininity, and expose the ways in which women had been marginalized, objectified, and excluded from the dominant narratives of art and culture. The feminist art movement emerged as a response to the exclusion of women from mainstream art institutions, galleries, and historical narratives. Throughout art history, the contributions of female artists were often overlooked or dismissed, and women were frequently depicted as passive subjects rather than active creators. Feminist artists like Judy Chicago, Miriam Shapiro, and Cindy Sherman sought to reclaim agency for women in the creation and representation of art. Chicago's iconic installation, The Dinner Party, 1974 to 79, for example, celebrates the achievements of women throughout history by presenting a ceremonial dinner table with place settings for historical female figures. Through this work, Chicago challenged the historical erasure of women's contributions and highlighted their significance. Miriam Shapiro, along with other artists, developed the feminist art practice known as femage, which combined traditional women's crafts such as sewing and quilting with modern art techniques. Shapiro's Mothers, 1976, uses domestic materials to explore themes of femininity, motherhood, and female identity, bridging the gap between the fine arts and the often dismissed realm of craftwork. This approach challenged the traditional division between high art and low craft, underscoring how women's labor in the domestic sphere had been undervalued by patriarchal society. Cindy Sherman's photographic work also interrogates gender roles and representation, using herself as a model in staged photographs that mimic stereotypical images of women in popular culture, film, and advertising. Her Untitled Film Stills series, 1977 to 1980, examines the ways in which women are depicted in film and media, exposing the constructed nature of gender identity and the limitations placed on women's roles in society. The feminist art movement also sought to transform the relationship between the artist and their work, as women artists began to prioritize their own personal experiences, emotions, and perspectives. This shift in focus not only redefined art practice, but also challenged the male-dominated narratives that had previously defined what was considered legitimate or valuable in the art world. Feminist art became an essential platform for exploring issues of gender, identity, power, and representation, and it laid the groundwork for ongoing discussions about gender equality in the arts and beyond. Through their work, feminist artists not only redefined what art could be, but also provided a means of resistance to the gendered structures that had historically limited women's artistic expression and participation. The feminist art movement left an indelible mark on the history of modern and contemporary art, influencing later generations of artists who continue to engage with the politics of gender, identity, and representation. The role of feminism in art history. Feminism's role in art history has been pivotal in reshaping how we understand the creation, interpretation, and value of art. For centuries, women artists were marginalized, excluded from formal education, and their works overlooked or dismissed within the canon of art history. Feminist theory and activism have served as catalysts for questioning these historical inequities and have paved the way for a more inclusive and diverse understanding of art. Feminism in art history began to gain significant traction in the 1970s with the rise of the feminist art movement. This movement was both a response to the underrepresentation of women in art and a challenge to the patriarchal structures that dominated the art world. Feminist art historians and critics began to identify and address the gender biases embedded within art history, arguing that women's contributions had been systematically ignored or undervalued. One of the early breakthroughs came from art historians such as Linda Nochlin, whose groundbreaking essay, Why Have There Been No Great Women Artists, 1971, questioned the very criteria by which art history had been shaped. Nauchlin's argument centered on the idea that institutional barriers, societal norms, and lack of opportunity had historically prevented women from achieving recognition in the arts, rather than any inherent lack of talent or ability. The feminist re-examination of art history also led to a reconsideration of the works of women artists from the past. Many female artists, such as Artemisia Gentileschi, Frida Kahlo, and Georgia O'Keeffe, were rediscovered or recontextualized in light of feminist perspectives, with critics and scholars emphasizing how their gender and experiences shaped their art. Gentileschi, for example, had often been excluded from the major narratives of Baroque art, but feminist scholars highlighted her role as an important figure in the period, especially in her portrayal of themes of sexual violence and female agency. Feminist art historians and artists also focused on examining the ways in which women were portrayed in art, often as passive, idealized, or eroticized figures. The male gaze, as articulated by theorist Laura Mulvey in her 1975 essay, Visual Pleasure and Narrative Cinema, became a central concept in feminist art criticism. Mulvey argued that traditional representations of women in art and cinema were structured around a male-dominated viewpoint that objectified women and denied them agency. Feminist artists like Judy Chicago and Barbara Kruger challenged these portrayals by creating works that empowered women and subverted the stereotypes that had long defined them in art. The role of feminism in art history has not only focused on uncovering and promoting women artists, but has also fostered a deeper understanding of how gender influences the production, reception, and interpretation of art. Feminist art historians continue to explore issues such as intersectionality, the ways in which race, class, and sexuality intersect with gender, and the politics of representation in contemporary art. Feminism has helped to create a more inclusive, dynamic, and critical approach to art history, one that recognizes the contributions of all artists, regardless of gender, and challenges the power structures that have historically shaped the field. Through feminist intervention, art history has become a more expansive, nuanced discipline that reflects the diverse voices and experiences that make up the fabric of society. Key feminist artists and their works. The feminist art movement of the 1970s and beyond gave rise to numerous artists who redefined the boundaries of art, challenged societal norms, and addressed issues of gender, identity, and power. These artists not only questioned the historical marginalization of women in the art world, but also created groundbreaking works that continue to shape the discourse on feminism and art. One of the most prominent feminist artists is Judy Chicago, whose work directly addresses the absence of women in art history. Chicago's The Dinner Party, 1974 to 1979, is an iconic installation that reimagines the roles of women throughout history by creating a triangular table set with 39 elaborate place settings, each honoring a significant woman from history, such as Virginia Woolf, Eleanor of Aquitaine, and Georgia O'Keeffe. The work challenges the traditional male-dominated narratives of history and art, asserting the importance of women's contributions. Chicago's other works, like The Birth Project, 1980 to 1985, also explore themes of women's experiences, particularly in relation to childbirth, motherhood, and female empowerment. Miriam Schapiro, another key figure in the feminist art movement, is known for her creation of the term femog, a style of work that combines traditional women's crafts, such as quilting and sewing, with fine art practices. Her work Mothers, 1976, reinterprets domestic tasks and explores themes of female identity and motherhood. Shapiro sought to elevate the status of feminine craft traditions, which had often been dismissed as low art, and incorporated them into the fine arts discourse. Cindy Sherman is another revolutionary feminist artist, known for her self-portraiture, that critiques the representation of women in popular culture, film, and advertising. Through her Untitled Film Stills, 1977 to 1980, Sherman adopts various stereotypical female roles from movies and media, forcing viewers to reflect on how women have been constructed and commodified in visual culture. By using herself as the subject of these images, Sherman reveals the performative nature of gender and highlights the tension between identity and image-making. Barbara Kruger's work, which combines text and imagery, explores the intersection of gender, power, and identity. Her Your Body is a Battleground, 1989, a photograph of a woman's face overlaid with bold, confrontational text, critiques the political and social control over women's bodies, particularly in relation to reproductive rights. Kruger's use of mass media aesthetics, bold typography, and familiar imagery demands viewers engage with her social commentary, making her work accessible and impactful. Other influential feminist artists include Georgia O'Keeffe, whose modernist paintings, often focused on flowers and the female body, challenge the often sexualized depiction of women in art. While her work predated the feminist art movement, she became an important figure for feminist artists seeking to reclaim female subjectivity in art. Additionally, artists like Ana Mendieta, with her body-based performance art, and Louise Bourgeois, whose works explored themes of sexuality, trauma, and family, further expanded feminist dialogues in art. These feminist artists and their works have had a profound influence on both the art world and society. By challenging traditional narratives, subverting gender roles, and exploring the complexities of female identity, they have created a lasting legacy that continues to inspire and empower generations of artists. Through their work, they've made significant contributions to a more inclusive and critical art history. The intersection of gender, race, and art. The intersection of gender, race, and art is a critical area of study that explores how identity factors such as gender and race influence the production, representation, and reception of art. Historically, art has been shaped by dominant social, cultural, and political forces, which have often marginalized or excluded people of color, women, and other minority groups. As artists and scholars began to engage with these complex intersections, new dialogues emerged about how race, gender, and power dynamics intersect within the creation and interpretation of art. Feminist art movements, especially in the 1970s and beyond, addressed the exclusion of women from the art world. But this narrative was further complicated by the contributions and challenges faced by women of color. Artists such as Faith Ringgold, Bechi Sarr, and Lorraine O'Grady highlighted how racial and gender identities intersect in the creation of art, creating works that not only confronted issues of racism and sexism, but also celebrated the unique experiences of African American women. Faith Ringgold's Tar Beach, 1988, for example, is a vibrant quilted painting that uses storytelling to address themes of race, family, and empowerment within African American culture. In addition to the feminist movement, the rise of Black art movements, particularly the Black arts movement, played a crucial role in challenging racial stereotypes and asserting African American identities. Artists like Charles White, Elizabeth Catlett, and Romar Bearden used their art to explore the social and political struggles of African Americans while also expressing pride in African heritage. Their works not only grappled with the racial tensions of their time, but also responded to the erasure of Black narratives within the dominant art historical canon. The work of artists such as Kerry James Marshall, who explores African American identity through painting, and Kara Walker, whose provocative cut paper silhouettes address racial and historical trauma, underscores how race is embedded in the visual culture of art. These artists engage directly with the legacy of slavery, racism, and the ways that Black bodies have been depicted in both history and art. Their works not only interrogate the histories of racial oppression, but also serve as powerful critiques of the ways race, gender, and power are visually constructed. Additionally, the global movement for social justice and the critique of systemic inequalities have influenced contemporary art, leading to an expanded understanding of the intersectionality of identity. Artists today continue to examine how race, gender, sexuality, and class shape the way individuals experience and create art. For instance, contemporary art practices such as those of artists like Zanella Moholy and Lorna Simpson explore how race and gender intersect within the lived experiences of Black women, often focusing on themes of visibility, identity, and representation in an art world that has historically marginalized their voices. Through the intersection of gender, race, and art, artists challenge existing power structures and create spaces for marginalized identities. Their work pushes the boundaries of what is considered mainstream art and offers alternative perspectives that reflect the lived realities of those who have been historically excluded or misrepresented. This ongoing dialogue continues to redefine art history, making it a more inclusive, dynamic field that reflects the complexities of human identity and experience. Feminist art exhibitions and their influence. Feminist art exhibitions have played a pivotal role in challenging the established norms of the art world, providing a platform for women artists to address issues of gender, identity, and power while highlighting their contributions to art history. These exhibitions were not just about showcasing the work of female artists, they were also about creating spaces for dialogue, critique, and activism within the art world, shifting the dominant narratives and redefining what was considered valuable art. One of the earliest and most influential feminist art exhibitions was Woman House, 1972, organized by artists Judy Chicago and Miriam Shapiro, among others. This groundbreaking installation, created by a collective of feminist artists, transformed a Hollywood mansion into a series of rooms and environments that explored the female experience in both personal and political terms. Themes such as childbirth, menstruation, and domestic labor were vividly depicted, confronting issues traditionally relegated to the private or domestic sphere. Woman House was a radical intervention in the art world, pushing back against the male-dominated art institutions and offering a powerful critique of women's roles in society. The exhibition became a landmark moment in the feminist art movement, showcasing the potential for art to serve as a vehicle for social and cultural change. Another key exhibition was The Dinner Party, 1979 by Judy Chicago, which traveled widely after its debut at the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art. This installation, with its 39 elaborate place settings honoring historical women, became an iconic symbol of feminist art. It not only celebrated the achievements of women who had been excluded from history, but also highlighted the power of female creativity. The exhibition challenged the gendered hierarchy of art, addressing the cultural invisibility of women in art history and elevating women's contributions to public consciousness. In the 1990s, the feminist exhibition, The Guerrilla Girls Posters, begun in 1985, provided sharp, satirical critiques of the underrepresentation of women and artists of color in major art institutions. Using bold graphics and witty slogans, the Guerrilla Girls brought attention to the gender and racial disparities in galleries and museums, famously asking, "Do women have to be naked to get into the Met Museum?" Their guerrilla tactics, including street posters, billboards, and performances, further fueled the feminist critique of the art world's exclusionary practices. The Biennale de Venezia and other major international exhibitions also began to shift in response to feminist critiques. The representation of women artists at events like the Venice Biennale gradually increased, with feminist artists beginning to occupy significant spaces within these traditionally male-dominated platforms. These exhibitions allowed feminist artists to push boundaries, bringing forth works that address not only gender, but also race, sexuality, and class, offering new perspectives on art that had previously been marginalized. Feminist art exhibitions have been instrumental in advancing the conversation about the role of women in art, challenging the long-standing dominance of male artists, and offering new visions of identity and culture. These exhibitions provided visibility to women artists, creating important historical moments that continue to inspire and influence contemporary art practices. Through their participation in exhibitions, feminist artists have reshaped the art world, providing new ways of thinking about the relationships between art, gender, and power. The continued impact of feminist art movements. Feminist art movements have had a lasting and transformative impact on the art world, shaping both the creation and reception of art while challenging historical gender biases. The feminist art movement, which gained momentum in the 1970s, created an enduring shift in how art is made, valued, and interpreted. Its influence continues to resonate in contemporary art, informing the work of new generations of artists and shaping critical discourse in art history, exhibitions, and galleries. One of the most significant impacts of feminist art movements is the redefinition of what constitutes art and who gets to be an artist. Feminist artists in the 1970s and 1980s, such as Judy Chicago, Barbara Kruger, and Cindy Sherman, directly addressed issues of gender and identity in their work. They not only challenged the art world's traditionally masculine perspectives, but also emphasized the importance of women's experiences. Chicago's The Dinner Party, for example, became a monumental symbol of the feminist movement, reimagining the canon of art history by honoring women who had been overlooked or omitted. By elevating subjects of domesticity, sexuality, and the female body, feminist art shifted the boundaries of what was considered legitimate and valuable in the art world. The feminist art movement also catalyzed discussions about intersectionality, the idea that gender, race, class, and other social categories intersect and impact the experiences of individuals. Feminist artists from diverse racial and cultural backgrounds, such as Faith Ringgold, Adrienne Piper, and Carrie Mae Weems, used their work to explore not only the role of women in art, but also the complexities of race, ethnicity, and power. These artists introduced new narratives into the art world, offering perspectives that had been marginalized or excluded, further deepening our understanding of how identity shapes artistic production and reception. Feminist movements also profoundly affected art institutions, prompting the re-examination of how museums, galleries, and universities operate. For instance, the demand for more inclusive representation of women artists and artists of color in exhibitions has become a central issue in contemporary curatorial practices. Many museums and institutions that were once dominated by male artists are now recognizing and showcasing the work of women and underrepresented artists. Exhibitions like WAC, Art and the Feminist Revolution, 2007, at the Museum of Contemporary Art in Los Angeles, and Radical Women, Latin American Art, 1960 to 1985 Sci, 2018, at the Hammer Museum, further underscore the ongoing visibility and recognition of feminist contributions to art. The legacy of feminist art is also evident in the ways in which contemporary artists continue to explore and deconstruct gender and power dynamics. Artists like Tracey Emin, Guerrilla Girls, and Tania Bruguera build upon the feminist foundations laid in the 20th century, exploring themes such as body politics, identity, and social justice. Their works challenge stereotypes, question societal norms, and address issues related to gender inequality, sexual violence, and the representation of women in the media. The continued impact of feminist art movements is also visible in academic and critical discussions of art history, where feminist theories remain integral to understanding the ways in which art intersects with social and political issues. Feminist art has sparked a broader rethinking of art history itself, calling for the inclusion of diverse voices and the recognition of marginalized experiences. Feminist art movements have not only changed the face of contemporary art, but have also created a more inclusive, critical, and socially engaged art world. Their influence continues to inspire and empower new generations of artists, curators, and scholars, ensuring that the conversation around gender, power, and representation remains vital and relevant. Chapter 9: Performance Art and Body Art. Performance art and body art emerged as significant art forms in the 20th century, challenging traditional notions of art and pushing the boundaries of what could be considered an artistic practice. Both movements explored the artist's body as the medium of expression, breaking away from the static nature of painting and sculpture and offering a dynamic, ephemeral alternative to traditional art forms. These movements have since become integral to contemporary art, influencing artists and cultural discourse around identity, the body, gender, politics, and the self. Performance art, which gained prominence in the 1950s and 1960s, was rooted in avant-garde movements such as Dadaism, Futurism, and Surrealism, but it quickly became an autonomous form in its own right. Artists like Marina Abramović, Alan Kaprow, and Yves Klein sought to dissolve the boundaries between artist and audience, creating participatory and immersive works that often defied categorization. Performance art was not just about the creation of a work, but was itself an act of artistic expression. In works like Abramović's Rhythm Zero, 1974, in which she allowed the audience to use various objects on her body, the artist's vulnerability became a powerful medium for exploring themes of control, power dynamics, and the relationship between the artist and the spectator. The use of the body as both a subject and a medium was central to the rise of body art, a genre that developed alongside performance art in the 1960s. Body art often involved artists physically manipulating their own bodies to create a powerful, visceral statement about personal identity, trauma, and the social construction of the body. Artists such as Carolee Schneemann, Cindy Sherman, and Chris Burden engage with the body in their works to challenge traditional gender roles, question societal expectations, and confront issues of violence, sexuality, and vulnerability. Carolee Schneeman's Interior Scroll, 1975, for example, explored the female body's role in both art and society, with the artist pulling a scroll of text from her vagina as a statement on the silencing of women. Schneeman's work was a radical feminist intervention, questioning the objectification of women's bodies in art, while also emphasizing the importance of the body as a site of both artistic and personal liberation. Similarly, Chris Burden's Shoot, 1971, in which he was shot in the arm by an assistant, used his body to question the relationship between violence, power, and the artist's role in society. Body art and performance also intersected with larger cultural movements of the time, such as feminism, civil rights, and anti-war activism. Through these mediums, artists were able to address pressing social and political issues in ways that were direct, confrontational, and often shocking. Performance and body art had the ability to communicate complex, abstract ideas in a visceral manner, creating a unique dialogue between the artist, the work, and the audience. This made it possible for these art forms to serve as powerful tools for activism, subverting conventional ideas of representation and opening up new ways of experiencing art. Today, performance art and body art remain critical to the exploration of identity, culture, and the self. Contemporary artists continue to use these mediums to investigate themes of gender, race, sexuality, and politics, contributing to ongoing conversations about body politics, agency, and the role of the artist in society. These art forms continue to inspire and challenge audiences, offering a means of personal and collective expression that transcends traditional artistic boundaries. The rise of performance art in the 1960s. Performance art emerged as a revolutionary artistic practice in the 1960s, challenging traditional boundaries between art, life, and the audience. The movement was deeply influenced by the avant-garde, particularly Dadaism and Futurism, which had already sought to break down distinctions between art and everyday life. However, performance art in the 1960s became a distinct genre that redefined the role of the artist, the medium, and the relationship between art and the viewer. This period marked a dramatic departure from the static nature of traditional art forms like painting and sculpture, and embraced the dynamic, ephemeral, and often interactive possibilities of performance. One of the driving forces behind the rise of performance art was a reaction against the commercialization and institutionalization of the art world. Artists sought to subvert the gallery system by creating works that could not be commodified in the same way as traditional art objects. Artists such as Alan Caprow, who coined the term happening, began creating unscripted, participatory performances that involved audience interaction. These events often blurred the lines between art and life, allowing the audience to become active participants in the artistic process. Caprow's happenings took place in unconventional spaces such as streets, parks, and private homes, and were designed to evoke a sense of spontaneity and unpredictability. Another pivotal figure in the rise of performance art was Yves Klein, who created his anthropometries in the early 1960s. Klein's works involved the use of human bodies as living paintbrushes, with nude models coated in blue pigment and pressed against canvas. By utilizing his own body and the bodies of others in his art, Klein sought to push the boundaries of how the human body could be used as a medium for artistic expression. His works evoked an intense focus on the physicality of the body and the process of art making, rather than on the final product itself. Marina Abramović, a key figure in performance art's evolution, came to prominence in the late 1960s and 1970s. Abramović's work emphasized the artist's physical and emotional endurance, often testing the limits of both her own body and her audience's expectations. Her Rhythm series, beginning in 1973, featured performances in which Abramović subjected herself to painful and physically demanding actions, such as standing still for extended periods or allowing the audience to engage with her body in various ways. These performances sought to explore themes of control, vulnerability, and the complex relationship between artist and audience. The 1960s also saw the rise of body art, which became closely intertwined with performance. Artists like Carolee Schneemann and Chris Burden used their own bodies as sites of artistic exploration. Schneemann's Interior Scroll, 1975, in which she pulled a scroll from her vagina, questioned the representation and objectification of the female body in art, while Burden's Shoot, 1971, in which he was shot by an assistant, directly addressed violence, power, and the role of the artist in society. The 1960s was a period of significant social and political change, and performance art became a powerful tool for addressing issues such as identity, body politics, war, and gender roles. It was a time when the artist's body was reimagined as both the medium and the message, and performance art became a means of breaking down barriers between the artist, the art, and the viewer. As the 1960s progressed, performance art began to gain recognition as a legitimate form of artistic expression, and its influence continues to shape contemporary art practices today. The exploration of the body as a medium. The exploration of the body as a medium in art has had a profound impact on the evolution of contemporary art, particularly during the 20th and 21st centuries. The body, once considered a passive object or a subject to be represented, became the focal point of artistic expression. This shift in perspective led to a dramatic rethinking of the boundaries of art and opened up new possibilities for performance, body art, and other art forms that challenged traditional notions of aesthetics and representation. In the 1960s and 1970s, with the rise of performance art and body art, the human body became central to many artistic practices. Artists sought to move beyond traditional mediums such as paint and sculpture, using their own bodies as the material through which they expressed ideas. The body was no longer just an object of representation. It became the site of artistic creation, a way to engage directly with the audience and to challenge the norms of both art making and societal expectations. This transformation was influenced by the growing interest in body politics, gender studies, and feminist theory, which emphasized the importance of the body in shaping identity, power dynamics, and social norms. One of the pioneers of using the body as a medium was the American artist Carolee Schneemann. Her work in the 1960s and 1970s, particularly her performance Interior Scroll, 1975, used her body to address themes of sexuality, gender, and the female experience in art. By literally pulling a scroll from her vagina, Schneemann challenged the objectification of women's bodies in the art world and disrupted the male-dominated art establishment. Her provocative work was a direct confrontation with the long-standing tradition of using the female body as an object of passive beauty or eroticism, transforming it into a tool for personal expression and political critique. Other artists, such as Yves Klein, took a similar approach, but with a more abstract focus. Klein used the human body as an instrument to create art by covering it in pigment and pressing it against canvas, a practice he called anthropometry. The body in this case was not just a subject, but an active tool for creating marks and gestures on the canvas, emphasizing the physicality of art making and highlighting the connection between the body and the creative process. In addition to feminist influences, the exploration of the body as a medium was also shaped by the broader cultural and political movements of the time. The 1960s and 1970s were marked by civil rights struggles, the rise of countercultures, and the questioning of traditional social values. Artists like Chris Burden and Vito Acconci used their bodies in performances that explored issues of violence, power, and identity. Burden's Shoot, 1971, in which he was shot by an assistant, and Acconci's Seedbed, 1972, in which he performed under a platform while speaking directly to viewers, both employed the body to make stark commentary on power dynamics, vulnerability, and the relationship between the artist and the audience. The body became a site of resistance, self-expression, and transformation, offering artists a way to challenge the dominant culture, question the boundaries of art, and reclaim ownership of the self. The exploration of the body as a medium also became a way to confront difficult subjects, such as pain, trauma, and mortality, offering a visceral experience that could not be conveyed through traditional art forms. Today, the exploration of the body remains a central theme in contemporary art, with artists continuing to use their bodies to address issues of identity, politics, and the human condition. The body as a medium has become an enduring force in art, shaping how artists communicate with audiences and how we understand the intersection of art, identity, and the lived experience. Notable performance artists: Marina Abramović, Joseph Beuys. Marina Abramović and Joseph Beuys are two of the most influential and pioneering performance artists of the 20th century, each contributing significantly to the development of performance art through their groundbreaking works. Their practices and ideologies not only redefined the role of the artist, but also challenged traditional notions of art, audience, and physicality. Marina Abramović is often regarded as one of the most prominent figures in contemporary performance art. Known for her intense and physically demanding works, Abramović uses her own body as both the subject and the medium of her art. Throughout her career, she has explored themes of endurance, pain, vulnerability, and the relationship between the artist and the audience. One of her most well-known performances, Rhythm Zero, 1974, involved her standing motionless for 6 hours while the audience was invited to use 72 objects, including a gun, on her body. This act of submission and vulnerability turned the artist into an object of both exploration and control, raising questions about power dynamics, agency, and the ethical limits of artistic participation. Another pivotal work by Abramović is The Artist is Present, 2010, performed at the Museum of Modern Art, MoMA, in New York. In this piece, she sat silently at a table, inviting visitors to sit across from her and engage in a silent stare for as long as they wished. This work transformed the artist's body into a medium for emotional and psychological exchange, emphasizing the intimate, nonverbal connection between performer and spectator. Abramović's work often focuses on time, memory, and the limits of human endurance, and she continues to push the boundaries of performance art by involving her audience in new and profound ways. Joseph Beuys, a German artist, is another key figure whose work bridged the gap between performance art and conceptual art. Beuys is best known for his use of symbolic materials and his deeply political approach to art. He believed that art should engage with social issues and that everyone has the potential to be an artist, advocating for a more democratic and participatory approach to art making. One of his most famous performances, How to Explain Pictures to a Dead Hare, 1965, involved Beuys covering his head in honey and gold leaf while cradling a dead hare in his arms, speaking to the animal as if it could understand his explanation of his artwork. This surreal and enigmatic piece combines symbolism, ritual, and a meditation on the power of communication, reflecting Beuys's belief in the potential of art to transform society. In another iconic performance, I Like America and America Likes Me, 1974, Beuys flew to New York and spent several days in a gallery with a coyote, communicating through the space and engaging with the animal. This work explored the themes of isolation, cultural exchange, and the relationship between humanity and nature. Beuys's approach to performance art was unique in its focus on social and environmental change, and he often infused his works with political and philosophical messages. Both Abramović and Beuys used performance art as a means of exploring the human condition, using their bodies as sites of transformation, endurance, and communication. Through their works, they demonstrated the power of performance to engage the viewer, provoke thought, and challenge conventional ideas about art and life. Their performances continue to inspire new generations of artists, solidifying their legacies as two of the most important figures in the history of performance art. The relationship between live art and audience interaction. The relationship between live art and audience interaction is central to the identity of performance art, establishing a dynamic where the boundaries between the artist, the artwork, and the audience are often blurred. Unlike traditional forms of art that are typically viewed passively, performance art invites active participation and engagement, making the audience an integral part of the artistic experience. This interaction can range from passive observation to direct involvement, often provoking emotional, intellectual, or even physical responses that challenge preconceived notions of what art can be. In the early days of performance art, artists sought to engage audiences in new ways, using their bodies, actions, and spaces to create immersive experiences that were temporary, ephemeral, and relational. This departure from static, gallery-based art emphasized the transient nature of performance and highlighted the performer's presence, with the audience being present for the unfolding of the artwork in real time. Through this, performance artists sought to transform the relationship between the art and the viewer, turning spectators from passive onlookers into active participants in the creation of meaning. For example, in works like Marina Abramovich's Rhythm Zero, 1974, the artist directly invited audience interaction by offering objects, including a loaded gun, for the viewers to use on her body. This performance challenged the traditional passive role of the audience by providing them with the agency to make decisions that affected the artist's physical state. The actions of the audience, from placing flowers on her or cutting her clothes to more violent acts, became part of the performance itself, creating a dialogue between the artist's vulnerability and the participants' ethical and emotional responses. The work drew attention to the tension between personal agency and the power structures that shape interactions, making the audience's involvement crucial to the work's meaning. Similarly, in Joseph Beuys's performances, the audience's involvement was central to the artwork's transformative potential. Beuys believed in the democratic potential of art, where the boundaries between artist and audience could be broken down. His works, such as I Like America and America Likes Me, 1974, created a relationship of mutual participation, as the audience was indirectly involved by witnessing his interactions with the coyote and by contemplating the larger cultural and environmental messages embedded in the performance. Beuys used the idea of social sculpture, in which everyone, including the audience, could engage in shaping the world through art, emphasizing collective responsibility and social change. Audience interaction in live art also often challenges the traditional notion of the art object as a commodity. Many performance artists, through direct engagement, move beyond the creation of a tangible, saleable piece, focusing instead on the experience and process of art making. This shift places greater emphasis on the performative and relational aspects of the artwork, where the interaction between artist and audience becomes the artwork itself, often defying institutionalization and commercial value. Overall, the relationship between live art and audience interaction is essential to the form's power and relevance. By fostering direct engagement, performance artists challenge the traditional structures of art, creating experiences that are participatory, transformative, and deeply personal for both the creator and the viewer. This unique connection continues to influence contemporary art, where the line between artist and audience remains fluid and open to exploration. The continued evolution of performance art. Performance art has undergone a continuous evolution since its inception in the early 20th century, adapting to changing social, political, and technological landscapes. From its experimental roots in Dadaism and Futurism to its integration with conceptual art movements, performance art has been a dynamic and flexible medium that reflects the complexities of human experience. The genre's constant reinvention is what makes it relevant and vital to contemporary art practices, allowing artists to explore new forms of expression, engage with diverse audiences, and push the boundaries of what art can be. In its earliest stages, performance art emerged as a reaction to traditional forms of artistic production, breaking away from static, gallery-based works. Artists like Dadaist, Hugo Ball, and Tristan Tzara used the body, language, and physical movement to disrupt the norms of art and society, introducing the idea of spontaneity and chaos. Similarly, the Futurists, particularly in Italy, used performance to celebrate speed, technology, and modernity, while artists like Antonin Artaud developed theater of cruelty, advocating for a direct and intense experience that would shatter the distance between performer and audience. By the 1960s and 1970s, performance art began to take on more radical forms, influenced by the countercultural movements of the time. Artists like Yoko Ono, Carolee Schneemann, and Vito Acconci used their own bodies in performances that address themes of sexuality, identity, power, and political resistance. This era marked the rise of body art and conceptual performance, where the artist's physical presence, actions, and engagement with the audience became central to the work. Performances often sought to question societal norms, challenge authority, and expose the vulnerabilities of the body and mind. The advent of feminist art also played a significant role in redefining performance, with artists like Judy Chicago and Cindy Sherman using performance to confront gender inequality and the objectification of women. As the decades progressed, performance art began to incorporate technology and multimedia elements, expanding the scope of its expressive potential. The digital age allowed artists to integrate video, sound, and digital tools, creating hybrid forms of performance art that bridge the gap between the physical and virtual. Artists like Bill Viola, using video projections and installations, and the work of contemporary performance artists like Teching Shea and Tania Bruguera, continue to push the boundaries of the medium by exploring time, memory, and political resistance through immersive and interactive experiences. The evolution of performance art has also been marked by a growing interest in participatory and site-specific works, where the audience is no longer just a passive observer, but is invited to engage directly with the artwork. This shift towards social and collaborative practices highlights the power of performance art to address collective issues such as community, activism, and global crises. Artists today are increasingly using performance as a tool for social change, focusing on themes of migration, environmentalism, and the shifting dynamics of power. In conclusion, the evolution of performance art reflects the ongoing changes in society and technology. By embracing the body, time, and audience interaction, performance artists continue to challenge conventions, offering new perspectives on identity, culture, and politics. As it evolves, performance art remains a vital and experimental form, capable of addressing the complexities of the modern world and creating impactful, transformative experiences for both the artist and the audience. Chapter 10, Postmodernism, Deconstruction and Parody. Postmodernism, emerging in the mid-20th century, represented a significant shift in the world of art, culture, and philosophy. It marked a departure from the principles of modernism and sought to question established truths, ideologies, and aesthetic standards. Characterized by skepticism, irony, and a rejection of the notion of absolute meaning, postmodernism embraced deconstruction and parody as central tools for exploring the complexities of contemporary life. In art, this led to a blending of styles, mediums, and historical references, often in ways that defied conventional notions of taste, authenticity, and originality. Deconstruction, a concept largely drawn from the writings of French philosopher Jacques Derrida, involved breaking down the established structures of meaning in language, literature, and culture. This approach was adopted by artists to challenge the assumptions about reality and representation that had been taken for granted in modernist art. Rather than presenting a cohesive or unified vision, postmodern art often fragmented or rearranged elements, calling attention to the instability of meaning and the subjectivity of interpretation. Artists like Robert Rauschenberg and Jasper Johns utilized collage and assemblage techniques to reconfigure everyday objects and symbols, suggesting that meaning is not inherent, but rather constructed through cultural and historical contexts. Parody, another key feature of postmodernism, emerged as a response to the seriousness of modernist art. Rather than adhering to the avant-garde notion of originality and innovation, postmodern artists often employed humor, irony, and exaggeration to critique and subvert established artistic traditions. By adopting the styles, techniques, and visual language of past art movements, such as Surrealism, Cubism, and even Renaissance painting, artists created works that both celebrated and mocked the past. Andy Warhol's repeated use of consumer products, like his famous Campbell's soup cans, or his celebrity portraits of figures such as Marilyn Monroe, exemplified how parody could both comment on and challenge the commercialized nature of art, fame, and mass media. In architecture, postmodernism's deconstructive principles manifested in buildings that combined elements from diverse architectural styles. The work of architects like Frank Gehry, with his fragmented sculptural designs, or Robert Venturi, who famously proclaimed, "Less is a bore," reflected the postmodern rejection of the minimalist and functionalist ideals of modernist architecture. These architects celebrated complexity, ornamentation, and contradiction, often drawing from historical references to create playful and ironic interpretations of the built environment. Postmodern art also engaged with issues of identity, gender, and power, deconstructing traditional narratives and exploring how race, sexuality, and class shape our understanding of the world. Artists like Cindy Sherman and Jeff Koons embraced the fluidity of identity by creating works that question the roles of the artist, the viewer, and the constructed nature of images in popular culture. In summary, postmodernism, with its emphasis on deconstruction and parody, profoundly impacted the direction of contemporary art. By challenging traditional boundaries, questioning the nature of meaning and representation, and embracing irony and humor, postmodern artists revolutionized the way we engage with culture and art. This era of art disrupted the high-low culture divide, inviting viewers to reconsider the complexities of visual representation and its place in the modern world. The birth of postmodernism in the 1970s. The birth of postmodernism in the 1970s marked a significant departure from the ideals and practices of modernism, a shift that fundamentally altered the course of art, architecture, literature, and philosophy. Postmodernism arose as a response to the perceived failures of modernism and its foundational principles, such as the pursuit of universal truths, progress, and artistic purity. Modernism, with its emphasis on innovation, originality, and the avant-garde, came to be seen as overly rigid and disconnected from the complexities and contradictions of contemporary life. By contrast, postmodernism embraced irony, skepticism, and pluralism, questioning established narratives and celebrating the fragmented, diverse, and often contradictory nature of the modern world. In the visual arts, the 1970s witnessed the growing influence of postmodernism, where artists began to break down boundaries between high and low culture, experimenting with diverse materials, styles, and techniques. A critical characteristic of postmodern art was its rejection of the modernist obsession with the pure form of art. Instead, postmodern artists turned to past artistic styles, appropriating and reinterpreting them in ways that blurred the lines between originality and imitation. The use of pastiche, a collage of different references, styles, and periods, became a hallmark of postmodern works, as seen in the works of artists like Jeff Koons, who drew inspiration from kitsch, mass culture, and commercial imagery, and Richard Prince, who recontextualized advertisements and photographs. Postmodernism also represented a broader philosophical shift. Influenced by the writings of figures such as Michel Foucault, Roland Barthes, and Jacques Derrida, postmodern thinkers rejected the grand narratives and totalizing theories that had dominated intellectual thought. Foucault's ideas about power, knowledge, and social structures, as well as Derrida's theory of deconstruction, encouraged a more fragmented, subjective approach to understanding the world. These ideas provided fertile ground for postmodern artists to explore questions of identity, representation, and the ways in which culture shapes our understanding of truth and reality. The rise of postmodernism was also closely tied to social and political upheavals in the 1970s. Issues such as the civil rights movement, feminism, and the increasing visibility of LGBTQ+ struggles began to challenge dominant social structures, and these movements found expression in postmodern art. Feminist artists, for example, used postmodern strategies to critique patriarchal representations of women and to explore the fluidity of gender and identity. The inclusion of marginalized voices in both art and discourse became central to postmodern thought, rejecting the homogeneity of modernist traditions. Architecturally, the 1970s marked a dramatic departure from the minimalist, functionalist approach of modernist design. Architects such as Robert Venturi and Frank Gehry sought to reintroduce ornamentation, complexity, and historical references into architecture, embodying postmodernism's rejection of the simplicity and uniformity that characterized modernist buildings. Venturi's famous dictum, "Less is a bore," embodied the playful, ironic spirit of the time, while Gehry's deconstructivist buildings, such as the Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao, broke away from traditional forms in favor of fluid, fragmented designs. In summary, the birth of postmodernism in the 1970s represented a radical break from modernist ideals. It was characterized by a rejection of universal truths, an embrace of plurality, and a focus on irony, parody, and pastiche. The rise of postmodernism marked a new era in art and culture, where artists questioned established boundaries, engaged with historical references, and explored the complexities of identity, power, and representation. This period laid the groundwork for many of the artistic, cultural, and intellectual movements that would shape the late 20th and early 21st centuries. Key features of postmodern art: irony, pastiche, and deconstruction. Postmodern art, emerging in the mid-20th century, introduced new perspectives and methods that fundamentally challenged the traditional boundaries of artistic expression. This movement, a reaction against the principles of modernism, emphasized fragmentation, irony, and a departure from the idea of a unified or singular artistic truth. Among its most prominent features are irony, pastiche, and deconstruction, all of which contribute to the complex, playful, and critical nature of postmodern artworks. Irony plays a central role in postmodern art, often used to mock or subvert the seriousness associated with traditional art forms. In postmodern works, irony is frequently employed to challenge established norms, expectations, and ideologies, including those of the art world itself. Rather than adhering to solemn or idealized representations, postmodern artists inject humor, contradiction, and self-awareness into their work. This use of irony is not simply for comic effect, but serves as a tool for critiquing cultural, social, and political structures. Artists like Andy Warhol, for example, used irony to comment on consumer culture and the commodification of art. His famous Campbell's Soup Can series, while appearing straightforward, is a clever critique of mass production and the lack of originality in contemporary consumerism, prompting viewers to question the relationship between art and popular culture. Pastiche is another defining characteristic of postmodern art, reflecting the movement's embrace of eclecticism and the mixing of different styles, genres, and historical references. Unlike modernism, which sought innovation and originality, postmodernism revels in imitation and appropriation. Artists often borrow visual elements from past art movements, pop culture, or commercial imagery, reassembling them into new works that challenge the notion of artistic authenticity. This process of pastiche can be seen in the work of artists like Jeff Koons, who incorporates kitsch imagery and mass-produced objects into his art, or Richard Prince, who recontextualizes advertisements and photographs to question the role of mass media in shaping our perceptions. Pastiche in postmodern art is not simply about copying, but about critiquing the relationship between high and low culture and the cultural significance of visual representation. Deconstruction, a philosophical concept derived from the work of Jacques Derrida, also plays a significant role in postmodern art. In this context, deconstruction involves breaking down the established structures of meaning, exposing contradictions, and challenging assumptions about representation and truth. Postmodern artists use deconstruction to fragment and disassemble traditional forms of art, questioning the authority of the artist and the viewer's role in interpreting meaning. For example, in the works of artists like Robert Rauschenberg, who used assemblages of found objects and materials, or the fragmented forms of the paintings by David Sall, deconstruction is visually evident in the breakdown of images and materials, encouraging viewers to reconsider how art communicates ideas and reflects reality. In conclusion, the key features of postmodern art, irony, pastiche, and deconstruction, serve as tools for questioning traditional ideas about art, identity, culture, and truth. These elements allow postmodern artists to play with and subvert established norms, offering viewers an opportunity to reflect on the complexities and contradictions of contemporary life. By embracing these features, postmodern art continues to challenge the boundaries of artistic expression and remains a vital force in shaping the trajectory of art and culture today. The role of appropriation in art. Appropriation in art refers to the practice of taking pre-existing objects, images, or elements from various sources and incorporating them into new works. This concept has become a key strategy in postmodern art, reflecting a shift from the modernist emphasis on originality and innovation to a more playful, critical approach that questions ideas of authorship, authenticity, and meaning. Appropriation allows artists to challenge the notion of the unique work of art by recontextualizing familiar cultural symbols and visual tropes, blurring the boundaries between high art, mass culture, and everyday life. In the postmodern context, appropriation often involves the act of reusing images, symbols, or objects from popular culture, advertisements, art history, or other media sources. The appropriation of these elements does not simply aim to copy or reproduce them, but to transform them, shifting their meanings and creating new interpretations. For instance, in the 1980s, artist Sherry Levine gained attention by appropriating iconic photographs, including those by Edward Weston and Walker Evans, rephotographing them without altering their original compositions. Levine's work questioned the traditional understanding of authorship and the value of originality in art, suggesting that meaning is fluid and can be shaped by its context. One of the most prominent artists associated with appropriation is Andy Warhol, whose work is defined by the mass production and recontextualization of consumer images. Warhol's famous Campbell's soup cans, Marilyn Monroe portraits, and Coca-Cola bottles all draw upon the imagery of commercial advertising and consumer culture. By presenting these mass-produced objects as fine art, Warhol blurred the lines between high culture and low culture, challenging the elitist distinction between the two. His repeated use of these images through silkscreen printing also emphasized the process of reproduction, making art less about the artist's hand and more about the interaction between the image and the viewer. Appropriation also plays a critical role in examining social, political, and cultural issues. By recontextualizing symbols and imagery associated with dominant cultural narratives, artists can reveal underlying power structures and offer critiques of identity, race, gender, and consumerism. The appropriation of historical and cultural symbols has allowed artists like Barbara Kruger, with her text-based works incorporating mass media imagery, to explore themes of control, manipulation, and societal expectations. Similarly, artists such as Richard Prince and Jeff Koons have appropriated advertisements, pop culture icons, and mass-produced objects to address issues related to commodification and the commercialization of art. In summary, appropriation in art plays a vital role in challenging traditional notions of creativity, originality, and authorship. By recontextualizing and transforming existing imagery, artists confront cultural and societal norms, allowing for new interpretations and discussions. Appropriation enables art to reflect the fluid, ever-changing nature of contemporary life, where meaning is shaped by context, repetition, and cultural exchange. Through appropriation, artists continue to engage with, critique, and redefine the relationship between art, culture, and society. The rejection of modernist ideals. The rejection of modernist ideals is one of the defining features of postmodernism, a movement that emerged in the mid-20th century as a response to the perceived limitations and rigidities of modernist thought. Modernism, with its emphasis on progress, originality, purity, and the pursuit of universal truths, shaped much of the art, architecture, and literature of the early 20th century. However, by the 1960s and 1970s, many artists, architects, and intellectuals began to feel that modernism's quest for a single, overarching narrative was inadequate in addressing the complexities and contradictions of contemporary life. Postmodernism, in turn, arose as a rejection of these modernist ideals, advocating for pluralism, irony, and a celebration of diversity rather than conformity. At the heart of the rejection of modernism lies the challenge to the idea of a universal, objective truth. Modernist thinkers, especially those influenced by figures like Immanuel Kant and Friedrich Nietzsche, believed that human beings could achieve a deeper understanding of the world through reason and the pursuit of artistic purity. Art movements such as abstract expressionism and formalist design, with their focus on universal themes of form, color, and structure, embodied this modernist belief in a singular, transcendent vision. Postmodernism, by contrast, questions the possibility of any one truth and emphasizes the subjective nature of experience. It embraces multiplicity and relativism, acknowledging that all interpretations of reality are influenced by culture, history, and power dynamics. The rejection of modernist ideals also manifests in the postmodern critique of art's role in society. Modernism's focus on originality and innovation often meant that artists were seen as creators of unique, groundbreaking works that reflected a new era of human thought and expression. However, postmodern artists reject the notion of authenticity and the idea that art must be a completely original creation. Instead, they embrace appropriation, pastiche, and the reuse of existing cultural imagery, often drawing on mass media and consumer culture. This shift reflects the postmodern belief that art should no longer strive for autonomy or transcendence, but should instead engage with the world in a more ironic, playful, and self-reflexive manner. In architecture, the rejection of modernist ideals can be seen in the rise of postmodern design, which favored ornamentation, complexity, and historical references over the clean lines, functionalism, and minimalism of modernist architecture. Architects like Robert Venturi and Michael Graves embraced a more eclectic approach, combining elements from past architectural styles with new, often ironic twists. This departure from the austerity of modernism reflected postmodernism's embrace of complexity and contradiction over simplicity and coherence. In conclusion, the rejection of modernist ideals in postmodernism represents a shift away from the search for universal truths, artistic purity, and a singular vision of progress. By embracing multiplicity, irony, and self-awareness, postmodern artists and thinkers sought to challenge the boundaries of traditional artistic and intellectual practice. Their work acknowledges the fractured, diverse, and ever-changing nature of contemporary life, reflecting the complexities and contradictions that modernism had sought to escape. Through this rejection, postmodernism opens up new avenues for artistic expression and cultural critique, encouraging a more inclusive and nuanced approach to understanding the world. Postmodern art's impact on the art world. Postmodern art has had a profound and far-reaching impact on the art world, reshaping both the creation and consumption of art in ways that continue to influence contemporary practices today. Emerging in the mid-20th century as a response to the perceived limitations of modernism, postmodern art rejected the idea of universal truths and embraced diversity, irony, and a more inclusive approach to culture and creativity. This shift has challenged traditional notions of what art should be, who can create it, and how it should be interpreted, leading to a democratization of the artistic process and a broader understanding of artistic expression. One of the key ways postmodern art has impacted the art world is through its embrace of diversity and pluralism. Rather than adhering to a singular, unified artistic vision, Postmodernism celebrated multiple styles, media, and techniques. Artists were no longer constrained by the need for originality or authenticity, which had been central to modernist thought. Instead, they were encouraged to borrow, remix, and appropriate images and symbols from different cultural, historical, and social contexts. This resulted in a greater variety of art forms, from installations and performance art to conceptual and digital art. The mixing of high and low culture, as well as the integration of mass media and popular culture into art, became a hallmark of postmodern practice. Artists like Andy Warhol, Jeff Koons, and Barbara Kruger, for instance, used familiar consumer icons and commercial imagery to comment on contemporary life, undermining the traditional division between elite and popular art. Postmodern art also shifted the relationship between the artist and the viewer. In modernism, art was often seen as a solitary, transcendent expression of an artist's vision. However, postmodernism opened up a dialogue between the artist, the viewer, and the broader social and political context in which the work was created. Art became less about offering a definitive interpretation and more about prompting questions, engaging with viewers, and acknowledging the fluidity of meaning. The use of irony, parody, and pastiche in postmodern art encouraged viewers to be more active participants, considering how the work reflects cultural, historical, and ideological constructs. Furthermore, postmodern art challenged the traditional art market and institutional structures, questioning the very notion of what constitutes art and who gets to decide. The rise of galleries and museums dedicated to non-traditional and experimental work, as well as the increased prominence of art biennials and alternative spaces, allowed artists to experiment outside the constraints of conventional venues. This democratization of the art world expanded opportunities for marginalized voices and alternative forms of expression to be heard, from feminist and queer art to political and activist-driven projects. In conclusion, postmodern art has significantly reshaped the art world, shifting away from modernist ideals of purity and originality and embracing multiplicity, appropriation, and critical engagement. Its influence has broadened the definition of art, opening new avenues for artistic practice, fostering a more inclusive art world, and encouraging a more active, questioning role for the viewer. Postmodernism's legacy continues to resonate in the art world today, as artists continue to challenge boundaries, provoke thought, and reflect the complexities of contemporary life. Chapter 11, Globalization in Contemporary Art. Globalization has had a transformative impact on contemporary art, shaping both its production and consumption in profound ways. As the world becomes increasingly interconnected through technological, economic, and cultural exchanges, the art world has witnessed a shift toward a more global perspective. This shift has opened up new possibilities for artists, curators, and audiences, as well as challenged traditional notions of national identity, artistic boundaries, and cultural ownership. Contemporary art is now marked by an ongoing dialogue between local and global influences, allowing artists to engage with diverse cultural traditions while addressing universal themes that transcend geographic and political borders. One of the most significant aspects of globalization's influence on contemporary art is the breakdown of the dominance of Western, Eurocentric art forms and institutions. Historically, Western art traditions, particularly those of Europe and the United States, have shaped the global art canon. However, globalization has allowed artists from non-Western regions to gain greater visibility, contributing to a more inclusive and diverse art scene. Artists from Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Middle East have increasingly become central figures in the global art world, challenging the traditional hierarchies that once privileged Western perspectives. This democratization of art has led to the creation of new spaces for global artistic exchange, as well as a reevaluation of what constitutes contemporary art. The rise of international biennials, art fairs, and digital platforms has played a crucial role in connecting artists, curators, and audiences across the globe. Events like the Venice Biennale and Documenta provide platforms for artists from diverse cultural backgrounds to showcase their work, fostering cross-cultural dialogue and collaboration. These platforms have also helped to democratize the art market, allowing artists from emerging economies to gain exposure to international collectors, critics, and institutions. Additionally, the internet and social media have enabled artists to share their work with a global audience, bypassing traditional gatekeepers and offering new ways for art to circulate and be consumed. At the same time, globalization has raised important questions about cultural appropriation, identity, and the commercialization of art. As artists from different regions draw on diverse cultural traditions, the line between influence and appropriation has become increasingly blurred. Many artists now grapple with the tension between creating work that is rooted in their cultural heritage while simultaneously engaging with global artistic trends. Furthermore, the global art market's growing influence has raised concerns about the commodification of art, with some arguing that the pressure to appeal to international collectors may dilute the authenticity and social relevance of artistic expression. In conclusion, globalization has reshaped the landscape of contemporary art, fostering greater diversity, collaboration, and innovation. As artists increasingly navigate the complexities of global interconnectedness, their work reflects a fusion of local and global influences, addressing universal issues while engaging with specific cultural contexts. At the same time, globalization has prompted critical discussions about cultural ownership, artistic value, and the impact of the global art market. As the world continues to evolve, the relationship between globalization and contemporary art will remain a dynamic and evolving force in shaping artistic practice. The role of globalization in the contemporary art market. Globalization has fundamentally transformed the contemporary art market, reshaping how art is produced, sold, and consumed. As the world becomes more interconnected through advancements in technology, communication, and transportation, the art market has expanded its reach, creating new opportunities and challenges for artists, collectors, galleries, and institutions. The integration of global markets has led to the emergence of a more cosmopolitan art scene where boundaries between local, regional, and international art scenes are increasingly blurred. This globalized environment has altered the dynamics of the art world in significant ways, including the growth of new markets, the rise of art fairs, and the proliferation of online platforms. One of the most notable changes brought about by globalization is the expansion of the art market beyond traditional Western strongholds. While New York, London, and Paris once dominated the global art scene, the rise of cities such as Beijing, Dubai, Mumbai, and Sao Paulo has challenged the long-standing Eurocentric focus of the art world. Emerging markets, particularly in Asia, the Middle East, and Latin America, have become important players in the art market, with increasing numbers of collectors, institutions, and galleries operating in these regions. The internationalization of the art market has also led to a diversification of artistic voices, as artists from non-Western countries gain more visibility on the global stage, bringing fresh perspectives and creative practices that challenge the conventions of Western art history. The globalization of the art market has also been facilitated by the rise of art fairs and biennials, which have become crucial platforms for artists, collectors, and galleries to connect and transact. International art fairs such as Art Basel, Frieze, and the Armory Show bring together buyers, sellers, and curators from all over the world, fostering an exchange of ideas and promoting cross-cultural dialogues. These events have made it easier for art to be bought and sold globally, and they have given collectors greater access to a wider range of artworks and artists. Similarly, biennials such as the Venice Biennale and the São Paulo Biennial offer artists from all corners of the globe the opportunity to showcase their work to an international audience, further contributing to the global circulation of contemporary art. At the same time, globalization has had a profound impact on the economics of the contemporary art market. With increased access to global markets, artworks have become highly sought-after commodities, with some artists achieving astronomical prices at auctions. This commercialization of art has raised questions about the commodification of artistic practice, with critics arguing that the market-driven focus on investment potential may overshadow art's cultural and social significance. Additionally, the global nature of the market has led to greater competition among artists as they vie for the attention of international collectors and institutions. The growth of online platforms has further intensified this competition, as art can now be bought and sold through digital spaces, allowing artists to reach potential buyers without the need for traditional gallery representation. In conclusion, globalization has had a profound impact on the contemporary art market, fostering a more interconnected and diverse global art scene. While it has provided opportunities for artists from around the world to gain recognition and reach new audiences, it has also raised important questions about the commercialization of art and the challenges of maintaining artistic integrity in a market-driven environment. As the art market continues to evolve in the context of globalization, it will remain a dynamic space where cultural, economic, and technological forces intersect, shaping the future of contemporary art. The rise of international art fairs and biennales. The rise of international art fairs and biennales has been a defining feature of the global art world in recent decades, fundamentally reshaping the way art is exhibited, sold, and consumed. These events, which bring together artists, collectors, curators, and art lovers from around the world, have become key platforms for the promotion and commercialization of contemporary art. As the art world has become increasingly interconnected, art fairs and biennales have played a crucial role in facilitating international dialogue and fostering a globalized art market. Art fairs, such as Art Basel, Frieze, and the Armory Show, have grown in prominence as venues where galleries and collectors gather to showcase and acquire artworks. These fairs serve as major commercial hubs, providing opportunities for galleries to reach international buyers while offering collectors a wide array of artworks from diverse regions and artistic practices. In this environment, artists can find their work represented on a global stage, often reaching audiences and collectors that would have been inaccessible through traditional gallery exhibitions. The rise of these art fairs has democratized the buying and selling of art, making it more accessible and visible to a wider audience, while also increasing competition among artists and galleries to stand out in a crowded market. Biennales, which are large-scale, often thematic exhibitions held every 2 years, have also played a significant role in shaping the contemporary art scene. The Venice Biennale, established in 1895, is one of the most prestigious and influential of these events, setting the standard for biennials worldwide. Other biennales, such as the São Paulo Biennial, Documenta in Kassel, and the Istanbul Biennial, have become important fixtures in the global art calendar, attracting artists, curators, and art lovers from all over the world. Biennales provide a platform for artists to present new experimental works and engage in global conversations around pressing social, political, and cultural issues. They also serve as key sites for curatorial innovation, with each biennale offering a distinct perspective on contemporary art and often shaping the direction of artistic trends for years to come. The rise of international art fairs and biennales has also contributed to the increasing internationalization of the art world. These events have helped to break down the geographical boundaries that once defined the art market, creating new opportunities for artists from non-Western regions to gain global recognition. As art fairs and biennales continue to expand, they have become vital spaces for networking, collaboration, and cross-cultural exchange, helping to shape a more inclusive and diverse art world. In conclusion, the rise of international art fairs and biennales has transformed the way contemporary art is experienced and marketed. These events have facilitated the growth of a globalized art market, offering artists new opportunities for exposure and collectors greater access to diverse artistic practices. By fostering international dialogue and collaboration, art fairs and biennales have become central to the ongoing evolution of the global art world. Artists from Africa, Asia, and Latin America gaining prominence. In recent decades, artists from Africa, Asia, and Latin America have increasingly gained prominence in the global art world, challenging the traditionally Western-dominated art scene and broadening the diversity of voices represented in contemporary art. This shift has been facilitated by globalization, which has created new opportunities for artists from these regions to exhibit their work internationally, gain recognition, and reach a wider audience. The growing visibility of artists from these regions has not only enriched the global art discourse, but also sparked critical conversations around issues of identity, history, culture, and post-colonialism. Historically, the Western art world was often seen as the epicenter of artistic innovation and cultural authority, with little room for artists from outside Europe and North America. However, as globalization expanded, artists from Africa, Asia, and Latin America began to find platforms for their work in major international art fairs, biennales, and galleries. The Venice Biennale, Documenta, and Art Basel, among other prestigious events, have increasingly showcased the work of artists from these regions, providing them with visibility and access to international audiences. This has led to the growing recognition of African, Asian, and Latin American artists as key contributors to the contemporary art world. One of the factors contributing to this rise in prominence is the increasing interest in diverse narratives that challenge Eurocentric perspectives. Artists from Africa, Asia, and Latin America have brought attention to issues such as colonialism, globalization, migration, race, gender, and social justice. These themes resonate with broader global concerns, allowing their work to speak to universal issues while also offering unique insights into the specific historical and cultural contexts of their regions. For example, African artists such as Ella Natsui, Yinka Shonibare, and Wangechi Mutu have explored the complexities of post-colonial identity, while Latin American artists like Doris Salcedo and Guillermo Gomez Peña have addressed themes of displacement, trauma, and political unrest. Similarly, Asian artists such as Takashi Murakami and Ai Weiwei have engaged with the intersection of tradition and modernity, as well as the effects of globalization on culture. The increased prominence of artists from these regions has also been supported by the growing presence of galleries, institutions, and collectors focused on non-Western art. Institutions such as the Tate Modern in London and the Guggenheim in New York have developed dedicated spaces for global contemporary art, and art fairs like the Shanghai Art Fair and the Art Dubai Fair have become important venues for artists from Africa, Asia, and Latin America to present their work. As these artists continue to gain recognition, their influence extends beyond the art world, as their works inspire broader cultural and intellectual conversations. In conclusion, the growing prominence of artists from Africa, Asia, and Latin America in the global art scene marks a significant shift toward greater diversity and inclusivity in contemporary art. By addressing important social, cultural, and political issues through their work, these artists have reshaped the narratives of contemporary art, offering fresh perspectives and enriching the global art dialogue. As globalization continues to expand, the visibility and influence of artists from these regions will likely continue to grow, further diversifying and shaping the future of contemporary art. The effects of technology and digital media. The advent of technology and digital media has profoundly transformed the landscape of contemporary art, revolutionizing both the creation and dissemination of artistic works. As the digital age progresses, artists are increasingly utilizing new technologies, from digital photography to virtual reality, to push the boundaries of artistic expression. The integration of technology in art has not only expanded the range of tools available to artists, but has also altered the way art is consumed, exhibited, and experienced, making it more accessible and interactive than ever before. One of the most significant impacts of technology on art is the ability to create art using digital tools. Artists now have access to a vast array of software and hardware that allow for the manipulation of images, videos, and sounds in ways that were previously impossible. Digital art forms, such as computer-generated imagery, CGI, digital installations, and interactive media, have gained prominence as artists embrace these new mediums. The use of 3D printing, for example, has enabled artists to create intricate sculptures that blur the lines between the virtual and the physical. Moreover, the rise of social media platforms like Instagram and YouTube has provided a new space for artists to share their work with a global audience, making it easier for emerging artists to gain recognition and for audiences to engage directly with art in real time. Digital media has also had a significant impact on the way art is exhibited and experienced. Traditional gallery spaces and museums are increasingly incorporating digital elements into their exhibitions, offering immersive experiences that engage the viewer in novel ways. Digital installations, video projections, and virtual reality experiences allow audiences to interact with art in an environment where the boundaries between the viewer and the artwork are often blurred. These technological advancements have led to the development of new exhibition formats, such as virtual galleries and online art fairs, which allow for the viewing and buying of art remotely. This shift has democratized access to art, enabling people from different parts of the world to participate in the global art market and to experience exhibitions that might otherwise be inaccessible due to geographical limitations. Another significant effect of digital technology is its influence on the conceptual nature of contemporary art. The use of technology has prompted artists to explore themes such as the relationship between the physical and the virtual, the impact of digital culture on society, and the ways in which technology shapes human identity. Artists like Raphael Lozano-Hemmer and Jenny Holzer have created interactive installations that address issues of surveillance, data privacy, and communication in the digital age. The proliferation of social media and digital imagery has also influenced the way artists engage with issues of identity, representation, and authenticity, with many artists using digital platforms to challenge traditional notions of authorship and originality. However, the integration of technology into the art world has not been without its challenges. Questions around the permanence of digital works, the ethics of online sharing, and the commercialization of digital art have raised important debates. The rise of digital art has also led to the creation of new forms of art ownership, such as non-fungible tokens, NFTs, which have sparked discussions about the value and authenticity of digital works. In conclusion, the effects of technology and digital media on contemporary art are vast and multifaceted. From transforming the way art is created to redefining how it is experienced and shared, technology has opened up new possibilities for artistic expression and engagement. As digital media continues to evolve, it will likely continue to shape the future of art, offering new challenges and opportunities for artists, collectors, and audiences alike. Art's response to global political and social issues. Throughout history, art has served as a powerful tool for expressing responses to political and social issues, reflecting the concerns and struggles of the time. In the 20th and 21st centuries, contemporary artists have increasingly used their work to comment on global issues such as inequality, war, climate change, racial injustice, and human rights. Art has the unique ability to address these issues on an emotional and intellectual level, creating a space for dialogue and reflection that transcends geographical boundaries and cultural contexts. In this sense, art has become an essential vehicle for social activism, raising awareness and fostering change. One of the most significant ways in which art has responded to political and social issues is through activism and protest. The 1960s and 1970s, for example, saw the rise of political art movements, such as the feminist art movement, civil rights art, and anti-war art. Artists used their work to critique systems of power, challenge social norms, and address issues like gender inequality, racial discrimination, and the horrors of war. In particular, the Vietnam War catalyzed a wave of anti-war art, with artists like Martha Rosler and Peter Kennard creating works that depicted the brutality and inhumanity of war. These works, often displayed in public spaces or used in protests, helped to galvanize public opinion and contributed to a larger conversation about the morality and impact of the conflict. As the world's political landscape evolved, art continued to reflect and respond to global events. The fall of the Berlin Wall, the end of apartheid in South Africa, the Gulf War, and the rise of global terrorism all prompted artists to engage with the social and political issues of the time. Artists such as Ai Weiwei, who has consistently used his art to speak out against human rights abuses and government censorship in China, have demonstrated how art can become a form of resistance. Similarly, Latin American artists like Doris Salcedo and Enrique Chagoya have used their work to explore the legacies of political violence and oppression in their respective regions. In recent years, the global rise of movements such as Black Lives Matter, the refugee crisis, and the ongoing debates surrounding climate change have found expression in contemporary art. Artists have increasingly used new media, social platforms, and large-scale installations to address these issues. The widespread use of social media has allowed activists and artists alike to reach global audiences, making art an integral part of social movements. For example, the climate art movement has given rise to works that raise awareness about environmental degradation and advocate for sustainability, while artists like Theaster Gates and Kara Walker have used their work to engage with racial identity and historical injustices. Art's response to global political and social issues is also evident in its ability to question and critique prevailing power structures. Artists continually challenge the status quo, using their work to interrogate the role of the state, corporate power, and other institutional forces in shaping the social landscape. Through the use of satire, appropriation, and subversion, contemporary artists question how political ideologies and social systems shape our understanding of identity, culture, and history. In conclusion, art has always had the ability to engage with and respond to political and social issues, and in the contemporary era, it has become an even more vital tool for activism and change. Whether through protest, commentary, or critique, artists continue to use their work to challenge political power, advocate for justice, and reflect on the struggles of marginalized communities. In doing so, art remains an essential form of resistance and dialogue in a rapidly changing world. Chapter 12, Art and Technology in the 21st Century. The 21st century has witnessed a profound transformation in the relationship between art and technology. As digital technologies advance, artists have increasingly embraced new tools and mediums to create innovative works that push the boundaries of traditional art forms. The integration of technology into artistic practice has not only opened up new creative possibilities, but has also led to the redefinition of what art is and how it can be experienced. One of the most significant developments in the realm of art and technology is the rise of digital art. Digital platforms, software, and tools have allowed artists to explore new ways of creating and manipulating images, sound, and video. Artists now use techniques such as computer-generated imagery, CGI, 3D printing, and digital installations to create immersive experiences that engage audiences in unique ways. The ability to manipulate images and sounds with precision and flexibility has led to the emergence of entirely new art forms, such as virtual reality (VR) and augmented reality (AR), where viewers can interact with and even influence the artwork in real time. These technological advancements have redefined the traditional boundaries of art, where the interaction between the artist and the viewer is no longer passive but active and dynamic. Social media and the internet have also played a pivotal role in shaping 21st century art. The accessibility of digital platforms has democratized art production and distribution, allowing artists to reach global audiences instantly. Social media platforms such as Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok have become key venues for both established and emerging artists to showcase their work and engage with followers. This shift has had a profound impact on how art is consumed and critiqued, as viewers can now directly interact with artists and offer instant feedback. The prevalence of online art markets and digital sales platforms has also opened up new economic models, allowing artists to bypass traditional galleries and sell directly to collectors. Moreover, the integration of artificial intelligence, AI, and machine learning into art making has sparked new discussions about authorship and creativity. Artists like Rafik Anadol and Sugwin Chung have collaborated with AI algorithms to create generative artworks, where the role of the artist becomes less about direct creation and more about guiding the technological process. These works challenge traditional notions of originality and authorship, raising questions about the future of creativity in an increasingly automated world. The intersection of art and technology has also led to the development of interactive installations and experiential art. Artists are now creating works that engage multiple senses, blending visual, auditory, and tactile elements to provide immersive experiences. These works often incorporate technologies such as motion sensors, projection mapping, and responsive lighting, allowing audiences to physically interact with the artwork and become part of the creative process. This shift towards experiential art challenges the traditional notion of art as a static object and emphasizes the importance of viewer participation and engagement. In conclusion, the relationship between art and technology in the 21st century is complex and continually evolving. As new technologies emerge, artists continue to explore innovative ways to create, share, and experience art. From digital art and social media to AI-generated works and interactive installations, technology has reshaped the artistic landscape, offering new possibilities and challenges for both artists and audiences alike. As this relationship continues to develop, it is clear that technology will remain an essential force in shaping the future of art. The rise of digital art and new media. The rise of digital art and new media in the 21st century marks a fundamental shift in the art world, with technology playing a crucial role in expanding the boundaries of artistic expression. As digital tools, software, and platforms have evolved, artists have embraced new ways of creating, sharing, and experiencing art. Digital art, which encompasses a wide range of practices including computer-generated imagery, CGI, video art, and interactive installations, offers opportunities for artists to push the limits of traditional mediums and engage audiences in innovative ways. The accessibility of digital technology has democratized art making, allowing artists to produce and distribute their work to a global audience without the constraints of physical galleries or traditional exhibition spaces. With the advent of software like Adobe Photoshop, Blender, and 3D modeling tools, artists can now create complex, highly detailed works of art on their computers. This has led to the growth of digital painting, digital photography, and computer-generated graphics, which have gained recognition in the art world alongside traditional media. Digital art is not confined to static images, but extends to dynamic forms such as animation and video art, enabling artists to explore time-based media and motion. New media art, a category that includes interactive installations, virtual reality, VR, augmented reality, AR, and video games, has further revolutionized how art is created and experienced. In these practices, technology is not just a tool, but an integral part of the artwork itself. Interactive art, where the viewer becomes an active participant, has become a prominent feature of new media. For example, Installations using motion sensors or touchscreens allow viewers to alter the artwork in real time, creating a unique experience with every interaction. Artists like Rafael Lozano Hemmer and TeamLab have pioneered this form, using technology to create immersive environments where the audience's actions influence the outcome of the artwork. Virtual and augmented reality have added new dimensions to digital art, enabling the creation of fully immersive worlds that the viewer can enter and interact with. In VR art, the artist can design entire digital environments that viewers can experience through headsets, offering an entirely new way of experiencing art that transcends traditional gallery spaces. Meanwhile, AR allows artists to layer digital elements over physical objects or spaces, merging the real and virtual worlds in ways that challenge our perceptions of reality. The rise of digital platforms, such as social media and online art marketplaces, has also transformed how art is shared and consumed. Instagram, in particular, has become a key platform for artists to showcase their work to a global audience, allowing them to bypass traditional gallery systems and engage directly with followers and collectors. The widespread use of digital tools and platforms has also led to the emergence of new art markets, where digital works, including NFTs, non-fungible tokens, are bought and sold, creating new economic models for digital artists. In conclusion, the rise of digital art and new media represents a dramatic shift in the artistic landscape. As technology continues to evolve, artists are exploring new forms of creativity and expanding the possibilities of what art can be. Digital art, interactive installations, and virtual reality are reshaping the way art is made, experienced, and appreciated, and they signal a future where the boundaries between the physical and digital worlds continue to blur. Virtual reality and augmented reality in art. Virtual reality, VR, and augmented reality, AR, are two of the most innovative technological advancements that have significantly impacted the art world in recent years. Both of these immersive technologies have transformed the way artists create, display, and engage with their audiences, offering new possibilities for artistic expression and interaction. While VR creates fully immersive digital environments that transport users into entirely new worlds, AR enhances the physical world by overlaying digital elements onto real-world objects or spaces, blurring the lines between the virtual and the physical. In the context of art, VR allows artists to construct fully immersive, three-dimensional worlds that viewers can explore and interact with. This medium offers a level of immersion that traditional art forms cannot achieve, as it allows the audience to step inside the artwork itself. Artists such as Laurie Anderson and Chris Milk have used VR to create multi-sensory experiences that engage the viewer in new and transformative ways. VR art removes the traditional barriers of space and time, enabling a completely different way of experiencing visual, auditory, and even tactile sensations. For example, VR works can place the viewer in a simulation of a painting, allowing them to walk around the brushstrokes and experience the art from various angles, offering a deeply personal and dynamic interaction with the work. AR, on the other hand, enhances the viewer's perception of the physical world by adding virtual elements that respond to the real environment. In art, this technology enables artists to superimpose digital content onto existing objects or public spaces, creating a hybrid experience that fuses the real with the virtual. One notable example is the work of artist Cause, whose AR-driven projects allow viewers to see his iconic characters interact with their surroundings when viewed through a mobile device. This blending of digital and physical elements challenges the viewer's understanding of what is real, encouraging them to rethink the boundaries between the tangible world and the digital one. Both VR and AR also offer new avenues for interactivity, allowing the audience to not only view, but actively participate in the creation or transformation of the artwork. For example, VR installations may invite viewers to manipulate objects or alter the environment within the digital space, making them co-creators of the art. In AR, Users can manipulate virtual content by moving their devices or physically interacting with the augmented space, allowing for a more personalized experience. This shift toward interactivity and immersion has led to a more participatory model of art, where the line between the artist and the audience becomes increasingly blurred. Moreover, VR and AR have expanded the possibilities for art exhibitions, enabling galleries to present artworks that transcend the physical limitations of the gallery space. With VR, exhibitions can be experienced remotely, allowing global audiences to engage with art from anywhere in the world. Similarly, AR can turn public spaces into open-air galleries, where digital art can be accessed through mobile devices, creating art experiences in everyday environments. In conclusion, virtual reality and augmented reality have introduced groundbreaking changes to the art world, offering new ways for artists to create, viewers to experience, and audiences to interact with art. These technologies have expanded the potential of artistic expression, breaking down traditional boundaries and enabling more immersive, dynamic, and participatory forms of art. As both VR and AR continue to evolve, they will undoubtedly play an increasingly central role in shaping the future of contemporary art. The impact of social media on the art world. The rise of social media has had a profound impact on the art world, transforming how art is created, shared, and consumed. Platforms such as Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube have radically altered the traditional dynamics of the art market, shifting power away from galleries and museums to the individual artist and audience. The accessibility of these platforms has allowed artists to showcase their work to a global audience without the need for institutional endorsement, providing an unprecedented level of exposure and opportunities for recognition. One of the most significant changes brought about by social media is the democratization of art. Artists no longer rely solely on galleries, curators, or critics to gain visibility. Social media allows them to bypass these traditional gatekeepers and directly engage with their audience. This has given rise to a new generation of social media artists who are building successful careers based largely on their online presence. Instagram, in particular, has become a primary platform for visual artists to exhibit their work, with its image-centric format offering an ideal space for showcasing paintings, sculptures, digital art, and photography. The platform's algorithm, which promotes content based on engagement, has allowed some artists to gain massive followings, leading to new opportunities such as collaborations, commissions, and media features. Social media has also altered the way art is consumed and experienced. In the past, art was often confined to physical spaces such as galleries or museums, but with social media, art can be viewed and interacted with from virtually anywhere. This has expanded the reach of artworks beyond geographical and physical boundaries, allowing people who may not have access to traditional art venues to experience art in their everyday lives. Additionally, the ability to share and comment on art on platforms like Instagram has created a sense of community among artists and audiences, fostering dialogue and feedback that can shape the direction of an artist's career and practice. Moreover, social media has revolutionized the art market. The ability to share work instantly and on a global scale has created new opportunities for art sales and exposure. Many artists now use platforms like Instagram as a direct sales tool, with some even running online shops or offering limited edition prints for sale. The use of hashtags and geotags also allows artists to reach niche audiences, making it easier to connect with collectors and buyers who are specifically interested in their work. Online art marketplaces, such as Saatchi Art and Artsy, have further expanded the reach of artists, providing virtual galleries where art can be bought and sold directly. However, the impact of social media on the art world is not without its challenges. The emphasis on instant gratification and viral content can sometimes prioritize superficiality over substance, with some artists opting to create works tailored for social media appeal rather than pushing artistic boundaries. Additionally, the constant visibility on social platforms can lead to issues of commodification, where art is reduced to content designed for likes and shares, rather than being viewed in its full artistic context. In conclusion, social media has significantly reshaped the art world by providing artists with new avenues for self-promotion, democratizing access to art, and creating a global, interactive art community. While it has introduced new opportunities for exposure and commerce, it also poses challenges related to the commodification and commercialization of art. As social media continues to evolve, it will undoubtedly continue to influence how art is made, shared, and appreciated in the 21st century. Artificial intelligence in art creation. The use of artificial intelligence, AI, in art creation represents one of the most innovative and controversial developments in the art world today. AI algorithms, capable of analyzing large data sets and recognizing patterns, have enabled machines to generate artworks that range from paintings to sculptures, music, and even literary works. Artists are increasingly incorporating AI into their creative processes, pushing the boundaries of what is traditionally considered art and questioning the role of human creativity in artistic production. AI art creation typically involves the use of machine learning techniques, particularly deep learning, where algorithms are trained on vast amounts of existing artworks. These systems learn the styles, techniques, and compositions of famous artists or art movements, enabling them to generate new pieces that mimic or reinterpret those traditions. For example, AI can be used to create portraits that resemble the work of renowned artists such as Van Gogh or Picasso, or even generate entirely new styles by combining elements from various periods of art history. One of the most well-known examples of AI's role in art creation is the portrait Edmond de Bellamy, produced by the Paris-based collective Obvious. This portrait, generated using a machine learning algorithm called GAN, Generative Adversarial Network, sold at Christie's auction house for over $432,000 in 2018. This event sparked a broader conversation about the value and authenticity of AI-generated art, raising questions about authorship, creativity, and the definition of art itself. Is the artist the creator of the algorithm, or is the machine itself responsible for the creation? AI also offers new opportunities for collaboration between artists and machines. Rather than replacing human creativity, AI can be seen as a tool that enhances the creative process. Artists can use AI to explore new visual languages, test out different compositions, or generate unexpected outcomes. The unpredictability of AI outputs can inspire artists to think outside the box and experiment with ideas that they might not have otherwise considered. Moreover, AI allows for the creation of artworks that are impossible for humans to produce on their own, such as highly intricate patterns, massive datasets, or visualizations of abstract concepts. Despite these exciting possibilities, the integration of AI into the art world has also prompted concerns. Critics argue that AI-generated art lacks the emotional depth, intentionality, and individual expression that human artists bring to their work. Additionally, there are ethical concerns about the potential for AI to replace human labor in the creative industries, leading to questions about authorship, copyright, and the value of human creativity. As AI systems learn from existing artworks, some worry that they might replicate existing styles and techniques without truly contributing new ideas, effectively regurgitating pre-existing art rather than creating something entirely original. In conclusion, artificial intelligence is reshaping the landscape of art creation, offering artists new tools for experimentation and pushing the boundaries of traditional artistic practices. While it raises complex questions about creativity, authorship, and authenticity, AI also opens up exciting possibilities for the future of art. As technology continues to advance, it will be fascinating to see how AI continues to influence and challenge the way we think about art and creativity in the 21st century. Chapter 13, Conclusion. The trajectory of art from the 20th to the 21st century has been one of constant evolution, characterized by a broad range of movements, ideologies, and technological advancements that have reshaped the very nature of artistic expression. Modern and contemporary art has pushed the boundaries of creativity, challenging societal norms and redefining what art can be. In exploring movements such as modernism, Dadaism, surrealism, pop art, feminist art, and minimalism, the artists of the past century have not only reinterpreted the world around them, but have also influenced broader cultural and political changes. The role of art in reflecting and responding to global events, such as World War I, the rise of consumerism, the civil rights movement, and the digital revolution, cannot be overstated. These events acted as catalysts for many of the shifts in artistic practices, pushing artists to address complex issues of identity, power, gender, race, and technology. The work of artists in these periods has also raised important questions about the nature of authorship, the intersection of culture and commerce, and the ability of art to engage audiences on an emotional and intellectual level. As we moved into the late 20th and early 21st centuries, the rise of digital technologies, artificial intelligence, and social media further transformed the art world. Today, artists have access to a variety of digital tools that allow them to create in new, often interactive ways, breaking away from traditional materials and methods. The emergence of NFTs and virtual galleries has redefined concepts of ownership and distribution in the art world, introducing new challenges and opportunities in how art is bought, sold, and experienced. In this digital age, art is no longer confined to physical spaces or tangible mediums, but rather exists in a virtual, fluid, and ever-evolving landscape. In the context of these advancements, contemporary art remains as much about questioning and exploring as it is about creation. The role of the artist has expanded beyond mere production. Today's artists are active participants in shaping cultural conversations and responses to global issues. Whether working with traditional mediums, digital technology, or interdisciplinary practices, artists continue to push boundaries and provoke thought, encouraging us to reflect on the complexities of modern life. In conclusion, the future of art will undoubtedly be shaped by ongoing technological innovations, evolving political landscapes, and the ongoing dialogue between cultures around the world. As art continues to adapt and transform, it will remain a vital force in reflecting, challenging that, and enhancing the human experience, offering profound insights into both our present and our collective future. The Art of Warhol, Pop Art and the Legacy of Andy Warhol, written by High Event, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1, Introduction to Pop Art. Pop art emerged in the mid-1950s as a revolutionary movement that sought to challenge the conventions of fine art and bridge the gap between high culture and popular culture. It was characterized by its use of everyday consumer goods, mass media imagery, and the incorporation of techniques from advertising and commercial art. Artists involved in the movement, including figures like Andy Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein, and Jasper Johns, embraced the visual language of mass production, turning objects and media icons into works of art. At its core, pop art was a reaction against the dominant abstract expressionism movement, which had been the leading art form in the post-World War II era. While abstract expressionism was focused on subjective expression and personal emotion, pop art took inspiration from the public and the mundane, embracing consumerism, celebrity culture, and the visual elements of mass media. The movement sought to elevate everyday objects, such as soup cans, comic strips, and household products, into the realm of high art, creating a visual dialogue that questioned traditional definitions of art, beauty, and value. The birth of pop art coincided with the rise of mass media in the post-war period, including the expansion of television, advertising, and the celebrity-driven culture that flourished in the 1960s. Pop artists were fascinated by these developments, incorporating familiar symbols from magazines, newspapers, and television into their artwork. In doing so, they challenged the boundaries between fine art and commercial art, making the familiar strange and the ordinary extraordinary. Warhol's work is often considered the epitome of pop art, particularly for its iconic imagery of consumer products, celebrities, and mass-produced objects. His most famous pieces, such as the Campbell's soup cans and portraits of Marilyn Monroe, reflected his belief that art could be as much about reproduction and mass production as it was about individual creativity. Warhol's approach, which involved using techniques like silkscreen printing and repetition, blurred the lines between art, industry, and consumerism. Pop art was not just an artistic movement, but a cultural shift that reflected broader societal changes in the post-war era. It celebrated the emerging consumer culture and the growing influence of advertising, while questioning the value of art and culture in a world increasingly dominated by mass production and consumerism. Through its bright colors, bold imagery, and focus on popular culture, pop art left an indelible mark on the art world, and its influence can still be seen in contemporary art today. The birth of pop art. The birth of pop art in the mid-20th century marked a significant departure from the art movements that preceded it. Emerging in the 1950s and fully coming to prominence in the 1960s, pop art was a reaction to both the abstract expressionism movement, which had dominated the art world after World War II, and the societal shifts taking place in the post-war era. While abstract expressionism emphasized personal emotion, gesture, and an often introspective approach to art, pop art embraced the external world, looking to the realms of consumerism, mass production, and popular culture for inspiration. Pop art began to take shape in both the United States and the United Kingdom, with the term pop art itself coined by British art critic Lawrence Alloway in the mid-1950s. He recognized that certain artists were drawing their subject matter from the rapidly growing culture of consumer goods, advertising, and mass media, an environment in which popular imagery and celebrity culture were omnipresent. In contrast to the lofty, often inaccessible nature of earlier art movements, pop art made the everyday objects and images that surrounded people the focus of artistic expression. The key to pop art's birth was the realization that art could be made from anything, especially the material that represented the modern, mass-produced world. Artists like Richard Hamilton in Britain and Jasper Johns in the US began incorporating commercial materials, packaging, and iconography into their work. Hamilton's 1956 collage, "Just what is it that makes today's homes so different, so appealing?" is often cited as one of the earliest examples of pop art. It was a playful, yet pointed commentary on consumerism and media saturation, showcasing images of products, advertisements, and the kind of material wealth that was becoming central to the post-war identity. In the United States, it was artists like Andy Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein, and Robert Rauschenberg who pushed the movement forward. Warhol's famous Campbell's soup cans, 1962, and Marilyn Monroe portraits elevated mundane, mass-produced items and celebrities to the status of art, celebrating the mass-marketed nature of consumer culture while simultaneously critiquing its influence. Warhol's use of repetition, silkscreen techniques, and bold colors mirrored the methods of mass production, turning his art into a reflection of the commodification of culture itself. Pop art was revolutionary not only for its choice of subject matter, but also for its accessibility and the way it democratized art. By engaging with everyday life, it created a direct link between art and the general public, reshaping how art was perceived and consumed in the modern world. Defining pop art, a cultural movement. Pop art as a cultural movement emerged in the mid-20th century, characterized by its vibrant engagement with the popular, commercial, and mass media elements of everyday life. Unlike previous art movements, which often focused on personal expression, abstraction, or elitist concepts of high culture, pop art was a direct response to the rise of consumerism, advertising, and celebrity culture in the post-World War II era. It brought the ordinary into the realm of fine art, embracing and elevating the imagery of the everyday world, such as household products, billboards, comic strips, and famous personalities. By doing so, pop art bridged the gap between art and the mass-produced culture surrounding it. The movement was born out of a reaction against the elitism of traditional art. Artists sought to democratize art, making it more accessible to the general public. The modern world, saturated with consumer goods and media imagery, became a natural resource for pop artists to explore. What was once considered mundane or trivial, such as soup cans, product logos, or advertisements, became the subject matter for significant works of art. This approach mirrored the growing influence of mass production in the post-war economy, where repetition, mechanization, and commercialization shaped everyday experiences. At its core, pop art embraced the visual language of mass media and consumer goods, utilizing techniques borrowed from commercial art like bold lines, bright colors, and repetition. Artists like Andy Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein, and Claes Oldenburg employed commercial methods such as screen printing and assemblage to create works that mirrored the mass production of consumer items. Warhol, for example, famously used silkscreen printing to produce multiple versions of the same image, such as his iconic Campbell's soup cans, challenging the notion of uniqueness and authorship in art. Pop art also blurred the boundaries between fine art and commercial art, as artists began to explore the idea that the two could coexist. It took inspiration from the growing power of advertising and the role of media in shaping public perception, offering a critique of the consumer-driven society. The movement questioned the distinction between high culture and low culture, raising awareness of the pervasive nature of commercialization and its influence on art, identity, and society. In sum, pop art was not just an aesthetic or artistic style, but a cultural movement that reflected the societal shifts of the 1950s and 1960s. It celebrated the everyday and questioned the values of a consumer-oriented world, making art more relevant and engaging to a broader audience, while also challenging conventional notions of what art could be. Key figures of pop art. Pop art's rise to prominence in the 1950s and 1960s was shaped by several key figures whose work challenged traditional notions of art, blending popular culture with high art. These artists played pivotal roles in defining the movement and pushing its boundaries, elevating the mundane and the mass-produced to the status of fine art. At the forefront of pop art was Andy Warhol, often regarded as the quintessential figure of the movement. Warhol's work epitomized the idea of mass production in art, using techniques like silkscreen printing to create repeated images of everyday objects and celebrities. His iconic pieces, such as the Campbell's soup cans and portraits of Marilyn Monroe, transformed consumer goods and popular culture into subjects worthy of artistic exploration. Warhol's fascination with fame, mass media, and consumerism captured the spirit of the times and redefined the relationship between art and commerce. His work was not just about the image itself, but about the process of creating art on a mass scale, challenging the exclusivity of traditional fine art. Roy Lichtenstein was another central figure, best known for his comic strip-inspired paintings that used Ben-Day dots, bold outlines, and primary colors. His work, such as Wham! And Drowning Girl, mirrored the techniques of commercial printing and advertising, turning the visual language of mass media into fine art. Lichtenstein's art satirized the melodramatic narratives often found in comic books, elevating the lowbrow to high art and blurring the line between what was considered fine art and popular culture. Jasper Johns, though often associated with the earlier abstract expressionism movement, was also a crucial contributor to the development of pop art. His works like Flag and Target with Four Faces employed familiar American symbols, such as the American flag and target imagery, using them in ways that challenged their conventional meanings. Johns's use of common symbols set the stage for pop art's embrace of commercial and mass media iconography, adding depth to the movement's commentary on the ubiquity of everyday imagery. Claes Oldenburg, known for his large-scale sculptures of everyday objects, became another key figure in pop art. His soft sculptures of items like hamburgers, ice cream cones, and typewriters blurred the lines between sculpture, consumer goods, and art. Oldenburg's work, particularly his public art pieces, turned familiar objects into playful, oversized representations, pushing the boundaries of what could be considered art in the pop movement. These artists, among others, were instrumental in the development of pop art, creating a movement that revolutionized the art world by embracing the popular, the mass-produced, and the commercial. They reshaped art's relationship to consumer culture, forever altering the way we understand the intersection of art and everyday life. Warhol's role in pop art's evolution. Andy Warhol played a central and transformative role in the evolution of pop art, and his influence continues to shape the art world today. As one of the most prominent figures of the movement, Warhol redefined what art could be by embracing the imagery and practices of mass production, consumerism, and popular culture. His approach not only pushed the boundaries of traditional art, but also fundamentally challenged the very notion of artistic originality, authorship, and value. Warhol's arrival in the New York art scene in the late 1950s marked the beginning of a new era in contemporary art. His early work, which featured advertisements, comic strips, and commercial packaging, laid the groundwork for his later, more iconic pieces. He famously remarked, "I want to be a machine," expressing his desire to eliminate the personal, emotional involvement that had traditionally been at the heart of artistic creation. This desire for detachment led to his use of mechanical processes, such as silkscreen printing, which allowed him to mass-produce art and blur the line between fine art and commercial products. Warhol's Campbell's Soup Cans, 1962, are perhaps his most famous work, elevating a mundane grocery item into a symbol of modern consumer culture while simultaneously questioning the role of art in a mass-production society. Warhol's technique of repetition and use of industrial processes was a radical departure from the spontaneous, individualized brushwork of abstract expressionism, the dominant art form of the time. His work emphasized the idea that art could be produced in the same way as factory goods, which led to the creation of his studio, The Factory. At The Factory, Warhol assembled a group of collaborators, artists, musicians, models, and celebrities, who helped him produce art at a rapid pace. This assembly line approach to art production was groundbreaking, signaling a shift from the artist as a solitary genius to the artist as a manager of production. Moreover, Warhol's obsession with celebrity culture further solidified his pivotal role in pop art's development. His portraits of iconic figures, such as Marilyn Monroe, Elvis Presley, and Elizabeth Taylor, exemplified his ability to merge the worlds of fine art and mass media. Warhol's fascination with fame, coupled with his ability to comment on the commercialization of celebrity images, was revolutionary in how it intertwined art with modern culture. Through his innovation, both in terms of technique and subject matter, Warhol brought pop art to the forefront of contemporary culture, challenging conventional definitions of art while creating a lasting legacy that continues to influence artists, galleries, and collectors. His work was not only a reflection of the times, but also a commentary on the role of art in a consumer-driven society, making him an essential figure in the evolution of pop art. The influence of mass media on pop art. Mass media played a pivotal role in shaping the pop art movement, serving as both a subject and a source of inspiration for artists who sought to reflect and critique the rapidly changing society around them. In the post-World War II era, the rise of television, advertising, consumer goods, and celebrity culture fundamentally altered the way people engaged with visual imagery. Pop artists, including Andy Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein, and others, embraced these new forms of mass communication, incorporating them into their artwork as a way of commenting on the pervasive influence of mass media on daily life. The most direct impact of mass media on pop art was the use of imagery from advertisements, comic strips, and popular culture. Warhol's Campbell's soup cans and his portraits of celebrities like Marilyn Monroe were inspired by the visual language of advertising and the media's ability to turn everyday objects and individuals into iconic symbols. Warhol understood the power of repetition and branding, which were central to advertising, and he applied these techniques to his art, using silkscreen printing to produce multiples of the same image. By doing so, he mirrored the mass production methods of consumer goods while also questioning the idea of uniqueness and originality in art. Similarly, Roy Lichtenstein took inspiration from comic strips and the visual style of print advertisements. His works, such as Wham and Drowning Girl, were directly influenced by the use of bold lines, primary colors, and the halftone dots commonly found in comic books and commercial illustrations. Lichtenstein's technique of transforming these mass media sources into large-scale paintings blurred the line between high art and low culture, challenging the idea that fine art needed to be rooted in traditional subjects like history or mythology. The growing influence of television also shaped the work of pop artists. As television became a dominant medium in the 1960s, it brought the world's events, celebrities, and advertisements into the living room, creating a new type of shared cultural experience. Pop artists saw television as a tool for shaping public perception and identity, and many of their works reflect the visual aesthetic of the medium. Warhol, for example, created works that depicted television stars, such as his famous portrait of Elvis Presley, highlighting the intersection of mass media and celebrity culture. Mass media also impacted the way pop art was consumed. In a world where imagery was becoming increasingly ubiquitous and accessible through television, film, and print media, pop artists understood that their work needed to engage with the broader public, rather than remaining confined to the traditional gallery space. By incorporating familiar images from mass media, pop artists ensured their work resonated with a wide audience, making art more relevant to everyday life and pushing it beyond the elite circles of the art world. In essence, the influence of mass media on pop art was both a reflection of the culture it emerged from and a critique of the way media shaped society's perceptions of reality, fame, and consumerism. Through their engagement with mass media imagery, pop artists captured the essence of modern life, transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary and challenging traditional artistic conventions. Chapter 2: Early Life and Formative Years of Andy Warhol. Andy Warhol was born Andrew Warhola on August 6, 1928, in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, to Slovakian immigrants. His upbringing in the working-class neighborhood of Oakland was marked by a combination of immigrant modesty and a strong desire for success and recognition. Warhol's early experiences shaped much of his later work, particularly his focus on consumerism, mass production, and celebrity culture. Growing up in a family where finances were often tight, Warhol developed an early appreciation for the power of consumer goods, which would later play a significant role in his art. Warhol's childhood was not without its struggles. He suffered from a variety of health issues, including a nervous disorder that caused him to often stay home from school. During these periods of isolation, Warhol found solace in drawing and developed a fascination with popular culture. His mother, Julia, who was very supportive of his artistic pursuits, encouraged his creative endeavors. Warhol began to develop his unique style early on, drawing illustrations of movie stars, religious icons, and advertisements that he encountered through magazines and newspapers. This early exposure to visual culture left an indelible mark on his artistic vision, as he increasingly incorporated these influences into his later work. Warhol's formal education began at the Carnegie Institute of Technology, now Carnegie Mellon University, where he studied commercial art. He graduated in 1949 with a degree in pictorial design, and his time at Carnegie played a critical role in shaping his artistic foundation. In addition to mastering traditional techniques in illustration and design, Warhol learned how to marry art with commerce. It was during this period that Warhol's admiration for the worlds of advertising and commercial illustration began to take shape, foreshadowing the pop art techniques he would later employ. After graduating, Warhol moved to New York City in 1949 to pursue a career as an illustrator. His early success came through commercial work, where he became known for his skillful use of whimsical, yet sophisticated, imagery in advertisements, album covers, and fashion illustrations. Warhol's commercial work, often commissioned by high-profile clients like Tiffany & Co. and Vogue, displayed his ability to merge the worlds of fine art and commercial design. This ability to blend mass production with personal creativity would become a hallmark of his later work in pop art. During the early 1950s, Warhol also experimented with fine art, creating a series of drawings and paintings that would later become important elements of his pop art repertoire. However, it wasn't until the 1960s, when he began to embrace the emerging consumer-driven culture, that Warhol truly found his artistic voice. His early experiences in Pittsburgh and New York, where he observed the rise of consumer goods, mass media, and celebrity culture, were instrumental in the development of the visual language that would define pop art. These formative years laid the groundwork for Warhol's transformation from a commercial illustrator into one of the most revolutionary figures in the art world. Childhood in Pittsburgh. Andy Warhol's childhood in Pittsburgh played a formative role in shaping the artist he would become. Born in 1928 to Slovakian immigrant parents, Warhol grew up in a working-class neighborhood called Oakland. His family, although poor, placed a strong emphasis on hard work and perseverance. Warhol's father, Andrei, worked as a construction worker, and his mother, Julia, was a devoted homemaker who strongly supported Warhol's artistic ambitions. The Warhol's immigrant background and modest lifestyle provided a lens through which Andy viewed the world, often highlighting the contrasts between wealth and poverty, the ordinary and the extraordinary, that would later emerge in his artwork. Warhol's early years were marked by several health challenges, most notably a nervous condition that often left him bedridden. During these periods of isolation, Warhol found solace in drawing, developing a love for art that would shape the rest of his life. His mother, who had a strong belief in his artistic talent, encouraged him to pursue drawing as a way of expressing himself and as a potential career path. Warhol's early drawings were heavily influenced by the world around him: advertisements, magazines, and Hollywood stars. These influences would go on to play a significant role in his later work, where consumer culture, mass media, and celebrity would become central themes. Warhol's childhood experiences were also marked by a deep sense of alienation, something he later reflected in his art. As a child, Warhol was shy and introverted, and he often felt like an outsider. This sense of separation from others contributed to his desire to observe rather than participate in the world around him. His tendency to be an outsider in his own life translated into his ability to capture the essence of contemporary culture from a detached perspective. It was this very detachment that would define his approach to art and life in the years to come. Growing up in a city that was rapidly industrializing and becoming a center for steel production, Warhol was exposed to the burgeoning consumer culture that would later be at the heart of his art. The advertisements, packaged goods, and mass-produced products that Warhol encountered in Pittsburgh stores and streets would influence the pop art movement he would go on to lead. His childhood was also imbued with a strong sense of working-class values and a drive for success, both of which would later define his approach to art, blending high culture with commercial aesthetics. In many ways, Warhol's childhood in Pittsburgh, with its combination of health struggles, immigrant roots, and immersion in mass culture, laid the groundwork for the unique vision that would propel him to global fame as the leader of the pop art movement. His early life not only instilled in him a fascination with consumerism and celebrity, but also shaped his quiet, observant nature, which would serve him well in his later years as an artist. The influence of immigration and family background. Andy Warhol's family background and immigrant roots had a profound impact on both his early life and the artistic identity he would develop. Born to Andrei and Julia Warhola, two Slovakian immigrants, Warhol grew up in a working-class neighborhood in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. His parents, who had emigrated from what was then Czechoslovakia in the early 1920s, instilled in Warhol a sense of hard work, resilience, and an appreciation for the simpler aspects of life. Their immigrant experience, marked by the challenges of adapting to a new culture while maintaining ties to their old world, shaped Warhol's worldview and fueled many of the themes that would emerge in his art, such as the intersection of mass culture and personal identity. Warhol's father, Andrei, was a construction worker, while his mother, Julia, was a homemaker who played a particularly important role in nurturing his artistic talents. Julia was very supportive of Warhol's artistic pursuits, providing him with the encouragement and resources he needed to develop his skills, even when they were living in modest circumstances. Warhol's relationship with his mother was incredibly close, and her devotion to him became a defining influence on his life. In a way, Julia's strong work ethic and her immigrant mentality of perseverance were reflected in Warhol's own drive to succeed in a world that often appeared indifferent to outsiders. The Warhols, like many immigrant families of the time, were determined to make a better life for themselves in America, but they also maintained strong connections to their Slovak heritage. Warhol grew up speaking both English and Slovak, and his parents frequently relied on their native language to communicate within the family. This bilingual environment not only gave Warhol a unique perspective on identity and culture, but also influenced his early art. He often reflected on the immigrant experience, the blending of old world traditions with new world opportunities, and the sense of disconnection that can arise when trying to assimilate into a culture that can be both alluring and alienating. Warhol's own immigrant background gave him a keen sense of the complexities of identity, especially in relation to the American dream. As someone who had the outsider's perspective, both as a member of an immigrant family and as a shy, introverted child, Warhol developed an ability to observe the world around him with a detached and critical eye. This sensitivity to the contradictions in American culture would later be reflected in his pop art works, which often addressed the tension between consumerism, fame, and the search for identity. In many ways, Warhol's family and immigrant background gave him the tools to critique American culture from a place of both insider and outsider perspectives. His art became a canvas for exploring not only the surface of popular culture, but also the deeper questions of belonging, identity, and the value placed on fame and materialism. Through the influence of his parents and his immigrant roots, Warhol's art became a direct reflection of his complex relationship with both his heritage and his adopted American identity. Education and early career in art and design. Andy Warhol's education and early career were critical in shaping the artist he would become, laying the foundation for his later success in the world of commercial art and ultimately pop art. Warhol's formal training began at the Carnegie Institute of Technology, now Carnegie Mellon University, in Pittsburgh, where he studied commercial art. It was here that Warhol honed his skills in design and illustration, learning techniques that would later inform his iconic art style. His experience at Carnegie also provided him with the opportunity to experiment with various media, from painting and drawing to more commercial forms of art, such as advertising and graphic design. Warhol's education in commercial art was pivotal, as it connected him to the growing field of mass media and consumerism, themes that would become central in his pop art. Upon graduating in 1949 with a degree in pictorial design, Warhol moved to New York City to pursue a career as an illustrator. His early years in the city were marked by both struggle and opportunity. At first, Warhol found work as a commercial artist, creating advertisements for high-profile clients such as Tiffany & Co., Vogue, and I. Miller Shoes. Warhol's distinctive, whimsical style and his ability to combine traditional design elements with a modern graphic sensibility made him stand out in the commercial world. It was during this period that he earned a reputation for being able to combine art and commerce, producing designs that were visually striking and commercially viable. This success in the commercial realm was an important stepping stone in Warhol's development as an artist. While working as an illustrator, he began to experiment with fine art, creating a series of illustrations and paintings that incorporated elements of popular culture and consumer imagery. These early works, which included depictions of everyday objects and celebrities, foreshadowed the themes that would become central to the pop art movement. Warhol's ability to merge fine art with mass production techniques and popular culture was a reflection of the growing influence of consumer goods, media, and advertising in post-war America. Despite the commercial success he achieved as an illustrator, Warhol remained driven by a desire to pursue fine art and find a unique voice in the competitive New York art scene. By the early 1960s, Warhol had begun to distance himself from traditional illustration and embrace the mass production techniques that would define his work in pop art. It was during this time that Warhol moved away from a strictly commercial focus and began to explore new artistic territory, using his skills in design and his deep understanding of consumer culture to create art that challenged the boundaries of what was considered high art. His early career in design and commercial art provided him with the tools to revolutionize the art world, blending fine art and mass media in groundbreaking ways that would forever alter the landscape of contemporary art. Warhol's first steps into the New York art scene. Andy Warhol's entry into the New York art scene in the late 1940s marked the beginning of his transformation from a commercial illustrator to a pioneering figure in contemporary art. After graduating from Carnegie Institute of Technology in 1949, Warhol moved to New York City to pursue his dream of becoming an artist. The city, teeming with creative energy, offered both opportunities and challenges, and Warhol was determined to make his mark. Initially, he continued to work as a commercial illustrator, but he quickly realized that New York's art world was vast and competitive, and he needed to distinguish himself if he was going to succeed as a fine artist. Warhol's early years in New York were filled with experimentation and exploration as he tried to find his artistic voice. He became part of the city's thriving art scene, rubbing shoulders with artists, writers, and musicians who would later influence his work and career. During this time, he experimented with different styles and media, from abstract paintings to more traditional portraiture, but his commercial art background remained a strong influence. Warhol's first solo gallery exhibition in 1952, held at the Hugo Gallery, featured a series of hand-drawn illustrations, many of which were based on popular imagery and advertisements. Though the show was not a major success, it marked the beginning of his foray into the world of fine art, and Warhol's unique perspective on mass culture began to emerge. By the mid-1950s, Warhol began to experiment with new ideas and approaches to art, increasingly drawing inspiration from the burgeoning consumer culture around him. His work began to incorporate elements of commercial design, such as product packaging, logos, and celebrity portraits. It was during this period that Warhol started to blend art and commerce, using mass production techniques in his paintings and drawings. Warhol's ability to bridge the gap between the commercial world and fine art was increasingly evident, but it was still a quiet revolution in the making. Warhol's involvement in the New York art scene also saw him making connections with other artists and important figures. His relationships with influential people, like the artist Robert Rauschenberg, as well as gallerists, critics, and patrons, helped to solidify his place in the art world. However, it wasn't until the early 1960s that Warhol truly found his voice and began to create the iconic works that would define the pop art movement. His first steps into the New York art scene were essential in shaping the artistic and conceptual framework that would propel him to international fame and redefine the role of art in contemporary society. Through his experimentation, social connections, and exposure to the city's dynamic cultural environment, Warhol gradually evolved from an illustrator to an artist who would change the course of art history. The development of Warhol's unique style. The development of Andy Warhol's unique style was a gradual and innovative process that transformed him from a commercial illustrator into one of the most influential artists of the 20th century. His early years in New York, as well as his background in graphic design, played a crucial role in shaping the aesthetic and conceptual approach that would later define pop art. Warhol's style evolved through a series of artistic experiments, each one building on his keen observations of consumer culture, mass media, and the mechanization of art making. In the early 1960s, Warhol began to move away from traditional painting techniques and experiment with new methods that allowed him to explore the themes of mass production and repetition. His breakthrough came with the use of silkscreen printing, a process that allowed him to create multiple versions of the same image quickly and efficiently. This technique was key in helping him replicate the mechanics of mass production, which fascinated him. Through silkscreen printing, Warhol could mass-produce his works, much like factory-made goods, thereby blurring the line between high art and consumer products. This method became central to his artistic identity, as it mirrored his belief that art should reflect the mechanized and consumer-driven society of the time. One of the most iconic examples of Warhol's early use of this technique is his Campbell's Soup Cans series, 1962, which consisted of 32 canvases, each depicting a different variety of Campbell's soup. These works not only challenged the traditional notion of what could be considered art, but also raised important questions about consumerism, branding, and the value of mass-produced items. The repetition of the soup cans symbolized the standardization and commodification of everyday life. This theme of repetition, both in subject matter and technique, would become a hallmark of Warhol's work and a defining characteristic of pop art. Along with silkscreen printing, Warhol's use of bold colors and graphic imagery was influenced by his background in commercial art. The bright, flat colors that dominated his paintings, as well as his use of photographic images, emphasized the visual aesthetics of advertising and consumer culture. Warhol's use of familiar imagery, such as portraits of celebrities like Marilyn Monroe and Elvis Presley, further reflected his interest in how mass media and celebrity culture shaped public perception and identity. Warhol's style also evolved to incorporate his fascination with the idea of celebrity and fame. His portraits of icons like Monroe, Taylor, and Elvis elevated these figures to the status of art, using the same mass production techniques that were typically reserved for consumer goods. Through these portraits, Warhol was able to comment on the commodification of fame and the fleeting nature of celebrity in modern culture. Over time, Warhol's unique style merged the worlds of art, commerce, and celebrity, challenging the boundaries of traditional art forms and redefining the role of the artist in a consumer-driven society. His ability to fuse elements of popular culture with fine art allowed him to break away from conventional artistic norms, paving the way for the pop art movement and cementing his place in the annals of art history. Chapter 3: Warhol's Iconic Works. Andy Warhol's body of work is defined by a series of iconic pieces that challenge traditional notions of art and introduce new ways of thinking about mass production, consumerism, and fame. Among these works, several stand out as pivotal in shaping the pop art movement and in cementing Warhol's legacy as one of the most influential artists of the 20th century. These works not only define his aesthetic, but also encapsulate his approach to art making, which blurred the boundaries between high art and everyday life. One of Warhol's most famous and instantly recognizable works is Campbell's Soup Cans, 1962, a series of 32 paintings, each depicting a different flavor of Campbell's soup. The work is often considered a critique of consumer culture and mass production, using the familiar image of a supermarket item to question what could be deemed art. The repetitive nature of the work, where each can is rendered in a consistent style, mirrors the mass production methods of consumer goods. Warhol's decision to elevate such a mundane object to the level of fine art was revolutionary, challenging conventional notions of artistic subject matter and meaning. Another of Warhol's iconic works is Marilyn Diptych, 1962, a silkscreen portrait of actress Marilyn Monroe. The piece features 50 repetitions of a publicity still of Monroe, alongside a series of painted images, creating a striking contrast between the mechanical process of mass production and the emotional resonance of the painted elements. Warhol's Marilyn portraits are emblematic of his fascination with fame, celebrity, and the ephemeral nature of life and death. Monroe, who had died a few years earlier, became the perfect subject for Warhol's exploration of the cult of celebrity and the commodification of public figures. The repetition of her image, combined with the dramatic use of color and silkscreen technique, speaks to the artist's ongoing interest in the intersection of mass media, fame, and identity. Gold Marilyn Monroe, 1962, is another standout piece, which takes Warhol's Marilyn portrait further by surrounding her image with a golden background. This use of gold creates a sense of reverence, elevating Monroe to the status of an icon, almost as if she were a religious figure. The gold also speaks to Warhol's interest in luxury and consumerism, echoing the commodification of celebrities in the media. Brillo Boxes, 1964, another landmark work, involved Warhol's reproduction of supermarket Brillo soap pad boxes as sculptures. By creating exact replicas of these mass-produced items and placing them in a gallery setting, Warhol questioned the notion of originality in art. The piece demonstrated his belief that art could be made from everyday objects, further dismantling the line between fine art and commercial culture. Other notable works include Elvis Presley, 1964, Liz Taylor, 1963, and Silver Car Crash, Double Disaster, 1963. Through these works, Warhol continued to explore the themes of fame, violence, consumerism, and the media. His use of repetition, commercial techniques, and popular imagery forever altered the way artists engaged with mass culture and elevated the notion of art as both a commodity and a cultural commentary. Together, these iconic works illustrate Warhol's unique vision, his radical approach to art making, and his profound impact on the art world, solidifying his place as one of the defining figures of the pop art movement. Campbell's Soup Cans, The Revolution Begins. Andy Warhol's Campbell's Soup Cans, 1962, stands as one of the most significant and groundbreaking works in the history of art, marking the beginning of the pop art revolution. The series consists of 32 paintings, each depicting a different flavor of Campbell's soup, arranged in a grid formation. At first glance, the work might seem simplistic, just a series of identical images of soup cans, but it is this very simplicity and repetition that would come to define Warhol's approach to art. The series challenged the traditional concepts of what could be considered fine art by elevating a mundane, mass-produced product to the status of high art. Warhol's decision to choose Campbell's soup cans as his subject matter was not arbitrary. In post-war America, consumer culture was rapidly evolving, and mass production was a driving force in shaping daily life. Products like Campbell's soup were ubiquitous, found in almost every American home, yet were rarely thought of in terms of artistry. By turning these everyday items into objects of art, Warhol transformed the ordinary into something extraordinary. The use of a common, everyday object was a radical departure from the traditional subjects of fine art, such as landscapes, portraits, and religious iconography, which were typically associated with depth, symbolism, and historical significance. In creating Campbell's soup cans, Warhol employed the technique of silkscreen printing, a process that allowed him to replicate the image multiple times with precision. This method mirrored the mass production techniques used in the manufacture of consumer goods, further emphasizing the theme of repetition and commodification. The soup cans were not only symbols of mass production, but they also reflected the increasing standardization of culture in post-war America. Each can in the series is almost identical, with slight variations in flavor names and labels, but they are all rendered in the same way. This uniformity speaks to Warhol's fascination with consumerism, as well as his critique of a society in which individuality and uniqueness were often sacrificed for mass market appeal. The work also blurred the lines between fine art and commercial art. Warhol had a background in graphic design and commercial illustration, and his ability to blend the worlds of art and commerce became one of the defining features of his career. Campbell's Soup Cans was not just a piece of visual art. It was a commentary on how consumer goods, advertising, and branding had come to dominate society. The painting made a statement about the commodification of culture, fame, and even art itself. Through Campbell's Soup Cans, Warhol began to explore the role of repetition, mass production, and consumerism in shaping contemporary life. The work is often seen as the starting point of the pop art movement, and it set the stage for the artist's subsequent exploration of celebrity culture, consumer goods, and the intersection of art and commerce. The revolution that began with this iconic series would go on to redefine the art world, making Warhol a central figure in the pop art movement and forever altering the way we view art and popular culture. Marilyn Monroe, Celebrity and Art. Andy Warhol's iconic portraits of Marilyn Monroe, created in 1962, are among the most recognizable works in the history of modern art. The series, which features repeated silkscreen images of the Hollywood star, exemplifies Warhol's ability to merge the realms of popular culture, celebrity, and fine art. Warhol's fascination with Monroe, who had died just a few months before he began the series, was driven by his interest in fame, the commodification of celebrities, and the fleeting nature of life. Monroe, as both a symbol of glamour and a tragic figure, became the perfect subject for Warhol to explore the intersection of art, consumerism, and celebrity culture. Warhol's Marilyn Monroe portraits were created using his signature silkscreen technique, which allowed him to reproduce the same image multiple times with slight variations in color and tone. The repetition of Monroe's image speaks to Warhol's preoccupation with mass production and the idea of art as a commodity. By taking a mass-produced publicity still of Monroe, Warhol elevated a commercial image into the realm of high art, blurring the lines between the two. The repetitive nature of the work mirrors the way in which celebrity images are endlessly reproduced in the media, reinforcing the idea that celebrity culture is both manufactured and consumed by the public in a cyclical, almost mechanical fashion. What makes Warhol's Marilyn portraits even more significant is the contrast between the mechanical process of silkscreen printing and the emotional resonance of Monroe's image. The bright, garish colors used in many of the works, along with the repetitive, almost lifeless nature of the printed images, reflect the artificiality of celebrity, as well as the constructed nature of fame itself. Monroe's persona, carefully cultivated by the media, was both alluring and superficial, and Warhol's portraits accentuate this duality. The series also highlights the tragic side of Monroe's fame. Despite her beauty and success, Monroe's life ended in tragedy, and Warhol's use of bright colors and repeated images can be interpreted as a commentary on the hollowness of celebrity culture and the fragility of the human condition. Warhol's Marilyn Monroe portraits also reflect his broader exploration of the relationship between death and fame. Monroe's untimely death at the age of 36 in 1962 added a layer of melancholy to her image, making her a symbol of both the impermanence of life and the eternal quality of celebrity. Warhol's repetition of her image, in some ways, immortalizes her, but it also underscores the emptiness that often lies beneath the surface of fame. By transforming Monroe's likeness into a product of mass production, Warhol questioned not only the commodification of art, but also the ways in which society consumes and dehumanizes its icons. Through the Marilyn Monroe series, Warhol introduced a new way of thinking about celebrity and art. He stripped away the traditional aura of originality that had been central to the art world for centuries, offering instead a reflection of modern culture, one that was increasingly defined by the repetition and commercialization of images, fame, and identity. The Marilyn Monroe portraits remain one of the most enduring representations of Warhol's unique vision and his ability to challenge the very nature of art and celebrity in the contemporary world. The Factory: Creative Collaboration and Innovation. The Factory, Andy Warhol's infamous studio in New York City, was more than just a physical space where art was created. It became a symbol of the radical new approach to art making that Warhol pioneered. Opened in 1964, the factory quickly transformed into a bustling creative hub where artists, musicians, writers, actors, and socialites converged. Warhol's open-door policy and his embrace of collaboration were central to the development of his distinctive style, allowing him to produce works at a scale and pace never before seen in the art world. It was here that Warhol's production line approach to art truly flourished, as he combined traditional artistic techniques with mass production processes. At the factory, Warhol built a team of assistants who worked alongside him in creating his iconic works. These assistants, often referred to as Warhol superstars, played an integral role in the creation of his art. They helped with the production of his silkscreen prints, the assembly of his sculptures, and the creation of his experimental films. Some of these assistants, like Richard Avedon and Gerard Malanga, were artists in their own right, but Warhol's factory system allowed them to contribute to the production of art without necessarily creating it themselves. Warhol's method of delegating tasks was innovative in that it mirrored the industrial model of mass production, where individual creative input was less important than the efficient production of an end product. This approach allowed Warhol to create works in large quantities, making art more accessible and reflective of the consumer-driven world in which he lived. The factory also became a meeting place for artists and creatives who shared Warhol's vision of art as a reflection of contemporary culture. Collaborations with musicians like Lou Reed and John Cale, who were part of the Velvet Underground, resulted in some of Warhol's most important and avant-garde work. Warhol's album cover design for The Velvet Underground and Nico, 1967, became a landmark piece in the fusion of art and music, solidifying his role in both the art and pop culture scenes. Warhol's approach to creativity at the factory was also a departure from the solitary and individualistic traditions of the art world. He embraced a more communal, collective process where creativity was shared and art was treated less as a personal expression and more as a product of collaboration. This shift in the way art was made and produced reflected the broader cultural and societal changes of the time. The factory also represented Warhol's ability to capitalize on the growing celebrity culture of the 1960s. Many of the superstars who frequented the factory were themselves famous or became famous because of their association with Warhol. The blending of fame, creativity, and commerce at the factory perfectly encapsulated Warhol's belief that art could not be separated from the world of celebrity and consumerism. It was at the factory that Warhol's vision of mass-produced, commercially viable art truly came to life, forever altering the relationship between art, culture, and industry. The Brillo boxes, challenging perceptions of art. In 1964, Andy Warhol created one of his most provocative works, the Brillo boxes, a series of sculptures that would challenge the very definition of art and forever change the way we perceive everyday objects. Warhol's Brillo boxes were exact replicas of the packaging for Brillo soap pads, a common household product sold in supermarkets. These mass-produced cardboard boxes, elevated to the status of art by Warhol, sparked controversy and led to intense debates about originality, authenticity, and the nature of art itself. The Brillo boxes were not just a series of sculptures. They were a critique of the traditional boundaries that separated fine art from commercial products. By recreating the Brillo box with such precision, Warhol blurred the lines between consumer goods and artistic expression. The boxes, which were originally designed for mass consumption and functional use, were transformed into art objects through Warhol's simple yet radical gesture. In doing so, Warhol posed the question, if an everyday object can be considered art simply by being placed in a gallery, then what does that say about the role of the artist, the value of originality, and the purpose of art? Warhol's approach to art making was fundamentally different from that of previous generations of artists. Traditionally, art had been defined by a unique, original creation, something that embodied the artist's individual vision and skill. Warhol rejected this notion by embracing mass production techniques and appropriating ready-made objects. His use of the Brillo box, a commercial item that anyone could purchase, challenged the idea that art must be handmade or crafted by the artist's own hand. Instead, Warhol's work highlighted the industrialization and mechanization of the creative process, suggesting that art could be as much about the idea behind the work as it was about its physical execution. The Brillo boxes also reflected Warhol's fascination with consumer culture and the rise of branding and advertising. At the time, consumer goods were becoming an increasingly important part of daily life, and Warhol's work reflected this shift. By elevating a product like Brillo soap pads to the level of art, Warhol was commenting on the commercialization of culture and the way in which mass-produced items were imbued with cultural significance. The Brillo boxes also mirrored the increasingly commodified nature of fame and celebrity in the media, reflecting Warhol's broader critique of the commercialization of culture. The Brillo boxes represented a radical departure from traditional art, challenging established norms and inviting viewers to reconsider the very nature of art itself. Through this simple yet powerful gesture, Warhol redefined what could be considered art and questioned the role of the artist in an increasingly consumer-driven world. The Brillo boxes remain one of Warhol's most important works, and their influence continues to resonate in contemporary art, where the boundaries between high and low culture, originality, and reproduction continue to be explored and expanded. Silver Car Crash and the Exploration of Death. Andy Warhol's Silver Car Crash, Double Disaster, 1963, is one of the most haunting and thought-provoking works in his oeuvre, a stark departure from the consumer-driven, glossy surfaces of much of his earlier pop art. Part of Warhol's Death and Disaster series, this piece explores the darker side of modern life, offering a chilling commentary on the pervasive presence of violence and death in the media. Through the use of graphic imagery, repetition, and his signature silkscreen technique, Warhol delves into the commercialization of tragedy and the desensitization of the public to violence. The work features a grisly image of a car crash, with bloodied and twisted bodies shown in varying degrees of abstraction. The silkscreen technique, which Warhol typically used for more commercial subjects, adds an eerie detachment to the piece, distancing the viewer from the immediate horror of the crash. This mechanical reproduction of violence contrasts with the emotional weight of the subject matter, making the image feel both distant and inescapably present. By repeating the image of the crash, Warhol comments on the relentless cycle of media sensationalism, where tragedy is often reduced to a mere spectacle. The repetition not only amplifies the tragedy, but also mimics how the media continuously broadcasts such events, desensitizing the audience to their impact. Silver Car Crash is emblematic of Warhol's exploration of death as a central theme in his art. Throughout the Death and Disaster series, Warhol juxtaposes images of horrific events, like suicides, car crashes, and violent crimes, with the polished, mass-produced nature of his artistic process. The silkscreen printing technique, often associated with commercialism and popular culture, contrasts sharply with the brutal realities of the images he depicts, creating an unsettling tension between the two. Warhol's work suggests that violence and death have become commodified in contemporary society, packaged and sold like any other product. Warhol's obsession with death can be traced back to his early experiences, including a near-fatal shooting in 1968. This traumatic event deepened his exploration of mortality, and his Death and Disaster series became a way for him to confront and process the idea of death in a world increasingly numb to its reality. In Silver Car Crash, the cold, almost mechanical reproduction of death reflects Warhol's complex relationship with mortality. While he was fascinated by it, he also viewed it as something that had become too familiar, almost too ordinary in the media landscape. Through Silver Car Crash and the broader Death and Disaster series, Warhol pushed the boundaries of what art could address, bringing violence and death into the realm of high art. By using mass production techniques to explore such morbid themes, Warhol highlighted the ways in which society has come to accept and even profit from tragedy. In doing so, he presented death not just as an isolated event, but as a recurring, commercialized spectacle that continues to haunt the public consciousness. Chapter 4: The Factory and Its Impact. The Factory, Andy Warhol's iconic studio in New York City, became not just a physical space for the production of art, but a symbol of the revolutionary shift in the way art was made and perceived during the 1960s. Opening in 1964, the Factory was more than just Warhol's workspace. It was a cultural and creative hub that attracted artists, musicians, actors, and celebrities, all drawn to Warhol's open-door policy and his radical approach to art making. The Factory was a place where boundaries between high art, pop culture, and commercialism blurred, and it marked the birth of a new era in both the art world and popular culture. At the Factory, Warhol created a collaborative environment where art was often made by a collective of assistants rather than solely by the artist. These assistants, many of whom became known as Warhol superstars, helped produce Warhol's paintings, sculptures, films, and other works. The Factory's atmosphere encouraged the commodification of art, allowing Warhol to create art at an unprecedented scale and speed. Rather than working alone, Warhol embraced the factory model, where multiple hands contributed to the creation of his art. This process mirrored the mass production methods of consumer goods and reflected Warhol's view that art could, and perhaps should, be produced like a factory item. The Factory's impact on the art world was profound, as it challenged the traditional notions of authorship, originality, and individual expression that had dominated Western art for centuries. Warhol's idea of delegating much of the work to others went against the grain of artistic tradition, which held that art should reflect the unique vision of the artist. By making art in a collaborative, almost industrial manner, Warhol questioned the very nature of the artist's role, making the act of creation itself more about the concept and idea behind the work rather than the skill of the artist. The Factory also had a lasting influence on the intersection of art and celebrity culture. The presence of the superstars, a group of artists, performers, and models, including people like Edie Sedgwick and Joe D'Alessandro, the creation of films, photographs, and artworks that blurred the line between art and celebrity. This fusion of art and fame introduced the concept of the artist as a cultural figure, where personal image and public persona became part of the art-making process. Warhol's Factory was not just a place for creating art. It became an essential part of Warhol's brand and his commentary on the commodification of fame and image. The Factory, in many ways, encapsulated Warhol's vision for a new kind of art, one that embraced mass production, collaboration, and the influence of popular culture. Its legacy is still felt today, as it set the stage for the way contemporary art interacts with commercial culture and celebrity. The Factory was not only an incubator for some of Warhol's most important works, but it also marked a pivotal moment in art history, reshaping the way we think about authorship, creativity, and the relationship between art and commerce. The creation of the factory. The factory, Andy Warhol's legendary studio, came into being in 1964 and quickly became a hub of artistic experimentation, social interaction, and cultural influence. Located at 231 East 47th Street in Manhattan, it was not merely a place for Warhol to create his art, but also an environment that reshaped the nature of artistic production. Warhol's decision to establish the factory was rooted in his desire to expand his creative process beyond his own personal limitations, allowing him to produce art at an unprecedented scale and speed. He wanted to move away from the solitary, individualized notion of the artist and embrace a more industrial and collective approach to art making. Warhol's idea of the artist's role was radically different from traditional concepts. Rather than painting each canvas by hand himself, he assembled a group of assistants who helped him produce his works, often doing much of the manual labor involved in the creation of his iconic pieces. These assistants, who became known as Warhol superstars, played an integral role in his creative output. Some were artists themselves, while others were socialites, models, or performers. Warhol gave them a unique level of autonomy in the studio, encouraging them to help with tasks ranging from silk screening to packaging artworks for shows. This collaborative environment reflected Warhol's belief that art should be less about individual genius and more about the idea, process, and concept behind it. He once famously stated, "I want to be a machine," which encapsulated his desire to produce art in a more detached, systematic way. The factory was also a social space, attracting a diverse range of people from all corners of the creative world. Musicians, actors, models, and intellectuals all visited the factory, drawn by Warhol's magnetic personality and his growing fame. Among the most famous of these visitors were members of the Velvet Underground, a rock band Warhol managed, and people like Edie Sedgwick, who became one of Warhol's most celebrated superstars. The blending of art, celebrity, and commercialism that took place at the factory represented Warhol's belief in art as part of a broader cultural and economic system. His studio became a space where the boundaries between art and commerce, high culture and popular culture, became increasingly fluid. The creation of the factory marked a pivotal moment in the art world. Warhol's ability to orchestrate a factory-like production of art led to an entirely new form of artistic practice, one that embraced collaboration, commodification, and the cultural zeitgeist. The factory became a symbol of both the artistic possibilities and the darker undercurrents of fame and consumerism, offering a glimpse into the mind of an artist who understood the intersection of art, industry, and celebrity better than anyone. Its influence continues to reverberate in contemporary art, music, and culture, where the notion of the artist as a producer and brand has become a cornerstone of modern creative practice. The role of superstars in Warhol's work. The superstars were central to Andy Warhol's artistic vision and played an integral role in the creation of his iconic works. These were not just assistants or models, but a group of collaborators who helped to shape Warhol's approach to art, fame, and the intersection of celebrity culture. The term superstar was coined by Warhol to describe the individuals who frequented his factory and became part of his artistic and social universe. These figures, who were often performers, models, and aspiring artists themselves, were transformed by Warhol into cultural icons through their association with him. For Warhol, the superstars were essential to his exploration of celebrity, image, and identity. He viewed fame as a commodity, and by collaborating with these individuals, Warhol could simultaneously elevate their status and further blur the lines between art and popular culture. The superstars were often at the center of his most famous works, from films to photographs to paintings, and became symbols of the mass-produced, media-saturated world that Warhol was commenting on. Warhol's method was to take everyday people, often with exaggerated or unusual qualities, and make them larger than life by placing them in the limelight of his art. One of the most famous of these superstars was Edie Sedgwick, a model and actress who became the muse of Warhol's early films, including Poor Little Rich Girl, 1965, and Beauty Number 2, 1965. Sedgwick's image, emaciated, fashionable, and enigmatic, perfectly embodied Warhol's interest in the commodification of beauty and the transient nature of fame. She became a fixture at the factory, and her association with Warhol immortalized her as a symbol of 1960s counterculture. Other prominent superstars like Joe Dallesandro and Holly Woodlawn also became integral to Warhol's work, appearing in his films and photographs, further cementing their status as cultural icons. Warhol's superstars were not just passive subjects. Many of them had a hand in shaping the work itself. The collaborative nature of Warhol's studio allowed for a fluid, almost egalitarian approach to art making, where the lines between artist and subject were often blurred. Warhol would direct and film his superstars, but their personalities, performances, and real lives often found their way into his art. This blending of life and art created a space where art was not just a product, but an ongoing dialogue between the artist, his collaborators, and the world at large. The superstars also played a critical role in Warhol's films, which were groundbreaking in their approach to both narrative and performance. Warhol's films, such as Sleep, 1963, Empire, 1964, and Chelsea Girls, 1966, often revolved around his superstars, who embodied Warhol's ideas of alienation, superficiality, and the pursuit of fame. The slow pacing and experimental nature of these films mirrored Warhol's broader interest in the banality of modern life, and his superstars became the perfect subjects for these explorations of media culture and celebrity. In essence, the superstars were not just a part of Warhol's creative process. They were integral to his entire artistic philosophy. Through them, Warhol was able to confront, comment on, and ultimately reshape the concept of fame itself. They became symbols of Warhol's belief that art, identity, and celebrity could all be manufactured, commodified, and consumed in a world increasingly defined by media saturation and image culture. The superstars' contributions to Warhol's work remain a testament to the transformative power of collaboration and the enduring impact of Warhol's vision. The environment, industrial space versus artistic vision. The juxtaposition of industrial space and artistic vision in Andy Warhol's factory played a pivotal role in shaping both his creative process and the broader conception of contemporary art. Warhol's choice of setting for his studio, a former industrial warehouse in Midtown Manhattan, was not merely a practical decision, but a reflection of his radical approach to art making. The factory itself, with its vast, open space, stark, utilitarian architecture and industrial feel, was emblematic of Warhol's desire to break away from traditional notions of the artist's studio as a private, intimate space. Instead, Warhol envisioned art production as a more communal, collective, and even commercial process, much like the operations of a factory. The factory was designed to function as a creative assembly line, where art was made in large quantities and often by multiple hands. This industrial environment was a direct contrast to the solitary, labor-intensive studio practices that had dominated the art world up until then. Warhol's workspace was not just a place to produce individual works of art, but a location where multiple pieces were created simultaneously, often with his assistants performing many of the repetitive tasks involved in producing his iconic silkscreens, paintings, and sculptures. This mechanized approach to art making reflected Warhol's fascination with consumer culture and mass production, as he saw the creation of art as something that could and should be produced in the same way as any other commercial product. It also mirrored his view of the artist as a brand or commodity, rather than a solitary genius or craftsman. While the industrial nature of the factory facilitated mass production, Warhol's artistic vision remained firmly intact, with the space becoming an incubator for his most influential works. The blurring of lines between production and art making allowed Warhol to challenge traditional ideas about authorship, originality, and the role of the artist. The factory's industrial environment provided the space for Warhol to experiment with the concept of repetition in his work, notably in his famous silkscreen series, where he produced multiple versions of the same image, such as the Campbell's soup cans or the Marilyn Monroe portraits, creating variations that played with the boundaries of mass production and artistic creativity. In addition to its role as a workspace, the factory also became a social and cultural hub, attracting individuals from across the creative spectrum, including musicians, actors, and models, who all contributed to the factory's vibrant energy. The raw, industrial surroundings of the factory were a fitting backdrop for the eccentric personalities and experimental art practices that defined the space. The stark contrast between the cold, impersonal environment and the collaborative, often chaotic nature of Warhol's creative process added to the allure of the factory as a site where the boundaries of art and life were constantly being tested. Ultimately, the factory embodied Warhol's belief that art should not be separated from the culture and industries that defined modern life. Its industrial environment, far from stifling his artistic vision, served as the perfect stage for Warhol's exploration of mass production, celebrity, and consumerism, shaping his work into a reflection of the increasingly commercial and commodified world in which he lived. The factory, in all its industrial splendor, was a space that redefined the possibilities of art, creativity, and collaboration, leaving a lasting imprint on the art world that continues to influence contemporary artistic practices today. Warhol's approach to collaboration. Andy Warhol's approach to collaboration was central to his artistic philosophy and set him apart from many of his contemporaries. In contrast to the traditional notion of the artist as an isolated genius, Warhol embraced a model of collective creativity, wherein the artist's role was often more about direction and concept than the physical execution of the work. This approach, exemplified in his factory, revolutionized the way art was produced and challenged the very idea of authorship in the art world. Warhol's collaborative process was rooted in his desire to move beyond the limitations of individual creativity and to produce art on a larger scale. In the factory, Warhol surrounded himself with a group of assistants, many of whom were referred to as his superstars. These assistants, who often performed tasks like silkscreen printing, assembling artworks, or even creating elements of Warhol's films, were integral to his creative process. Rather than viewing them as subordinates, Warhol saw his collaborators as essential contributors who helped bring his ideas to life. The work they produced in the factory was often a result of group effort, with Warhol providing the overarching concept and allowing the process itself to become part of the art. This collaborative model was a radical departure from the traditional, solitary art-making practices of earlier generations. Warhol's belief in the importance of the idea over the execution of the artwork marked a shift in the way art was viewed and valued. By delegating much of the manual labor of his work to others, Warhol allowed himself to focus on the conceptual and strategic aspects of art making. This method mirrored the industrial processes he often depicted in his art, where mass production and repetition played a key role. For Warhol, collaboration was not just about delegating tasks. It was about the creative input and energy that each collaborator brought to the work. Warhol's collaborative approach extended beyond his assistants. His interaction with his superstars, people like Edie Sedgwick, Joe D'Alessandro, and Holly Woodlawn, further illustrated his belief in the fusion of life and art. The superstars weren't just subjects for Warhol's artwork. They became active participants in his creative vision. In his films, photographs, and performances, they helped shape the narrative and tone of his work. Their personas, often larger than life and eccentric, became intertwined with Warhol's artistic identity, blurring the lines between performer and artist. Ultimately, Warhol's approach to collaboration redefined the nature of art and its production. His belief in teamwork, shared vision, and the power of ideas over execution influenced generations of artists who would go on to experiment with collective art-making practices. Warhol's collaborative spirit not only changed the way art was made, but also reshaped the role of the artist in contemporary culture, demonstrating that creativity is not just an individual endeavor, but a collective force that thrives in collaboration. The influence of the factory on pop culture. The factory, Andy Warhol's legendary studio, was not just an artistic workspace. It became an influential cultural nexus that deeply shaped the landscape of pop culture in the 1960s and beyond. Situated in the heart of New York City, the factory attracted a diverse array of artists, musicians, models, filmmakers, and celebrities, all of whom were drawn to Warhol's unique approach to art making and his embrace of celebrity culture. This eclectic mix of creative minds turned the factory into a cultural incubator where art, fashion, music, and media collided, giving birth to a new kind of creative environment that reflected the energy and vibrancy of the time. One of the most significant ways the factory influenced pop culture was through Warhol's seamless blending of art and celebrity. Warhol's ability to elevate ordinary individuals into iconic figures through his art created a shift in how fame and image were perceived. Figures such as Edie Sedgwick, Joe Dallesandro, and other superstars became synonymous with the factory and were transformed from aspiring personalities into cultural icons. Warhol's films, photos, and artworks immortalized them, and their presence in the factory contributed to the growing celebrity culture of the 1960s. Warhol's personal brand as an artist was intrinsically tied to the celebrities he worked with, and the factory played a central role in making the fusion of art and celebrity a mainstream concept that continues to be a staple of modern pop culture today. The factory also revolutionized the relationship between art and commerce. Warhol's embrace of mass production techniques, where artworks were made quickly and in multiples, reflected the consumer-driven culture of the time. This was a direct challenge to the idea of art as a rarefied, handcrafted object of personal expression. Instead, Warhol's work mirrored the mass production methods of consumer goods, making art more accessible and relevant to a broader audience. His repeated use of iconic consumer products, like the Campbell's soup cans and Brillo boxes, not only reflected the consumer culture, but also helped establish the notion of art as a commodity in itself, an idea that has had lasting effects on both the art world and the broader marketplace of culture. Furthermore, the factory played a significant role in the birth of the underground film scene, which further infiltrated mainstream culture. Warhol's avant-garde films, such as Chelsea Girls and Sleep, pushed boundaries and blurred the lines between art and entertainment. These films, often featuring factory superstars and characterized by experimental techniques, helped shape the emerging counterculture and provided an alternative to the Hollywood mainstream. They captured the essence of a new generation, one that was interested in the avant-garde, the experimental, and the subversive, and reflected a growing desire for authenticity and rebellion against established norms. In many ways, the factory was not just an artistic studio, but a microcosm of the cultural revolution taking place in the 1960s. It represented a time when art and culture were becoming more intertwined with mass media and commercialism. The influence of the factory on pop culture continues to resonate today, as Warhol's ideas about celebrity, commerce, and artistic production are still central to contemporary art, fashion, and entertainment. The legacy of the factory endures, reminding us that the boundaries between art, culture, and commerce are often more porous than we realize. Chapter 5: Warhol and Celebrity Culture. Andy Warhol's relationship with celebrity culture was one of the defining aspects of his work and legacy. He didn't simply observe celebrity, he integrated it into his art, making it a central theme and a medium in itself. Warhol was captivated by fame, both its allure and its emptiness, and this fascination became a cornerstone of his artistic practice. His exploration of celebrity culture changed the way the public and the art world thought about fame, identity, and the commodification of both. Warhol famously declared, "In the future, everyone will be world famous for 15 minutes," a statement that captured his prescient understanding of fame's fleeting nature in the modern media landscape. He was one of the first artists to treat celebrity as a concept worthy of serious artistic investigation. Rather than simply portraying famous figures as glamorous or idealized, Warhol's work often deconstructed the very nature of celebrity itself. Through his repeated images of Marilyn Monroe, Elizabeth Taylor, and Elvis Presley, Warhol explored the idea of the celebrity as both an individual and a mass-produced commodity, much like the consumer goods he also depicted in his art. Warhol's use of mass production techniques, such as silkscreen printing, was a deliberate commentary on the commercial nature of fame. By replicating images of celebrities in a mechanical, industrial fashion, Warhol turned the very idea of celebrity into a product, something that could be consumed and commodified in the same way as a can of soup or a box of soap. His artworks, like the Marilyn Diptych, 1962, highlighted the tension between the public persona of a celebrity and the person behind the image. Warhol's ability to elevate everyday images into art turned the concept of fame into something both monumental and hollow, embodying the fleeting nature of celebrity. The Factory, Warhol's creative studio, was at the center of his exploration of celebrity. It became a magnet for the famous, with everyone from musicians and actors to socialites and intellectuals making their way to the studio to be part of Warhol's world. The Factory itself was a manifestation of Warhol's blending of celebrity with art. It wasn't just a workspace, but a social environment where the lines between art, fame, and performance were often indistinguishable. His films, photographs, and paintings all functioned as ways of capturing the ephemeral nature of fame and celebrity, transforming his subjects into objects of artistic contemplation and, in some cases, irony. Warhol's own public persona was also a crucial part of his engagement with celebrity culture. He carefully curated his image as a distant, enigmatic figure who was both part of the celebrity world and apart from it. His aloofness, eccentricity, and deliberate detachment from his own work turned him into a celebrity in his own right, further cementing his belief that art and fame were inextricably linked. In this sense, Warhol was not just an observer of celebrity culture. He was an active participant, creating and maintaining his own carefully crafted image as the ultimate reflection of the celebrity phenomenon. Through his work and personal life, Warhol profoundly altered the relationship between art and celebrity. His exploration of fame, mass production, and the intersection of media and identity remains one of his most enduring contributions to contemporary culture. Today, Warhol's art continues to influence how we understand and engage with celebrity culture, demonstrating that the lines between art, fame, and commerce are often more blurred than we may realize. Warhol's obsession with fame. Andy Warhol's obsession with fame was one of the most defining and complex elements of his life and work. For Warhol, fame was not just a subject for his art. It was something to be both admired and critiqued. Warhol was deeply fascinated by the nature of celebrity, its allure, and its transient quality, and he often sought to explore these ideas through his iconic art and public persona. His relationship with fame was both paradoxical and symbiotic, as he sought to capture and commodify it while simultaneously becoming a part of it. At the heart of Warhol's obsession with fame was his belief that celebrity was a construct, an image that could be manufactured and consumed like any other commodity. He famously said, "In the future, everyone will be world famous for 15 minutes," reflecting his keen awareness of the temporary nature of fame in the media age. This statement underscored his understanding that fame could be fleeting, an illusion shaped by the media, public relations, and the marketplace. Rather than seeing fame as something inherently valuable or authentic, Warhol approached it as a malleable concept, something that could be manipulated and even replicated. Warhol's treatment of celebrities in his art reflected this obsession. Through repeated, mass-produced images of figures like Marilyn Monroe, Elvis Presley, and Elizabeth Taylor, Warhol deconstructed the notion of celebrity as a unique, authentic persona. His silkscreen prints, such as the Marilyn diptych, presented these famous faces in a way that made them both larger than life and somehow depersonalized. By repeating the same image over and over, he removed the individuality of the subject, replacing it with the concept of fame itself. Warhol's use of industrial production techniques, such as silkscreen printing, emphasized the commodification of fame, turning it into something consumable, much like the consumer products he famously depicted in his works. In many ways, Warhol's personal life mirrored the celebrity culture he sought to explore. He carefully cultivated his own enigmatic image, maintaining a public persona that was deliberately aloof, distant, and enigmatic. He embraced his role as an outsider, someone who existed both within and outside the celebrity world. His unique style, marked by silver wigs, dark glasses, and an air of detachment, became his own form of celebrity, allowing him to remain both an observer and a participant in the world of fame. Warhol's obsession with fame wasn't purely superficial. It reflected a deeper commentary on the nature of identity and the role of media in shaping public perception. By embracing fame and all its contradictions, Warhol created art that interrogated the very foundations of celebrity, questioning how fame was constructed and consumed in a media-saturated society. His work continues to resonate today, as our understanding of fame, image, and identity remains ever-evolving. Warhol's fixation on fame was not just a reflection of his time, it was an exploration of the complex dynamics between the public, the media, and the individual, a topic that remains as relevant as ever. The portraits of celebrities. Andy Warhol's portraits of celebrities are among his most iconic and enduring works, providing a unique lens through which to examine his relationship with fame and the commodification of celebrity. Warhol's celebrity portraits transcend simple depictions of well-known figures. They explore the concept of fame itself, emphasizing both its allure and its transience. By taking images of celebrities, often reproduced through mass media, and transforming them into art, Warhol simultaneously celebrated their status while questioning the very nature of their public personas. Warhol's method of creating celebrity portraits was often a fusion of artistic technique and commercial imagery. He used silkscreen printing, a technique that allowed him to reproduce an image multiple times, to create his famous portraits of figures such as Marilyn Monroe, Elvis Presley, Elizabeth Taylor, and Jacqueline Kennedy. These portraits were not meant to be realistic or intimate. Instead, they presented an idealized, often exaggerated version of the celebrity, highlighting their status as icons while stripping them of their individuality. For Warhol, repetition was central to his exploration of celebrity. By using the same image over and over, he removed the uniqueness of the subject, turning them into a mass-produced, almost mechanical product. In many ways, Warhol's portraits transformed these celebrities into cultural symbols, rather than capturing their personal essence. His Marilyn diptych, 1962, for example, presents a haunting repetition of Monroe's face, both in vibrant color and stark black and white. The image is not simply a portrait of the actress, but a meditation on the transient nature of fame and the public's obsessive consumption of celebrity. Warhol's technique of repeated mechanized reproduction mirrors the way mass media bombarded the public with images of celebrities, turning them into commodities consumed by a wider audience. Warhol's use of celebrity portraits also reflects his ambivalence toward the celebrity world. While he was fascinated by the notion of fame, he was also critical of its superficiality and emptiness. His portraits were not simply adulations of famous figures, but instead offered a commentary on the artificial nature of celebrity. Warhol's detachment in his portrayal of these figures, emphasizing their image over their identity, suggested that celebrities were ultimately defined by their public image, rather than their private selves. These portraits also marked a turning point in how art engaged with popular culture. Warhol's portraits elevated the concept of celebrity to the level of fine art, making it an acceptable subject for artistic expression. By doing so, he broke down the barriers between high and low culture, acknowledging that the public's fascination with celebrity was just as valid a subject for art as historical figures or religious iconography. Today, Warhol's celebrity portraits continue to resonate as they capture not only the famous faces of their time, but also the ever-evolving relationship between art, media, and fame. Through these works, Warhol succeeded in turning celebrity itself into art, creating a timeless commentary on the nature of fame, identity, and the mass media. Warhol's role in shaping celebrity images. Andy Warhol played a pivotal role in shaping the public perception of celebrity, using his art to redefine how fame was both produced and consumed. His innovative approach to celebrity portraiture transformed the way society viewed famous individuals, blurring the line between art, commercialism, and celebrity culture. Warhol understood that in an increasingly media-driven world, the public image of a celebrity was as important, if not more important, than their actual identity. By embracing this idea, Warhol not only immortalized the celebrities of his time, but also influenced how future generations would interact with fame in the media. Warhol's method of working with celebrities was revolutionary. Rather than merely capturing the likeness of famous individuals, he sought to create an iconic image that was synonymous with the person themselves. His portraits, such as those of Marilyn Monroe, Elvis Presley, and Jackie Kennedy, often focused on the symbols and attributes that defined their public image: Monroe's bright red lips, Elvis's pompadour, and Jackie's dignified elegance. Through these repeated, mass-produced images, Warhol elevated the celebrities to the status of cultural symbols, their faces instantly recognizable across all mediums. This approach not only made the image of the celebrity more important than the person behind the image, but also contributed to the commodification of fame itself. Warhol's use of repetition, a hallmark of his artistic technique, further reinforced the idea that celebrities were no longer individuals but products to be consumed. By repeating the same image multiple times, he removed any sense of personal depth, turning the celebrity into a two-dimensional figure that existed solely for public consumption. This was especially evident in works like the Marilyn Diptych, 1962, where the repetition of Monroe's image in vibrant color and muted tones created a haunting effect, suggesting the disconnection between the public persona of the celebrity and the private self that was often hidden or forgotten. Warhol's impact extended beyond just his art. He fundamentally changed how celebrities understood their own public image. He helped shape a new kind of celebrity, the Warholian celebrity, where an individual's public persona could be constructed, marketed, and maintained as a product. Celebrities were no longer defined only by their talents or accomplishments. Their image, often curated with the help of media, was as important as anything else. This idea continues to resonate in today's celebrity-obsessed world, where public relations and media manipulation play a central role in crafting and maintaining fame. By capturing these figures through his lens, Warhol not only influenced the way we viewed famous individuals in the 1960s, but also laid the foundation for the contemporary understanding of celebrity. His art opened the door for future artists, filmmakers, and media outlets to explore fame, identity, and the role of the public in constructing celebrity images. Warhol's ability to turn celebrities into cultural icons marked a radical shift in the relationship between art, fame, and the public, making him one of the most influential figures in shaping modern celebrity culture. The intersection of art and media. Andy Warhol's work is often viewed through the lens of the intersection between art and media, where he became a master of blending both realms in ways that would forever change the art world. In an era increasingly dominated by mass media, Warhol understood that art did not exist in a vacuum. Instead, it was deeply interwoven with the cultural landscape shaped by television, advertising, newspapers, and film. Warhol's ability to use media as both subject and medium allowed him to create works that were not only relevant to the moment, but also challenged the distinctions between high art and popular culture. His art broke down barriers, giving legitimacy to the consumer-driven, celebrity-obsessed world of mass media. Warhol was fascinated by the way the media could elevate the ordinary into the extraordinary, often making heroes or icons out of everyday objects and people. His famous works, such as the Campbell's Soup Cans, 1962, or Marilyn Diptych, 1962, used the visual language of advertising and media to make a statement about the commodification of culture. Warhol embraced the same techniques used in advertising and mass communication, such as repetition, bold imagery, and bright colors, to present his art as part of the same consumer-driven spectacle. Through these works, he was commenting on how the media and consumerism shaped society's views of what was worthy of attention, fame, and admiration. The silkscreen technique that Warhol perfected played a critical role in this intersection of art and media. Silkscreen printing, often used in mass production and advertising, allowed Warhol to reproduce images over and over, elevating the concept of mass media and commercialization into fine art. Through this method, Warhol blurred the lines between artistic originality and mass production, questioning whether the value of an artwork was inherent in its uniqueness or its ability to be reproduced and consumed. Warhol's decision to replicate famous celebrity images, commercial products, and everyday items reflected his belief that the same principles driving the media and advertising also applied to art. Warhol also made the media itself a subject of his work. His experimental films, such as Empire, 1964, and Sleep, 1963, reflected a new form of artistic engagement with the media, presenting time and reality in ways that were both cinematic and artistic. His embrace of television, film, and celebrity culture was integral to his exploration of how the media played a role in shaping public identity. Warhol's creative vision transcended traditional art forms, moving fluidly between different media, from painting and sculpture to film and music, allowing him to fully immerse himself in the rapidly changing media landscape. Through his artistic endeavors, Warhol captured and critiqued the ways in which media defined reality, created icons, and commodified both people and objects. He paved the way for later generations of artists to explore the relationship between media, culture, and art. Today, Warhol's art continues to resonate as the relationship between media and art has only become more complex and integral to how we understand the world around us. Warhol's 15 Minutes of Fame prophecy. One of Andy Warhol's most famous and enduring quotes is, "In the future, everyone will be world famous for 15 minutes." This statement, made in the 1960s, presciently predicted the way fame would evolve in the modern age, particularly in the era of mass media, celebrity culture, and the rise of social media. Warhol's 15 Minutes of Fame prophecy has been widely interpreted as a commentary on the fleeting and transient nature of celebrity, suggesting that fame would become something more accessible and ultimately more disposable, as it would be available to anyone for a short period of time. His words have become almost prophetic in the context of today's celebrity culture, where brief moments of recognition have become commonplace and fame is often achieved and just as easily discarded in the span of a viral moment or a social media post. Warhol's vision of fame reflects his deep understanding of the commodification of public life. At the time, the media was undergoing a transformation, with television, advertising, and film playing a pivotal role in elevating certain individuals into the public eye. Warhol, a keen observer of the media landscape, saw that fame was becoming less about real achievement and more about spectacle, something that could be manufactured, consumed, and discarded. This notion was encapsulated in his work, where celebrities were often portrayed not as complex individuals, but as icons whose images could be endlessly replicated and commodified. Warhol's own approach to fame mirrored this idea. As he became a prominent figure in the art world, His personal brand was cultivated as much through his enigmatic persona and media appearances as through his artistic output. Warhol was not just an artist, he was a media personality, constantly engaging with the world of fame while also maintaining a certain distance. His aloofness and deliberate cultivation of a mysterious public identity made him both part of and apart from the celebrity culture he depicted. Warhol's art, particularly his portraits of celebrities, reinforced the idea that fame was a construct, something that could be shaped and manipulated just like any other product. In today's world, where influencers can rise to stardom overnight and social media platforms have democratized fame, Warhol's 15 minutes of fame prophecy has become increasingly relevant. The rapid rise of viral sensations, where individuals can go from obscurity to global recognition and then fade from the public eye just as quickly, reflects exactly what Warhol predicted. Fame has become transient, fragmented, and increasingly ephemeral. While the speed at which fame is gained and lost has accelerated, Warhol's insight into the commodification of fame remains as sharp as ever, reminding us that celebrity is as much about consumption and image as it is about talent or achievement. Warhol's notion of 15 minutes of fame underscores his fascination with the intersection of media, art, and celebrity, and his understanding of fame as a product, something to be consumed, manufactured, and discarded. In many ways, his art foresaw a future where the very concept of fame would become both more accessible and more impermanent, a notion that has only become more relevant in our image-driven, social media-saturated culture today. Chapter 6: Warhol's Exploration of Consumerism. Andy Warhol's art was not just an exploration of celebrity or fame, it was also a profound commentary on the nature of consumerism. Living in a post-war America where mass production and consumer goods were on the rise, Warhol saw firsthand how the capitalist system transformed both everyday life and cultural values. His work often blurred the lines between art and consumer products, challenging the traditional boundaries of fine art and drawing attention to the ways in which mass-produced goods were elevated to the status of icons. One of Warhol's most famous early works, Campbell's Soup Cans, 1962, stands as a testament to his critique of consumerism. By elevating a mundane, everyday product to the level of art, Warhol invited viewers to reconsider the value we assign to objects based on their association with commercial culture. The repetition of the soup cans in his series mirrored the repetitive nature of mass production itself, where the unique value of an object is stripped away by its ability to be reproduced in countless identical forms. Warhol's art became a vehicle for reflecting on how consumer culture often erases individuality and replaces it with uniformity. Through his silkscreen technique, he emphasized the manufactured, impersonal qualities of the objects he depicted, such as soup cans, Coca-Cola bottles, and Brillo boxes, presenting them not as individual works of art, but as commodities that were mass-produced for consumption. Warhol's fascination with consumerism went beyond simply portraying consumer products. His work often questioned the relationship between art, value, and marketing. In the capitalist world that Warhol inhabited, the value of an object or an image could be artificially inflated through advertising, branding, and promotion. Warhol's own art, in a sense, mirrored this process. He used commercial techniques, like repetition, mass production, and the silkscreen process, to challenge the idea that art needed to be unique or scarce in order to have value. In doing so, he turned the art market into a kind of consumer experience, where the work was just as much about branding and marketing as it was about artistic vision. Another example of Warhol's exploration of consumerism can be seen in his Brillo box sculptures, 1964, which turned supermarket products into art by reproducing commercial packaging in an artistic context. These works questioned the distinction between high art and low culture, suggesting that consumer products like art could be elevated to the realm of cultural significance. Warhol's approach to consumerism was both ironic and celebratory. He seemed to both critique the capitalist commodification of culture and embrace its potential for mass appeal. Ultimately, Warhol's exploration of consumerism was not just about the objects he depicted, but also about the larger cultural implications of living in a consumer-driven society. His art invited viewers to question how the value of goods, images, and even people is often shaped by market forces, mass media, and advertising. Through his work, Warhol became one of the most insightful commentators on the ways consumerism has permeated modern life, both celebrating and critiquing the ever-present influence of commerce in our daily existence. Mass production in art, a new aesthetic. Andy Warhol's embrace of mass production in art redefined the very nature of what could be considered art, and in doing so, he established a new aesthetic that challenged traditional notions of originality and craftsmanship. In a world where consumer goods were increasingly mass-produced, Warhol saw an opportunity to reflect on the cultural impact of this shift through his work. By adopting industrial processes such as silkscreen printing and incorporating the imagery of mass-produced consumer products, he introduced an aesthetic that emphasized repetition, standardization, and commodification, elements that were central to the modern industrial age. Warhol's use of mass production techniques in his artwork challenged the idea of the artist as a solitary, unique creator. Traditionally, artists were celebrated for their ability to produce one-of-a-kind works of art imbued with their personal touch and creativity. Warhol, however, sought to remove the emphasis on individual artistic labor. His use of silkscreen printing, a process commonly associated with commercial production, allowed him to reproduce images in multiples, often in a manner that resembled factory production. This mechanized approach to creating art introduced a new aesthetic that was defined by the concept of repetition and reproduction, qualities that Warhol found captivating in both art and consumer goods. In works like Campbell's Soup Cans, 1962, and Brillo Boxes, 1964, Warhol used the principles of mass production to critique the consumerist culture that defined post-war America. By repeating the same image or object over and over, he drew attention to the ubiquity and uniformity of mass-produced goods. The aesthetic of repetition became central to his work, as it mirrored the repetitive nature of consumer culture. Warhol's art reflected the proliferation of identical products flooding the marketplace, questioning the notion of individuality and uniqueness in a world driven by mass consumption. Moreover, Warhol's adoption of mass production techniques also had a profound impact on the relationship between art and its value. In traditional art markets, uniqueness was often tied to the work's worth. Warhol, however, used repetition to disrupt this idea. The ability to replicate his work in multiple versions challenged the conventional understanding of what made art valuable. By making art more accessible and less reliant on scarcity, Warhol transformed the art world, making it clear that mass production could be just as valid a form of artistic expression as traditional, handcrafted methods. Through his incorporation of mass production into his work, Warhol introduced a new aesthetic that not only mirrored the growing consumer culture of his time, but also redefined the role of the artist and the nature of art itself. His work highlighted the tension between the industrial, the commercial, and the artistic, offering a compelling commentary on the ways in which the processes of production and consumption shape our understanding of value, identity, and culture. The role of advertisements in Warhol's art. Andy Warhol's work was deeply influenced by the imagery and techniques of advertising, making it a central theme in his exploration of consumer culture. In the 1960s, when advertising was becoming increasingly ubiquitous in shaping public consciousness, Warhol recognized its potential as both an artistic and cultural tool. His use of advertisements in his art was not just a reflection of the consumer-driven world around him. It was a deliberate strategy to challenge traditional distinctions between fine art and commercial culture. By appropriating advertisements, Warhol blurred the lines between art and commerce, revealing how both shape perceptions of value, beauty, and desire. Warhol's use of advertising images, such as in his iconic Campbell's Soup Cans, 1962, was a direct commentary on how mass-produced goods were marketed to the public. Soup cans, as a mundane, everyday object, became a symbol of the commodification of culture. Warhol elevated the Campbell's soup can to the level of high art by employing the same techniques used in advertising: bright colors, repetition, and clear, bold imagery to create a sense of familiarity and instant recognition. His work mirrored the techniques of commercial advertising, which sought to embed products in the public's consciousness, creating associations between the object and consumer identity. In other works, Warhol turned to advertisements for products like Coca-Cola, Brillo, and other consumer goods, incorporating their logos and packaging into his art. This approach highlighted the pervasive nature of advertising in everyday life and its influence on shaping not only purchasing behavior, but also cultural values. Warhol's appropriation of advertising reflected a society in which products, brands, and images were consumed just as readily as art, forcing viewers to reconsider the boundaries between commercial and creative expressions. Through this, Warhol questioned whether there was any difference between the way people viewed mass-marketed goods and how they perceived fine art. Warhol's fascination with advertisements also extended to the way he worked with celebrity endorsements. By creating portraits of famous figures, he drew a parallel between celebrities and products, both of which were marketed and sold to the public. Warhol's portraits of Marilyn Monroe and Elvis Presley, for example, treated them like commercial products to be consumed, underlining the idea that both celebrities and consumer goods were sold through the media in similar ways. Ultimately, Warhol's art was both an homage to and a critique of advertising culture. He embraced the techniques and language of advertising to expose how deeply embedded consumerism was in modern life. By using advertisements as his artistic medium, Warhol demonstrated how the art world and the commercial world were increasingly intertwined, each influencing and shaping the other. Through his innovative approach, Warhol made a lasting impact on the way art is understood and consumed, demonstrating that advertisements could be just as powerful, meaningful, and worthy of artistic consideration as any other subject. The symbolism of everyday objects. In much of Andy Warhol's work, everyday objects become much more than their utilitarian purposes. They become symbols laden with cultural significance. Warhol's fascination with the mundane aspects of life, such as Campbell's soup cans, Brillo boxes, and Coca-Cola bottles, reflects his belief that the ordinary items we often overlook hold deep connections to identity, mass culture, and consumerism. Through his iconic series of paintings and sculptures, Warhol elevated these seemingly trivial objects to the status of fine art, challenging the viewer to reconsider the value placed on them in a consumer-driven society. The Campbell's Soup Cans, 1962, perhaps Warhol's most famous work, serves as a striking example of his approach to everyday objects. By using a mass-produced, widely recognized consumer product as the focal point of his art, Warhol transformed something as ordinary as a soup can into a cultural artifact. The repetition of identical cans in his series also reflected the monotonous, predictable nature of mass production, while also inviting questions about what it means for something to be elevated into an object of value. The soup can, once seen as a humble item in the grocery store, now stood as a symbol of consumerism, capitalism, and the way in which consumer goods were marketed and consumed in America. In his Brillo box sculptures, 1964, Warhol took another everyday item, this time a supermarket product's packaging, and presented it as fine art. By replicating the supermarket's commercial packaging in a sculptural form, Warhol stripped the object of its original context and placed it in an art gallery, encouraging viewers to confront the manufactured nature of consumer goods and their ubiquity in modern life. Warhol's use of such objects questioned the boundaries between high art and popular culture, suggesting that there was no inherent value in one over the other. Through these pieces, Warhol highlighted the role of branding and packaging in shaping the public's perception of value, showing how design and marketing transformed simple, functional products into symbols of status and taste. Warhol's exploration of everyday objects also extended to his fascination with the branding of popular items, such as his use of Coca-Cola bottles in his work. To Warhol, these objects symbolized the growing commodification of life, where even something as basic as a soft drink could be turned into a cultural icon. Warhol's use of repetition, bright colors, and mass production techniques created an aesthetic that mirrored advertising and consumerism, reinforcing the idea that the things we consume shape our identity and cultural values. Ultimately, Warhol's treatment of everyday objects transcended their function as mere commodities. In his hands, these objects became potent symbols that reflected the commodification of culture, the rise of consumerism, and the growing impact of mass production on modern life. Through his art, Warhol forced the viewer to reconsider the significance of what had previously been regarded as mundane, revealing that even the most ordinary items could carry deep cultural and social meaning. Warhol's relationship with capitalism. Andy Warhol's relationship with capitalism was complex and multifaceted. As an artist deeply entrenched in the commercial and cultural landscape of post-war America, Warhol both critiqued and embraced capitalism, blurring the lines between art, commerce, and consumerism. His work reflected the growing influence of the capitalist system on all aspects of life, and he used his art to engage with, and often satirize, the role that money, branding, and mass production played in shaping the world around him. Warhol's art was born from the realities of the capitalist system, where the market often determined the value of an object or an image. His use of mass production techniques, such as silkscreen printing, and his incorporation of popular consumer goods, like Campbell's soup cans and Coca-Cola bottles, reflected a society increasingly driven by consumerism and branding. Warhol's work mirrored this environment by elevating everyday commercial products to the realm of fine art. In doing so, he made a profound statement about the commodification of culture in a capitalist world, where even art itself could be treated as a commodity. While Warhol critiqued capitalism through his art, he also exploited the system to his advantage. As he rose to fame, Warhol became a master of the art market, using his celebrity and brand to create a business model that was as much about marketing as it was about making art. His studio, known as The Factory, operated like a business, with Warhol at the helm as both artist and entrepreneur. He understood the power of image and branding and used it to build his reputation, turning his name into a trademark that was synonymous with a particular aesthetic and lifestyle. Warhol's success in monetizing his art and his public persona was a testament to his savvy understanding of the capitalist system. Warhol's art, however, was not solely about making money or capitalizing on the commercial world. He used the visual language of advertising, branding, and mass production to comment on the dehumanizing effects of consumerism. By reproducing familiar images and objects, Warhol drew attention to the way capitalism reduced everything to a product to be consumed and discarded. His works challenged the idea that art should be unique and valuable only through scarcity, suggesting instead that art could be made accessible and universally relatable through mass production. In essence, Warhol's relationship with capitalism was both critical and participatory. He critiqued the commercialization of culture while simultaneously thriving within the system, using it to his advantage to push boundaries in art and commerce. Through his work, Warhol illuminated the contradictions of capitalism, revealing how it shaped both the art world and society at large. His art remains a reflection of a capitalist society, one where the line between culture, commerce, and consumerism is increasingly difficult to distinguish. Warhol as a commercial artist. Andy Warhol's career as a commercial artist was integral to his identity as an artist and his larger artistic philosophy. Before becoming a key figure in the pop art movement, Warhol made his name in the commercial world, working as a highly successful illustrator in advertising and fashion. This early experience with commercial art provided him with the technical skills, aesthetic sensibility, and understanding of mass production that would later define his iconic works in the fine art world. Warhol's transition from commercial illustration to fine art was not a rejection of the commercial world, but rather an extension of it, blurring the boundaries between high and low art and challenging traditional notions of what art could be. Warhol's early years in New York, working as an illustrator for magazines and advertisements, taught him the language of branding and marketing. He became known for his clean, graphic style, which appealed to the commercial world. His work for brands like I. Miller Shoes and advertisements for beauty products reflected his keen understanding of how images could be used to sell products. These early commercial commissions were a training ground for Warhol's later work in the fine art world, where he would use the same techniques of repetition, bold colors, and branding strategies to make statements about consumerism, fame, and mass production. Warhol's approach to art making mirrored the world of advertising and commercial production in many ways. By employing mass production methods, such as silkscreen printing, Warhol treated art in the same manner as a consumer product, produced in multiples for mass consumption. Works like Campbell's Soup Cans, 1962, and Brillo Boxes, 1964, were not only commentaries on consumer culture, but also reflections of Warhol's commercial sensibility. By elevating everyday consumer goods to the status of art, Warhol subverted the notion that fine art should be unique or precious. Instead, he argued that art, much like any other commercial product, could be reproduced, mass-marketed, and consumed by the masses. Warhol's commercial art background also influenced his approach to the business of art. At the factory, his studio and creative hub, Warhol ran his practice like a factory, producing art on an assembly line basis. This method of collaboration and production was a direct reflection of his early work in commercial art, where efficiency and volume were key. Warhol embraced the idea that art could be both a business and a creative endeavor, and he used the mechanisms of capitalism to his advantage. He understood that success in the art world, much like in the commercial world, was about branding, marketing, and creating an image that could be consumed by the public. In essence, Warhol's role as a commercial artist was not simply a chapter in his career, but the foundation for his entire artistic practice. His ability to navigate and blend the worlds of fine art and commercial art allowed him to challenge the conventional boundaries of both. Through his innovative approach to art making and marketing, Warhol redefined what it meant to be an artist in the modern world, making him a central figure in the dialogue between art, commerce, and consumer culture. Chapter 7: Warhol's Films, a New Medium of Expression. Andy Warhol's venture into filmmaking was as revolutionary and unconventional as his approach to visual art. During the 1960s, Warhol expanded his artistic practice into the realm of film, creating a series of experimental works that pushed the boundaries of traditional cinematic language. His films were marked by their minimalist style, repetitive sequences, and focus on everyday life, often blurring the line between art and performance. Warhol's exploration of film as a medium reflected his fascination with celebrity, consumerism, and the intersection of art and popular culture, themes that were central to his broader body of work. Warhol's films were a direct response to the formal, narrative-driven films that dominated Hollywood cinema. Rather than adhering to conventional plot structures or character development, Warhol embraced a more experimental, almost documentary-like approach. His films often lacked traditional narrative arcs, instead focusing on the act of filming itself and the process of creating a visual record of everyday moments. Works such as Sleep, 1963, which depicts poet John Giorno sleeping for 5 hours, and Empire, 1964, which shows a static shot of the Empire State Building for 8 hours, are prime examples of Warhol's desire to challenge the viewer's perception of time, space, and the role of the audience in engaging with art. In his films, Warhol employed techniques like extended takes, repetitive imagery, and minimalistic framing, which forced viewers to confront the mundane and the monotonous. These techniques were in stark contrast to the fast-paced, action-oriented style of commercial cinema and reflected Warhol's broader artistic philosophy, a focus on the beauty of repetition, the banality of everyday life, and the dissolution of the boundaries between high art and popular culture. Warhol's films were often intentionally slow and drawn out, inviting the audience to become more introspective and engaged in the process of viewing rather than simply consuming entertainment. Warhol's interest in film also extended to his fascination with celebrity culture. He produced a series of screen tests, short films that captured the likenesses of famous personalities like Edie Sedgwick, Nico, and Bob Dylan. These films served as both a tribute to and a critique of the commodification of celebrity, presenting these icons in an unvarnished, often uncomfortable light. By filming them in a static, unflattering manner, Warhol challenged the idealized images of celebrities that were often propagated by the media, forcing the viewer to consider the complexities and contradictions behind the public personas of these figures. Despite their experimental nature, Warhol's films had a profound impact on the art world and the medium of cinema. They paved the way for new forms of filmmaking that emphasized the process of art making itself, rather than focusing solely on product or narrative. Through his films, Warhol expanded the scope of artistic expression, reinforcing his belief that any object, any moment, could be transformed into art. His films remain an essential part of his legacy, illustrating his groundbreaking approach to both visual art and the medium of film. Early experiments in film. Andy Warhol's foray into filmmaking began in the early 1960s, marking a significant expansion of his artistic practice. Drawing from his background in commercial art and his fascination with popular culture, Warhol approached film with a unique perspective that was unbound by traditional cinematic conventions. His early films were highly experimental, often disregarding conventional narrative structure and focusing instead on the exploration of everyday life, repetition, and the idea of art as process. These early experiments in film revealed Warhol's growing interest in the concept of seeing and being seen, a theme that would continue to dominate his work throughout his career. One of Warhol's first notable film experiments was Sleep, 1963, a 5-hour-long film that simply depicts poet John Giorno sleeping. The film's lack of a conventional narrative or plot was intentional, as Warhol sought to challenge the expectations of traditional cinema. In this work, Warhol embraced minimalism and repetition, focusing on a single, seemingly mundane activity to explore the passage of time and the act of watching. Rather than providing a conventional story, Sleep invited viewers to reflect on the nature of film as a medium, forcing them to engage with the experience of watching something as ordinary as sleep stretched out over an extended period. Following Sleep, Warhol continued to experiment with the medium in ways that rejected conventional storytelling. In Empire, 1964, Warhol filmed the Empire State Building for 8 hours, offering a static shot of the iconic New York skyscraper at varying times of day. The film's slow pacing and lack of action challenged traditional notions of what a film should be, encouraging the audience to reflect on the building's constant, unchanging presence in the ever-shifting landscape of the city. Empire is emblematic of Warhol's interest in stasis and time as an artistic concept. The film's unrelenting stillness turned the city's most famous landmark into a symbol of urban permanence in a world constantly in motion. Another crucial part of Warhol's early film experiments was his screen tests, a series of short films featuring famous personalities, often filmed in a simple, direct manner. Figures like Edie Sedgwick, Nico, and even Bob Dylan were captured in static close-up shots, each film lasting several minutes. These screen tests were an extension of Warhol's fascination with celebrity culture, turning these famous faces into objects of art. The unflattering, intimate nature of these films subverted the polished, idealized images of these celebrities that were typically presented to the public. Warhol's approach to these early films mirrored his broader artistic philosophy, the stripping away of superficial glamour to reveal something raw and authentic. Through these early experiments in film, Warhol established his reputation as a groundbreaking figure in the art world. His films rejected traditional cinematic storytelling and instead focused on moments of stillness, repetition, and the banalities of daily life. By doing so, he expanded the boundaries of what art could be, using the medium of film to question not only the role of art in modern society, but also the role of the viewer in engaging with art. The philosophy behind Warhol's film work. Andy Warhol's approach to filmmaking was deeply rooted in his broader philosophical and artistic perspectives, particularly his fascination with the banality of everyday life, the passage of time, and the relationship between art and commerce. Warhol's films were as much about the process of making art as they were about the finished product, embodying his belief that the act of creating could be as significant as the final artwork. His philosophy on film was a direct extension of his larger view of art as something that was both democratic and reflective of the world around him. In his films, Warhol sought to strip away the pretensions and expectations typically associated with the medium, opting instead for simplicity, repetition, and rawness. One of the most prominent aspects of Warhol's philosophy in film was his desire to focus on the mundane. He was deeply interested in capturing ordinary, everyday moments and exploring their potential for meaning. In films like Sleep, 1963, which depicts poet John Giorno sleeping for 5 hours, Warhol rejected the notion that film must be filled with action or narrative. Instead, he embraced the quiet, still moments of life, allowing time and repetition to become central components of the viewing experience. In this way, Warhol's films were an extension of his interest in the beauty of repetition, a theme he explored in his visual art through techniques like silkscreen printing. Just as he repeated images like Campbell's soup cans and celebrity portraits, Warhol used repetition in his films to reveal the significance of ordinary actions and the passage of time. Warhol's film philosophy also reflects his approach to celebrity culture. Much like his paintings and sculptures, Warhol's films often focused on the cult of fame, both glorifying and deconstructing it. His screen tests, which featured close-up shots of iconic personalities like Edie Sedgwick, Nico, and Bob Dylan, presented these celebrities in an unvarnished light, far removed from the glamour and mystique typically associated with their public personas. Warhol's detached, often unemotional filming style highlighted the commodification of these figures, presenting them as mere objects to be consumed, much like the products he frequently depicted in his visual art. Another key element of Warhol's film philosophy was his rejection of traditional narrative structure. His films often lacked clear plots or characters, and instead, Warhol emphasized the process of filmmaking itself. He viewed film not as a tool for storytelling, but as a means to document moments in time, often in a repetitive, almost meditative way. His static shots and long takes challenged conventional expectations of cinema and prompted viewers to reconsider the role of time, space, and repetition in art. In this sense, Warhol's films were not just an exploration of the medium, but a philosophical statement about the nature of art, celebrity, and consumer culture. Ultimately, Warhol's film work was a radical departure from traditional cinema. His minimalist, process-oriented approach to filmmaking reflected his belief that art could be found in the simplest and most unremarkable aspects of life. Warhol's films remain a testament to his philosophical outlook, showing that art could be made from anything, even the most ordinary moments, and that the true essence of art lay not in its glamour or complexity, but in its ability to capture and reflect the world around us. The role of the viewer in Warhol's films. In Andy Warhol's films, the role of the viewer is integral to the experience and meaning of the work itself. Unlike traditional cinema, where the audience is often led through a structured narrative, Warhol's films demand a more active and introspective form of viewing. His minimalist approach to filmmaking, which often involved long takes, static shots, and repetitive imagery, places the viewer in a position where they are required to engage with the film on a deeper level. Rather than being passive observers, the audience is invited to confront the process of viewing itself, allowing them to explore not only the film's content, but also the nature of time, repetition, and even boredom. One of the most striking aspects of Warhol's films is the way they stretch the concept of time. In works like Empire, 1964, which runs for over 8 hours, or Sleep, 1963, which depicts poet John Giorno sleeping for 5 hours, Warhol challenges the audience's patience and expectations. The films are not designed to be watched in the conventional sense, but rather to be experienced. The long, unbroken shots encourage the viewer to sit with the image, to reflect on its monotony, and to consider the passage of time in a way that traditional films rarely do. This prolonged exposure to stillness and repetition transforms the viewer from a passive consumer of entertainment into an active participant in the experience. In this sense, the audience is forced to confront their own responses to the film, whether it's discomfort, boredom, contemplation, or even appreciation. Warhol's films also emphasize the relationship between the viewer and the object of the film, particularly in his Screen Test series, where celebrities like Edie Sedgwick and Bob Dylan are filmed in a static close-up. These films capture their subjects in a raw, unidealized light, stripping away the layers of glamour and media fabrication that usually surround these figures. In doing so, Warhol forces the viewer to reconsider the nature of celebrity and the ways in which they consume images of public figures. The viewer is no longer just watching the celebrity, but is confronted with the act of watching itself. The subjects in these films are often framed in a way that makes them appear boastant and intimate, reinforcing Warhol's exploration of fame, commodification, and voyeurism. Furthermore, Warhol's films blur the lines between art and everyday life, asking the viewer to reflect on the very nature of art consumption. By using non-traditional methods like repetition and everyday subject matter, Warhol invites viewers to reconsider what constitutes art. The viewer, in turn, must engage with the work as an active participant, questioning their own perceptions of art, time, and culture. In Warhol's films, the audience becomes more than just an observer. They become an integral part of the artistic process. The experience of watching Warhol's films is as much about introspection and self-awareness as it is about observing the subjects on screen. By disrupting traditional cinematic expectations and engaging the viewer in this way, Warhol's films elevate the act of watching to a level of artistic significance, turning the viewer's presence into an essential element of the work itself. Key films: Sleep, Empire, and Chelsea Girls. Andy Warhol's films Sleep, 1963, Empire, 1964, and Chelsea Girls, 1966, stand as pivotal works within his filmmaking oeuvre, each offering unique insights into his experimental approach to cinema and his broader artistic philosophy. These films, while distinct in their content and style, share Warhol's focus on minimalism, repetition, and the exploration of time. They also underscore his challenge to the conventional expectations of film as a medium for storytelling and entertainment. Sleep is one of Warhol's most iconic early works, a 5-hour-long film that features poet John Giorno sleeping. The film's simplicity, both in its subject matter and its execution, is a radical departure from traditional cinema. The static, unbroken shot of Giorno lying in bed invites the viewer to contemplate the passage of time in an entirely new way. There is no plot, no dialogue, and no action, only the act of sleep, which becomes both a literal and metaphorical exploration of stillness, passivity, and the inevitability of time. The film's slow, meditative pace forces viewers to sit with the image for an extended period, allowing them to experience the process of watching itself and reconsider their own perceptions of time, art, and boredom. Following Sleep, Warhol's Empire continues his exploration of time and stasis, presenting an 8-hour-long shot of the Empire State Building. Unlike traditional cinematic shots that often emphasize movement and change, Warhol's still camera captures the building at varying times of day, offering a meditation on permanence in the face of a constantly shifting world. The film's slow pace and repetitive nature invite the viewer to reflect on the city's iconic landmark, transforming it from a symbol of modernity and progress into an object of contemplation. Empire is an experiment in patience and endurance, encouraging viewers to engage with the image in a way that questions the very nature of cinematic experience. Chelsea Girls, perhaps Warhol's most accessible and commercially successful film, represents a departure from his earlier, more austere works. A split-screen film featuring multiple stories told simultaneously, Chelsea Girls captures the lives of young women living in New York's Chelsea Hotel, a famous gathering place for artists, musicians, and celebrities. The film's fragmented structure and overlapping dialogues reflect Warhol's interest in the lives of those living on the fringes of society, as well as his fascination with the blurred boundaries between reality and performance. While Chelsea Girls retains Warhol's signature minimalist style, it also brings a new level of interaction and complexity, providing a glimpse into the chaotic, creative world of the 1960s counterculture. Together, these three films, Sleep, Empire, and Chelsea Girls, represent different facets of Warhol's approach to film as an art form. Through them, Warhol revolutionized the way films could be made and experienced, using time, repetition, and unorthodox subject matter to challenge viewers' expectations and perceptions. These films remain vital in understanding Warhol's artistic legacy and his influence on both the world of cinema and the broader art world. The legacy of Warhol's experimental cinema. Andy Warhol's experimental films have had a profound and lasting impact on both the world of cinema and the broader art world. His approach to filmmaking, marked by its minimalism, repetition, and rejection of conventional narrative, transformed the medium and reshaped the way filmmakers and artists approached film as an art form. Warhol's films were not only a radical departure from the expectations of traditional cinema, but also a direct challenge to the established norms of what art could be. One of the most significant aspects of Warhol's cinematic legacy is his redefinition of time and space in film. His works, such as Sleep, 1963, and Empire, 1964, embrace slow pacing, long takes, and static shots, asking viewers to engage with the film in a contemplative and introspective manner. In a world where films were often designed to be fast-paced and filled with action, Warhol's work slowed everything down, allowing time itself to become a central theme. By doing so, he encouraged audiences to reflect on the nature of time, art, and the act of viewing. This focus on time, repetition, and stillness set the stage for future filmmakers who sought to explore similar themes, such as those working in the avant-garde, experimental, and art house cinema movements. Warhol's impact extended beyond his immediate circle and the world of experimental cinema. His films also helped blur the boundaries between art and commerce, reflecting his broader artistic philosophy that art could and should be made accessible to everyone. His work questioned the commodification of art and celebrity, an issue that remains central to contemporary discussions of both art and media. Films like Chelsea Girls, 1966, which depicted the lives of young women living in New York's Chelsea Hotel, showcased the intersection of celebrity, fame, and everyday life, underscoring Warhol's interest in both the mundane and the glamorous. This blending of art with popular culture further solidified Warhol's position as a figure who bridged the gap between the art world and the media-saturated world of fame and consumerism. The legacy of Warhol's experimental cinema also lies in the way his films have been embraced by subsequent generations of artists and filmmakers. His works have influenced a range of artists, from avant-garde filmmakers like John Waters and David Lynch to contemporary artists working with video and installation. Warhol's disregard for traditional cinematic expectations inspired filmmakers to explore new ways of telling stories, or to reject the notion of narrative altogether in favor of capturing raw, unfiltered experiences. Ultimately, Andy Warhol's experimental films remain essential in understanding the evolution of both art and cinema. Through his innovative approach, Warhol expanded the possibilities of filmmaking, showing that film could be a medium for both personal expression and artistic experimentation. His work continues to challenge viewers and artists alike to rethink what film and art can be and how they can engage with the world around them. Warhol's legacy in experimental cinema is not just a matter of stylistic influence, but a philosophical shift that continues to reverberate through the artistic world today. Chapter 8: The Evolution of Warhol's Art in the 1960s and 70s. The 1960s and 70s were transformative decades for Andy Warhol, marking a period of significant evolution in his artistic practice. Having already made a name for himself in the 1960s with his iconic works like Campbell's Soup Cans and the silkscreen portraits of celebrities, Warhol's style continued to develop in new directions during this time. The dynamic energy of the 1960s provided a fertile ground for Warhol's experimentation with different media, materials, and subject matter, while the 1970s saw him further solidify his position as both a celebrity and a pivotal figure in the art world. In the early 1960s, Warhol's embrace of mass production techniques, particularly the use of silkscreen printing, cemented his reputation as the leader of the pop art movement. His work celebrated consumer culture, fame, and the commodification of everyday objects. However, as the decade progressed, Warhol's art began to reflect a more complex engagement with the American cultural landscape. He experimented with new themes, pushing boundaries with works like Gold Marilyn Monroe, 1962, where he combined his signature use of repetition with a more emotional and dramatic approach to the celebrity portrait. This work marked a shift in Warhol's treatment of his subjects, combining a sense of reverence and detachment while also exploring themes of spirituality and death. The mid-1960s saw Warhol's transition into new artistic territories. He began making films, creating the renowned Screen Tests, and collaborating with musicians, most notably with the Velvet Underground. This period marked the fusion of Warhol's visual art with music, performance, and experimental film, resulting in a groundbreaking body of work that continued to defy conventional artistic categories. Warhol's work with the Velvet Underground, for example, would not only shape the music world, but also influence the visual language of counterculture, blending art, music, and celebrity in ways that had never been done before. The 1970s were a period of consolidation and refinement for Warhol. He became a media sensation in his own right, with his persona as both artist and celebrity gaining unprecedented visibility. This decade saw him return to commercial artwork as he engaged with advertising, branding, and corporate culture. Warhol's Campbell's Soup images evolved into more complex forms, and he began to create works with corporate logos like the Coca-Cola and Brillo boxes. His relationship with consumerism deepened, and he began to reflect the commercial world more explicitly in his art. Warhol's output during the 1970s also witnessed a return to figurative painting and portraiture. Works such as Portrait of Susie, 1972, and his famous series of disaster paintings, which depicted images of car crashes and electric chairs, saw Warhol delving into darker, more introspective themes. These pieces illustrated Warhol's increasing interest in death, violence, and the fragility of fame. Despite his commercial success, Warhol's later works revealed an artist preoccupied with the transience of life and the human condition. Overall, the 1960s and 70s were a period of expansion, self-reflection, and transformation for Warhol. His art continued to evolve as he embraced new technologies, media, and partnerships, while also confronting more complex existential and philosophical questions. These decades solidified Warhol's status not only as a pioneering artist of his time, but as a figure whose work would continue to shape the cultural landscape for generations to come. The changing nature of Warhol's artwork. The evolution of Andy Warhol's artwork throughout the 1960s and 70s reveals a dynamic shift in both his stylistic approach and his thematic concerns. While Warhol initially became famous for his mass-produced works and celebration of consumer culture, over time, his art began to embrace more complex and introspective themes. This shift in Warhol's work reflected broader changes in both his personal life and the socio-political landscape of the time, revealing a nuanced engagement with celebrity, media, and existential questions. In the early 1960s, Warhol's work was defined by his use of commercial techniques, particularly silkscreen printing, which allowed him to produce mass quantities of art using commercial methods. His iconic Campbell's soup cans, 1962, and celebrity portraits, like Marilyn Monroe, 1962, made a statement about the commodification of art and the intersection between mass media and popular culture. These works were saturated with the consumerist and celebrity-driven culture of the era, embodying Warhol's belief that art could be as ubiquitous and accessible as the everyday objects and images it depicted. However, as Warhol's career progressed, especially during the mid-60s, there was a noticeable shift in both the content and execution of his work. Warhol began to experiment with new media, such as film, and ventured into more personal and dark themes. His shift from the repetitive, commercial-driven imagery to more somber subjects, like the Death and Disaster series, 1963 to 1964, which depicted images of car crashes, suicides, and electric chairs, marked a pivotal moment in Warhol's artistic evolution. These works were a stark contrast to the vibrancy of his earlier pieces, reflecting a growing preoccupation with the fragility of life, fame, and the impermanence of celebrity. In the 1970s, Warhol's art began to reflect a deeper engagement with the consequences of consumerism and the realities of the human experience. His later work, including the Ads series and the Reversals portraits, showed a turn towards more introspective and even melancholic themes. Warhol's fascination with celebrity remained at the core of his work, but he also began exploring the darker side of fame and its fleeting nature. His Electric Chair series, 1971, which depicted the electric chair in a repeated, almost clinical fashion, exemplified his exploration of mortality, violence, and the absurdity of life. Warhol's shift in artistic style also coincided with a more deliberate distancing from the public persona he had created as the leader of the pop art movement. While the commercialized, mass-produced nature of his early works remained a hallmark of his practice, Warhol's later work delved into a more layered exploration of identity, culture, and death. His transformation over the course of the 60s and 70s showcased an artist who was not static, but was constantly adapting to the changing cultural environment while also reflecting on his own role within it. This changing nature of Warhol's artwork ultimately solidified his legacy as a transformative figure who expanded the boundaries of what art could be. Warhol's work in the 1960s, a cultural revolution. The 1960s marked a period of immense cultural change, and Andy Warhol's art played a pivotal role in this transformation. His works of this decade revolutionized not only the art world, but also the way society viewed celebrity, consumerism, and mass media. Warhol's approach to art in the 1960s was nothing short of groundbreaking, as he embraced the ethos of the era, one that was characterized by experimentation, rebellion, and a fascination with pop culture. Through his unique blending of commercial techniques and fine art, Warhol reshaped the landscape of contemporary art and created a new visual language that resonated with the spirit of the times. At the core of Warhol's work in the 1960s was his embrace of mass production and repetition. He famously declared, "I want to be a machine," and this desire for mechanical precision was reflected in his art. His use of silkscreen printing, which allowed him to create multiple versions of the same image with minimal variation, reflected the mass production processes that dominated American consumer culture. His most iconic works from this period, such as Campbell's Soup Cans, 1962, and Marilyn Monroe, 1962, employed this technique to elevate ordinary, everyday objects and celebrities to the status of high art. These works not only celebrated consumer culture, but also questioned the value of originality and the role of the artist in an increasingly commercialized world. Warhol's art in the 1960s also tapped into the growing obsession with celebrity and fame. His portraits of stars like Marilyn Monroe, Elvis Presley, and Elizabeth Taylor turned these figures into icons, their images reproduced endlessly, reinforcing the notion of celebrity as a product. By using mass production techniques, Warhol transformed these celebrities into commodities, part of the very consumer culture he was critiquing. His art questioned the line between authenticity and fabrication, suggesting that celebrity culture itself was manufactured, packaged, and sold to the public, much like the consumer products that filled everyday life. Beyond the iconic silkscreen prints, Warhol's art in the 1960s also expanded into other mediums. His avant-garde films, such as Sleep, 1963, and Empire, 1964, challenged traditional notions of cinema by focusing on long, static shots and an exploration of time. His collaborations with the Velvet Underground, the pioneering rock band, further exemplified his ability to merge art and music in ways that had never been seen before. These collaborations were central to Warhol's broader cultural influence, as he became a key figure in the countercultural movement, blending the worlds of art, music, and fashion in ways that made him a cultural icon in his own right. Warhol's work in the 1960s was not just a reflection of the cultural revolution taking place, it was a driving force behind it. His fearless exploration of consumerism, fame, and media challenged the conventions of art and blurred the boundaries between high and low culture. In doing so, he not only reshaped the art world, but also helped redefine the relationship between art and the mass media, making him one of the most influential figures of the 20th century. The impact of the Velvet Underground. The Velvet Underground, a band famously associated with Andy Warhol, had a profound influence on both music and the cultural landscape of the 1960s and beyond. Warhol, who became the band's manager and producer, was instrumental in shaping their sound and aesthetic, though his involvement extended beyond just the music itself. Their collaboration was a perfect synergy between art, music, and counterculture, and the impact of the Velvet Underground on both the music world and the broader cultural movement cannot be overstated. Warhol's partnership with the band was a game changer. He recognized the raw, experimental potential in the Velvet Underground's sound and lyrical content, which often dealt with taboo subjects like drug use, sexuality, and the darker sides of human nature. Under Warhol's guidance, the band embraced an avant-garde approach to music, which was starkly different from the more commercial pop and rock music of the time. The group's blend of noise, unconventional song structures, and introspective lyrics broke new ground and pushed the boundaries of what popular music could express. This bold artistic approach has since been regarded as a precursor to punk rock and alternative music, influencing countless artists and bands that followed. Warhol's role in the band's early days was essential in providing the Velvet Underground with visibility in the art world. Warhol introduced them to his circle of artists, celebrities, and avant-garde thinkers, including prominent figures such as Edie Sedgwick and the Warhol Superstars. His unique ability to merge art, celebrity, and media played a key role in cultivating the band's underground appeal. Warhol also designed the famous banana cover for their debut album, The Velvet Underground and Nico, 1967, which has since become one of the most iconic images in the history of rock music. The album itself was revolutionary, combining experimental soundscapes with daring lyrics and paving the way for later genres like post-punk and indie rock. Though The Velvet Underground and Nico, initially saw little commercial success, its influence grew over time and it came to be regarded as one of the most important albums in rock history. The Velvet Underground's exploration of taboo subjects, combined with their disregard for commercial radio standards, embodied the ethos of the countercultural movements of the 1960s. The band's raw, unfiltered approach to music also mirrored Warhol's own philosophy on art, where superficial beauty was secondary to deeper truths about society and human experience. Ultimately, the Velvet Underground's impact transcended the music industry. The band became a symbol of artistic freedom and subversion, pushing against the conformist pressures of mainstream culture. Their collaboration with Warhol left an indelible mark on music, art, and culture at large, and their influence continues to be felt today in a wide array of creative fields. Political themes in Warhol's later works. In his later years, Andy Warhol's art began to reflect a growing engagement with political themes, a departure from the consumer-driven, celebrity-focused works that initially defined his career. Although Warhol's early works, such as his iconic Campbell's soup cans and celebrity portraits, largely avoided overtly political content, the turbulence of the 1960s and 70s, coupled with his increasing awareness of the social and political landscape, led to a shift in his artistic focus. Warhol began to explore political subjects through both subtle commentary and direct references to the issues of the time. One of the key areas in which Warhol's political engagement became apparent was in his treatment of iconic American figures and symbols. His Electric Chair series, 1971, for instance, explored the death penalty, touching on themes of violence and justice. This series was emblematic of Warhol's growing interest in the darker and more controversial aspects of American life. The repetition of the image of the electric chair, an object associated with capital punishment, could be seen as a comment on the dehumanizing effects of both the death penalty and the media's portrayal of violence. Warhol's exploration of political themes was also seen in his work involving political figures. His portrait of Mao Zedong, created in 1973, is one of the most famous examples of his engagement with political figures. The image, based on a Chinese propaganda photograph, combines Warhol's signature style of celebrity portraiture with the iconography of a world leader. In doing so, Warhol questioned the intersection of art, politics, and mass media. The repetition of Mao's image mirrors his approach to American celebrities, raising questions about the role of image making and propaganda in both political regimes and capitalist society. In the 1970s, Warhol also began to reflect on the role of the American government and its impact on global culture, especially in the context of the Vietnam War and the growing anti-establishment sentiment in the U.S. His Disaster series, which included depictions of car crashes, suicides, and electric chairs, indirectly alluded to the social turmoil of the time, revealing an underlying critique of American life. Through these works, Warhol reflected on the disconnect between the glorified images of American culture and the violence and chaos often hidden beneath the surface. Though Warhol never fully embraced a direct political ideology, his later works are undeniably imbued with political and social commentary. His treatment of celebrity, consumerism, and politics merged in new ways, prompting viewers to question the relationship between culture, power, and the media. In his later years, Warhol's art increasingly revealed a more critical, nuanced view of the world, one that extended beyond the superficial to address deeper, more complex societal issues. The shift from pop art to more complex works. Andy Warhol's artistic journey throughout the 1960s and 70s reflected a gradual shift from the immediate and bold aesthetic of pop art to more complex and layered works that engaged with deeper societal, psychological, and existential themes. While Warhol was initially celebrated for his mass-produced commercial imagery that reflected consumer culture and celebrity obsession, his later works revealed a growing interest in exploring themes of mortality, human fragility, and the complexities of fame and identity. This evolution in his work was not only a reflection of personal change, but also a response to the changing cultural and political climate of the time. Warhol's early pop art, with its focus on iconic objects like Campbell's soup cans and celebrity portraits, was characterized by a bright, repetitive style that celebrated the imagery of consumer culture. His use of silkscreen printing and the mass production of art itself was central to the pop art movement's ethos, blurring the boundaries between high art and commercial imagery. At the time, Warhol's works were celebrated for their commentary on the commodification of culture and their challenge to the traditional notions of originality and artistic value. However, as the 1960s progressed, Warhol began to show a more reflective side, increasingly interested in themes of mortality, violence, and the impermanence of fame. This shift became especially clear with works such as the Death and Disaster series, 1963 to 1964, where Warhol used repeated imagery of car crashes, suicides, and electric chairs to engage with the darker aspects of life. These images were not just shocking or sensational, but reflected Warhol's exploration of how media and culture processed and consumed tragic events. The stark repetition of these grim scenes echoed his earlier work's repetition, but added a layer of depth, questioning the numbness with which society reacted to tragedy and the commodification of death in the media. In the 1970s, Warhol's works became more introspective and complex, reflecting his own experiences with fame, mortality, and identity. His Reversals series, where portraits were created in negative, and his Electric Chair series, 1971, which used stark, dispassionate depictions of death, showcased a shift away from the celebratory and commercial aspects of his earlier work toward an exploration of darker psychological and existential themes. Warhol's later art also engaged with political themes, such as his portraits of Mao Zedong, which reflected his growing awareness of global politics and the power of imagery in shaping ideologies. Through this shift, Warhol revealed that his work was far more than a commentary on consumer culture. His exploration of complex human emotions, the fleeting nature of fame, and the violence inherent in modern life demonstrated a nuanced understanding of society. By moving from pop art to these more intricate and sometimes disturbing works, Warhol solidified his place as an artist capable of navigating both the surface-level spectacle of modern life and its darker undercurrents. Chapter 9. Warhol's Personal Life and Public Persona. Andy Warhol's personal life was as complex and enigmatic as his art. Known for his meticulous public persona, Warhol cultivated an image of cool detachment, aloofness, and mystery. His personal life, however, was far more nuanced and filled with contradictions, revealing a man who was deeply introspective, socially engaged, and sometimes isolated. The duality between his public persona and his private self played a significant role in shaping how the world perceived him, both as a cultural icon and as an individual. Warhol's carefully crafted image of impassivity was central to his public persona. He often spoke in a monotone, wearing his signature silver wig and dark glasses, presenting himself as a distant observer of the world, rather than a participant. This seemingly emotionless demeanor became a hallmark of his identity, one that both intrigued and confounded the public. He rarely expressed personal opinions or emotions, preferring instead to let his art and his carefully curated public appearances speak for him. Warhol's enigmatic nature allowed him to remain an aloof figure in a world obsessed with celebrity, offering a critique of the cult of personality, even as he himself became a figure of fascination. His approach to fame was paradoxical. Though he sought the spotlight, he also wanted to distance himself from the expectation of offering personal revelations. Despite his carefully constructed persona, Warhol's personal life was marked by vulnerability and emotional complexity. Warhol was often lonely, a fact that became particularly evident after the 1968 shooting incident when he was attacked by Valerie Solanas, a radical feminist and writer. The attack left him physically scarred and emotionally shaken, and Warhol's work thereafter became more introspective, reflecting a sense of fragility. He had close relationships with several individuals, including his mother, Julia Warhola, who remained a constant presence in his life, and many of his superstars from the factory, such as Edie Sedgwick and Candy Darling. Though he maintained a large social circle, Warhol was known for keeping a certain emotional distance, rarely revealing much about his inner world to those around him. Warhol's relationships were often a reflection of his broader interest in the nature of fame, identity, and human connection. He frequently collaborated with those in his orbit, blurring the lines between personal relationships and artistic production. His connections with celebrities like Mick Jagger, Elizabeth Taylor, and John Lennon were both artistic and strategic. Each interaction served as an opportunity to further explore the concept of celebrity, identity, and the commodification of the self. These relationships allowed him to maintain his place at the center of the cultural conversation while simultaneously keeping his personal life out of the public eye. In Warhol's case, the separation between personal life and public image was never entirely clear-cut. His carefully managed public persona was, in many ways, a reflection of his desire to control his narrative and avoid the intrusions of fame. However, his art often peeled back the layers of this persona, revealing the vulnerability and complexity of the person beneath the silver wig and dark glasses. Ultimately, Warhol's public and private selves were intricately woven together, each influencing the other and contributing to his legacy as one of the most influential and elusive figures of the 20th century. The Mask of Warhol, Public versus Private Life. Andy Warhol was a master of image making, not only in his art, but also in the way he curated his own public persona. The distinction between his public and private life became one of the defining aspects of his career and legacy. Warhol's public persona was a carefully constructed mask, one that projected an image of detachment, mystery, and aloofness, while his private life remained largely hidden behind this veil. This duality shaped how he was perceived both as an artist and as a person, blurring the lines between authenticity and performance, and ultimately becoming a central element of his artistic identity. Warhol's public persona was iconic in its simplicity. He often appeared in public wearing his signature silver wig and dark glasses, projecting an image of cool detachment and eccentricity. His expression was almost always neutral, creating an aura of mystique that captivated the media and the public. This carefully maintained mask, in many ways, reflected the ethos of his art, where surface appearances and mass-produced imagery were emphasized over deeper emotional expression or personal narrative. Warhol famously said, "I'm a deeply superficial person," encapsulating the way he saw himself as a product of the media, fame, and celebrity culture. His public self was a reflection of the very art he created, polished, repetitive, and devoid of emotional extremes. Beneath this public persona, however, lay a more complex and vulnerable private life. Warhol was known to be shy, introverted, and socially awkward, and he often struggled with feelings of loneliness and insecurity. His quiet demeanor and detached image stood in stark contrast to the emotional turmoil and self-doubt that he sometimes experienced. He was particularly close to his mother, Julia Warhola, and she played an important role in his life, with Warhol frequently seeking comfort and support from her. Despite maintaining a large social circle of celebrities, artists, and other influential figures, Warhol was deeply private, rarely revealing anything about his personal thoughts, desires, or struggles. The contrast between Warhol's public and private selves became even more pronounced after the 1968 shooting incident, when he was attacked by Valerie Solanas, a radical feminist and writer. The attack left Warhol with physical scars and emotional trauma, prompting a shift in his work and personal life. Though he continued to maintain his public mask, the trauma from the attack made him more introspective, leading to a shift in his art and a growing exploration of mortality, death, and the fragility of life. The tension between Warhol's public persona and private reality was not only a personal matter, but also a reflection of the broader societal fascination with celebrity, fame, and identity. Warhol's ability to separate his private self from the public image he projected contributed to his mystique, allowing him to be both a revered cultural figure and a deeply private individual. In many ways, this separation mirrored the themes of his art, where surface appearances often masked deeper, more complex truths about the human experience. Warhol's life, much like his work, became a paradox, where artifice and reality, public and private, were constantly in dialogue, creating a lasting legacy that continues to provoke questions about identity, fame, and the nature of the self. The myth of Warhol's cold personality. Andy Warhol was often perceived as having a cold personality, a trait that became deeply ingrained in the public's image of him. His aloof demeanor, monotone voice, and detached mannerisms led many to describe him as distant or unemotional. However, this perception, while grounded in Warhol's calculated public persona, failed to capture the more complex and nuanced reality of his personality. The myth of Warhol's coldness was, in many ways, a carefully crafted part of his artistic identity, a way for him to maintain control over his image and navigate the complexities of fame. Warhol's persona was largely defined by his deliberate detachment. His signature silver wig, dark glasses, and expressionless face became trademarks that conveyed an almost robotic aloofness. This public image was meticulously constructed, designed to project an enigmatic, otherworldly quality that kept people at a distance. Warhol rarely showed emotion, even in personal interactions, and he often spoke in a disaffected monotone, which led many to interpret him as being emotionally distant. His seemingly detached approach to both his art and his social life was consistent with the concept of mass production, which Warhol explored in his work, an impersonal, almost mechanical process. His public persona seemed to embody the very ideas of consumerism, commodification, and superficiality that his art critiqued. Yet, Warhol's personal life revealed a much more emotional and vulnerable side that was far from the cold image he projected. Despite his public mask, Warhol was deeply introspective and had a strong need for connection. He maintained close relationships with a select few people, including his mother, Julia Warhola, who remained a constant figure in his life, as well as his superstars from the factory, such as Edie Sedgwick and Candy Darling. These individuals were more than just collaborators. They were companions who provided Warhol with emotional support and companionship in a world that often felt isolating to him. Warhol's relationships also demonstrated a desire for recognition and validation. While he seemed indifferent to fame, he was deeply concerned with how others perceived him, particularly in the art world. His seemingly cold personality may have been a defense mechanism against the demands and expectations of fame. In his own way, Warhol sought validation through his art, the creation of his public persona, and his constant engagement with media and celebrity culture. The myth of Warhol's coldness also spoke to the broader cultural obsession with image and identity. In a world where people were increasingly defined by their public appearances, Warhol was both an artist and a reflection of the very celebrity culture he critiqued. His calculated detachment became part of his artistic expression. His personality, like his art, was a work of self-presentation. The cold Warhol was not the true Warhol. Rather, he was a construct, a deliberate performance that reflected the alienation, superficiality, and disconnection of modern society. Behind the mask, Warhol was much more than the distant figure he appeared to be, and his life and work remain testament to the complexity of identity and the power of persona. Relationships with artists, celebrities, and collectors. Andy Warhol's relationships with artists, celebrities, and collectors were integral to his rise as a cultural icon, helping shape his career and influence the art world in unprecedented ways. Warhol was a master networker, cultivating connections across various spheres of society, from avant-garde artists to the glittering world of Hollywood celebrities, and from wealthy collectors to influential figures in the media. These relationships were not only personal but also professional. as Warhol skillfully navigated the intersection of art, commerce, and fame, often blurring the lines between them. Among the most notable of Warhol's connections were his relationships with fellow artists. While Warhol was often seen as a solitary figure, he was also deeply embedded in the New York City art scene, particularly within the avant-garde movement. His factory, a studio that served as both a creative space and a social hub, was populated by a diverse group of artists, musicians, filmmakers, and writers. Some, like Robert Rauschenberg and Jasper Johns, were established figures in the art world who influenced Warhol's early work, while others, like Edie Sedgwick, became part of Warhol's inner circle. These relationships allowed Warhol to draw inspiration from a wide range of creative sources and establish a distinctive artistic voice that was deeply intertwined with the counterculture of the 1960s. Through his collaborations and artistic exchanges, Warhol's own work evolved, incorporating influences from artists across multiple disciplines. In addition to his fellow artists, Warhol's relationships with celebrities were central to his public persona and the art he produced. Warhol famously said, "In the future, everyone will be world famous for 15 minutes." And his work often explored the fleeting nature of fame through his portraits of Hollywood stars such as Marilyn Monroe, Elizabeth Taylor, and James Dean. These celebrity portraits blurred the lines between high art and commercial imagery, offering a commentary on the commodification of fame. Warhol's celebrity connections, however, were not limited to his art. He was known for attending high-profile events, hosting parties, and maintaining friendships with figures like Mick Jagger, John Lennon, and Warhol muse Edie Sedgwick. These connections further elevated his status as a cultural icon, cementing his role as both an artist and a media personality. Warhol also cultivated strong relationships with collectors, many of whom played a significant role in propelling his art into the mainstream. Warhol's unique approach to art as a commercial product resonated with wealthy collectors who were eager to invest in the emerging pop art movement. His art was not only seen as innovative, but also as a lucrative investment. The financial success of his work was deeply connected to his ability to market himself as an artist, and collectors helped solidify Warhol's reputation in the art world. Figures like art dealer Ivan Karp of the Leo Castelli Gallery and collectors such as Henry Geldzaler, who served as the curator of contemporary art at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, were crucial in shaping the trajectory of Warhol's career. They recognized the value of Warhol's work, both as a cultural phenomenon and as a profitable commodity, and played an instrumental role in bringing his art into prestigious galleries and collections. Warhol's relationships with artists, celebrities, and collectors reveal the symbiotic nature of his career. He was able to leverage his connections to propel his art into the public consciousness, while also using his work as a means to build a network of influential figures who helped shape his legacy. In many ways, Warhol's art was as much about these relationships as it was about the pieces themselves, with each connection contributing to the persona and mythos that continues to define him today. The influence of Warhol's personal identity on his art. Andy Warhol's personal identity played a profound role in shaping both his artistic vision and the way his work was received. Throughout his career, Warhol's art was often an extension of himself, reflecting his experiences, anxieties, and desires. His personal background, including his upbringing in a working-class immigrant family, his queerness, and his relationship with fame, deeply influenced his approach to art making. Warhol's identity was inextricably linked to the way he approached subjects, the media he used, and his public persona, creating a unique synergy between his life and his work that continues to captivate audiences. Warhol's working-class roots in Pittsburgh, where he was born into an immigrant family, gave him a distinct perspective on American society and its relationship to consumerism. His early experiences with poverty and the struggle for acceptance fueled his later artistic exploration of mass production, commodity culture, and celebrity. Warhol's personal experience of being an outsider in many social and cultural contexts, whether due to his background, his shy and introverted personality, or his queerness, shaped his ability to detach from traditional artistic norms and embrace a more mechanized, impersonal approach to art making. This detachment allowed Warhol to comment on the superficiality and commodification of modern life, reflecting his own sense of alienation in a society that often seemed obsessed with appearance and material success. Warhol's queerness also played a significant role in his art and public identity. As an openly gay man in an era when LGBTQ+ identities were often marginalized, Warhol's subtle yet powerful engagement with themes of sexuality and gender in his work created a bridge between his personal life and his art. His relationships with both men and women, particularly his superstars like Edie Sedgwick, transcended conventional boundaries, reflecting Warhol's own fluid sense of identity. His portrayal of women, whether glamorous Hollywood actresses or anonymous figures, often carried a sense of both reverence and irony, capturing the complex relationship between idealized femininity and societal commodification. These portrayals were deeply personal, revealing Warhol's own navigation of gender, identity, and sexuality, while also commenting on the broader cultural forces that shaped the way individuals were perceived and valued. Warhol's fascination with fame and celebrity, which was central to his personal identity, permeated much of his art. His iconic portraits of celebrities like Marilyn Monroe, Elvis Presley, and Jackie Kennedy were not just artistic representations, but a reflection of Warhol's obsession with the transience of fame and the cult of celebrity. Warhol saw himself as part of the celebrity machine, crafting his own public persona as a way to both critique and participate in the media-driven culture he depicted in his art. His relationship with fame was complex. While he often seemed indifferent or detached from the hype surrounding him, he was also deeply invested in being recognized and revered. This duality in Warhol's attitude toward fame and identity was essential to understanding his work and the way he both shaped and was shaped by the world of celebrity. In many ways, Warhol's personal identity was both a reflection of and a commentary on the world he inhabited. His art was a product of his background, his experiences, and his understanding of the commodification of identity. By using his own life as a lens through which to examine society, Warhol's work transcended mere representation. It became a mirror to the culture of consumerism, celebrity, and self-promotion that defined the late 20th century. His personal identity was as much a part of his artistic expression as the images he created, making Warhol one of the most compelling and multifaceted figures in the history of modern art. Warhol's legacy as an enigmatic icon. Andy Warhol's legacy as an enigmatic icon is a product of his unique ability to transcend the boundaries between art, fame, and the public consciousness. As both a creator and a figure in the world of celebrity culture, Warhol redefined what it meant to be an artist in the modern age. His work and persona continue to resonate because they challenge traditional notions of art, while simultaneously embodying the very contradictions of the era in which he thrived. Warhol's art, characterized by its mass-produced, repetitious qualities, mirrors the same sense of superficiality, commodification, and obsession with fame that defined the 20th century. Yet, within this simplicity lies a deep complexity that speaks to the nature of identity, consumerism, and the fleeting nature of fame itself. Warhol's impact extended far beyond the visual arts. As the self-proclaimed father of pop art, he reshaped how art could engage with contemporary culture. He took everyday consumer products and icons, such as Campbell's soup cans, Coca-Cola bottles, and celebrity portraits, and elevated them to the realm of high art. Through his use of mass production techniques, such as silkscreen printing, Warhol made art a process that was accessible and even industrial, challenging the romantic idea of the solitary artist creating unique masterpieces. In doing so, Warhol blurred the lines between high culture and popular culture, questioning the very definition of art and its role in society. His work remains a critical touchstone for discussions on the commodification of creativity and the intersection of culture and commerce. At the same time, Warhol's personal image, his silver wig, dark sunglasses, and impassive demeanor, became just as iconic as his art. Warhol's ability to craft a carefully curated public persona helped him navigate the complex terrain of fame and public attention, while also providing a commentary on the ways in which individuals, particularly celebrities, are reduced to their public images. Warhol's enigmatic nature, both as a person and an artist, became a part of his mystique, contributing to the ongoing fascination with his life and work. The dichotomy between Warhol's outward persona and his introspective, vulnerable nature created a compelling tension that continues to intrigue scholars, artists, and fans alike. His work and life were marked by contradictions, detached yet deeply engaged with society, cold yet filled with emotion. And this tension is key to understanding his lasting influence. Warhol's legacy is not just about the images he created, but about the way he encapsulated the contradictions of the modern world. He remains an enduring symbol of the interplay between art, fame, and identity in the contemporary age, making him one of the most iconic and enigmatic figures in art history. Chapter 10, The Art Market and Warhol's Economic Influence. Andy Warhol's economic influence on the art market is as revolutionary as his contributions to the world of art itself. In many ways, Warhol didn't just participate in the art market, he transformed it, bringing a new level of commercialization and branding to the production, sale, and appreciation of art. His innovative approach to art making, which often involved mass production techniques, not only challenged traditional artistic practices, but also laid the groundwork for the commodification of art. Warhol's ability to seamlessly blend creativity with commerce elevated his work to iconic status while simultaneously reshaping the economic landscape of the art world. Warhol's business-savvy approach to art making was instrumental in his financial success and the expansion of the pop art movement. He understood early on that art could be a commercial enterprise, and he was adept at leveraging this understanding to both produce and sell his works. Through his factory, a space that served as a production line for art, Warhol created artworks in a more industrial manner, often using assistants to help replicate his signature works. This process mirrored the assembly lines of consumer goods, making art both accessible and desirable. Warhol's silkscreen prints, in particular, became popular for their reproducibility, appealing to a market that valued both the uniqueness and accessibility of the work. His ability to mass-produce art helped establish a new model for how artists could produce work in large quantities while maintaining a sense of exclusivity and value. Warhol's influence on the art market wasn't confined to the production side of things. He was also instrumental in changing how art was bought and sold. Warhol famously worked with dealers like Leo Castelli and Ivan Karp, who recognized his potential to reshape the commercial art scene. His works were not only displayed in galleries, but were also featured in major auctions, attracting the attention of wealthy collectors and investors. Warhol's success helped establish the financial viability of contemporary art and paved the way for a new era in which art became a high-value commodity. Warhol's own works often sold for astronomical prices, and his ability to market himself as both an artist and a public figure contributed to the skyrocketing prices of his work. As a result, Warhol's art became a symbol of both cultural capital and financial wealth. Perhaps most notably, Warhol's impact on the economic value of art can be seen in the way his works continue to command record-breaking prices in today's art market. Warhol's paintings, prints, and sculptures remain highly sought after, with pieces like Silver Car Crash, Double Disaster, and Marilyn Diptych reaching tens of millions of dollars at auction. This enduring financial success speaks to the lasting power of Warhol's influence on the art market. The very nature of his work, where celebrity, consumerism, and art intersect, has become a template for how art can be marketed, valued, and commodified in the modern world. Warhol's legacy, then, extends beyond his artistic achievements and into the very fabric of the global art economy, where he remains a symbol of the fusion of art and commerce. Through his work, Warhol forever altered the landscape of the art market, showing that art could be both a vehicle for social commentary and a product with significant economic power. The emergence of Warhol as a marketable brand. Andy Warhol's transformation from an artist into a marketable brand was a key aspect of his lasting influence on both the art world and popular culture. Warhol was one of the first artists to fully understand the potential for self-promotion and to approach art making as a business venture. His ability to market himself, his work, and the very idea of Warhol as a brand was revolutionary. Through his distinctive public persona, innovative business strategies, and mass-produced artworks, Warhol managed to bridge the worlds of high art, celebrity, and commerce in ways that were unprecedented, shaping the art market as we know it today. From the outset, Warhol's career was marked by a keen sense of how to generate attention. As his art began to gain recognition, he strategically crafted a public image that was just as important as his artistic production. Warhol's trademark silver wig, his aloof demeanor, and his enigmatic persona became as recognizable as his art itself. He blurred the lines between the artist and the public figure, understanding that fame and celebrity could be powerful tools for promoting his work. He famously declared that in the future, everyone will be world famous for 15 minutes, a statement that captured the essence of his approach to fame and self-promotion. By embracing the idea of fleeting celebrity, Warhol commodified not just his art, but the concept of being famous itself. Warhol's factory, a space where he produced art with the help of a collective of assistants, also played a crucial role in his brand development. The factory became a cultural hub, attracting artists, musicians, actors, and celebrities who wanted to be part of Warhol's orbit. This collective approach to art making allowed Warhol to produce an immense volume of work, further reinforcing the idea of his art as mass-produced and easily accessible. This process elevated the concept of art as a commodity, something that could be replicated and sold in large quantities. By doing so, Warhol positioned himself as not just an artist, but a cultural entrepreneur who was able to capitalize on the intersection of art, commerce, and celebrity. Warhol's business acumen extended to the way he marketed his artworks. He understood that art was not just about aesthetic value, but also about scarcity and demand. By creating limited edition prints, Warhol ensured that his works retained a sense of exclusivity, while simultaneously making them more affordable and accessible to a broader audience. This blend of high art and mass production made Warhol's art not only desirable, but also a symbol of status. His works became highly sought after by collectors, investors, and celebrities alike, transforming Warhol into a lucrative brand in the art world. Warhol's impact on the art market cannot be overstated. By turning himself into a marketable brand, he forever changed the relationship between artists, their work, and the commercial world. His ability to navigate the complexities of fame, art, and business paved the way for future generations of artists who would follow in his footsteps, using their art and persona as a means to build their own brands and businesses. Warhol's legacy as a marketable brand continues to be felt today, as his name remains synonymous with art that challenges conventions and embraces the commercial potential of creativity. Warhol's work and its value in the art world. Andy Warhol's work holds a unique place in the art world, not just because of its aesthetic impact, but also because of its cultural and economic significance. Warhol was one of the first artists to understand and exploit the value of art within a commercial context. By challenging traditional notions of what art should be through his use of mass production techniques, celebrity culture, and consumerism, he made art more accessible, yet simultaneously more valuable. His works have become not just artistic icons, but symbols of status, wealth, and taste. constantly reshaping the way art is perceived in both galleries and the global marketplace. One of the key reasons for the high value of Warhol's work in the art world is its pioneering nature. Warhol's embrace of mass production techniques, most notably through silkscreen printing, allowed him to produce art in multiples, which was a radical departure from the idea that art should be one of a kind. However, instead of diminishing the value of his pieces, this process made them even more desirable. By creating series of works using iconic images like Campbell's soup cans, Coca-Cola bottles, and portraits of Marilyn Monroe, Warhol blurred the lines between high art and popular culture. His works became more than just art. They became cultural commentary, capturing the essence of post-war American society's obsession with consumerism, mass media, and celebrity. Warhol's ability to combine mass production with high-end art also played a significant role in shaping the art market. His works were not only seen as commodities, but were also marketed and sold in a way that made them highly sought after. He understood that scarcity, even within mass production, could drive demand. By creating limited editions and positioning his art as an exclusive product, Warhol ensured that his works held both cultural and economic value. His works appeal to a broad range of collectors, from museums to wealthy investors, helped establish a new era of contemporary art, one in which art could be both a cultural object and a lucrative commodity. The financial value of Warhol's work skyrocketed, particularly in the auction world. His pieces regularly fetch millions of dollars, with iconic works like Silver Car Crash, Double Disaster, and Maryland Diptych setting record prices at auction. Warhol's works are seen not only as reflections of his artistic vision, but also as solid investments. This economic influence has cemented Warhol's place in art history, not only as a groundbreaking artist, but also as a force that helped shape the very structure of the modern art market. His ability to bridge the worlds of art, commerce, and celebrity has made his work one of the most valuable and most recognizable brands in the art world. Warhol's lasting legacy proves that art, when aligned with culture and market forces, can transcend its traditional role and become a powerful symbol of wealth, fame, and societal transformation. Collecting Warhol, the price of fame. Collecting Andy Warhol's work is more than just acquiring a piece of art. It is about owning a symbol of culture, fame, and the intersection between art and commerce. Warhol's work, which has long been synonymous with popular culture and celebrity, has not only transformed the art world, but also established itself as a highly sought-after commodity. For collectors, owning a Warhol piece signifies a unique combination of prestige, status, and investment potential. However, as the prices of his works have continued to skyrocket, collecting Warhol has become increasingly exclusive and expensive, with the price of his art being driven by both its cultural value and the enduring legacy of his brand. Warhol's works, which often feature celebrities, mass media, and consumer products, carry with them an inherent cultural weight. They reflect the post-war American fascination with fame and consumerism, themes that continue to resonate today. His pieces, such as the iconic Campbell's soup cans, Marilyn Monroe portraits, and Gold Marilyn, are not only artistic expressions but also encapsulate an era of mass production, media-driven celebrity culture, and the rise of consumerism. As a result, owning a Warhol piece is seen as owning a piece of history, a visual record of the 20th century's cultural and societal shifts. Collectors are drawn to Warhol's work not just for its aesthetic quality, but also for its connection to the broader cultural landscape. However, with the rising demand for Warhol's works, the prices have reached stratospheric heights. In recent years, pieces like 8 Elvises and Silver Car Crash, Double Disaster, have sold for tens of millions of dollars at auction, making Warhol one of the most valuable artists in the market today. This price tag reflects not only the rarity and significance of his works, but also the economic phenomenon that Warhol helped create by blurring the lines between art and commerce. By mass-producing art in the same way consumer products were made, Warhol emphasized the idea of art as a commodity, something to be bought, sold, and collected like any other luxury good. For many collectors, purchasing a Warhol work is as much an investment as it is a desire to own a piece of history. With the increasing value of his art, collectors are aware that their acquisitions hold both cultural significance and financial potential. Warhol's works continue to appreciate in value, ensuring that they remain a safe investment in a fluctuating market. As a result, collecting Warhol has become a mark of exclusivity. Only the wealthiest can afford to own these masterpieces, reinforcing Warhol's belief that art is what you can get away with. For those who can afford it, collecting Warhol represents an intersection of wealth, culture, and prestige, and the price of fame has never been higher. Warhol's impact on the commercialization of art. Andy Warhol's influence on the commercialization of art cannot be overstated. His unique approach to both creating and marketing his art transformed the relationship between the art world and the commercial sphere. Warhol not only redefined the boundaries of artistic expression, but also altered the very nature of how art could be perceived and sold. By embracing consumerism, mass production, and celebrity culture, Warhol blurred the lines between high art and commerce, creating a model for contemporary artists to follow and influencing the commercial art market for decades. One of Warhol's most significant contributions to the commercialization of art was his embrace of mass production techniques. By employing assembly line methods in the creation of his works, Warhol treated art much like a product, something that could be replicated, commodified, and consumed on a larger scale. His iconic series of Campbell's soup cans and Coca-Cola bottles, for example, presented everyday consumer goods as art, making a direct commentary on mass production and consumer culture. Warhol's art production process was designed to mimic the practices of commercial manufacturing, and in doing so, he made art more accessible to a wider audience while simultaneously enhancing its marketability. Warhol's use of repetition and the creation of multiples further emphasized art as a commodity. His iconic works were often produced in large editions, making them more available to collectors and consumers alike. This approach had a profound impact on how art was marketed, as it allowed works of art to reach a broader audience, including those who previously could not afford to buy original paintings. Warhol's use of silkscreen printing and other techniques enabled him to create multiple versions of his work, which helped establish the concept of limited editions in the art market. This concept became central to the commercialization of art, where rarity and exclusivity were positioned as valuable assets, despite the fact that the pieces themselves were not one of a kind. Furthermore, Warhol's mastery of self-promotion and branding turned him into an art world icon. He carefully constructed his public persona as a celebrity, embracing the media and drawing attention to his lifestyle as much as his art. The creation of the Factory, his studio and cultural hub, allowed him to work with celebrities, musicians, and other influential figures, further aligning his brand with the world of fame and wealth. Warhol's recognition of the potential for art to be commodified and marketed like any other product had lasting effects on the art market, where the artist's personal brand became as important as the artwork itself. By combining art, commerce, and celebrity culture, Warhol fundamentally altered the way art was created, viewed, and sold. His contributions have paved the way for the commercialization of art in the contemporary era, where branding, marketability, and celebrity influence remain key factors in the success of many artists today. Warhol's legacy is one of blurring the lines between art and business, creating a new, lucrative relationship between the two that has shaped the art market for generations. The growth of the Warhol estate and foundation. After Andy Warhol's death in 1987, his legacy continued to grow, largely due to the strategic expansion of his estate and the establishment of the Andy Warhol Foundation for the Visual Arts. The foundation, which was set up in accordance with Warhol's will, played a crucial role in preserving, promoting, and expanding his artistic legacy, while also ensuring that his name and works would have a lasting impact on future generations. The growth of the Warhol estate and foundation has helped cement Warhol's place as one of the most influential artists of the 20th century, extending his reach far beyond the art world and into broader cultural, commercial, and academic spheres. One of the key elements in the growth of Warhol's estate was the immense value of his art collection, which includes thousands of works across various media, including painting, sculpture, drawing, and film. Following his death, the Warhol estate underwent a significant reorganization process, with the works being cataloged, authenticated, and prepared for both museum exhibitions and commercial sales. The estate has overseen numerous high-profile auctions, with Warhol's pieces continually fetching record-breaking sums. These sales not only reflect the increasing value of Warhol's art in the global market, but also highlight the growing interest in his work as a symbol of both historical importance and cultural significance. In addition to the estate's efforts in managing Warhol's art, the Warhol Foundation, which was endowed with a substantial portion of his wealth, has worked to preserve and promote Warhol's cultural contributions. The foundation has been responsible for a wide range of initiatives, from funding exhibitions at major institutions to supporting emerging artists and art organizations. The Warhol Foundation has played a vital role in expanding the accessibility of Warhol's work through collaborations with museums and galleries around the world, and facilitating educational programs designed to engage new generations of artists, scholars, and art enthusiasts with Warhol's methods and philosophies. The Warhol Foundation also actively works to preserve the integrity of Warhol's artistic vision, maintaining a repository of his work and archival materials. This includes his films, drawings, and studio ephemera, which provide valuable insight into Warhol's creative process and his innovative approach to art making. Through grants, exhibitions, and scholarly research, the Foundation has ensured that Warhol's contributions to art, culture, and commerce remain relevant to contemporary discussions of art, identity, and celebrity. Warhol's estate and foundation have played an essential role in transforming Warhol from an artist into a global brand. Today, the Warhol Foundation not only works to protect his legacy, but also plays a major role in the business of Warhol, overseeing the licensing of his name and image in various commercial contexts, from fashion collaborations to mass-produced consumer goods. In this way, Warhol's estate and foundation have been instrumental in keeping his influence alive, ensuring that his impact continues to grow, both in the art world and beyond. Chapter 11, The Post-Warhol Era, Impact on Contemporary Art. Andy Warhol's death in 1987 marked the end of an era, but his influence on the art world only grew in the years that followed. Warhol's unique approach to art, which combined mass production, celebrity culture, and consumerism, has had a lasting impact on contemporary artists. His work shattered traditional notions of what art could be, transforming not only the aesthetic of the art world, but also the ways in which art was produced, consumed, and marketed. The post-Warhol era saw the rise of new generations of artists who both embraced and subverted Warhol's methods, continuing to push the boundaries of art while grappling with the legacy he left behind. Warhol's influence is most clearly seen in the work of contemporary artists who have adopted his strategies of mass production and appropriation. Artists such as Jeff Koons, Damien Hirst, and Takashi Murakami have all drawn inspiration from Warhol's blending of fine art with consumer products, using similar techniques to create works that engage with popular culture and mass media. Like Warhol, these artists use repetition, commercial imagery, and the commodification of their art to blur the lines between high culture and low culture, creating art that is at once accessible and market-driven. Warhol's impact can be seen in the ways these artists present their work as part of a larger cultural system, acknowledging and capitalizing on the art market while challenging its conventions. Another key aspect of Warhol's legacy in the post-Warhol era is his impact on the concept of the artist's persona. Warhol was one of the first artists to fully embrace the idea of the artist as a brand, carefully cultivating his image and using his fame to further his career. This model of self-promotion has been taken to new heights by contemporary artists, many of whom use social media, public appearances, and collaborations to maintain a high-profile presence in the art world and beyond. Artists like Banksy and Yayoi Kusama, for example, have leveraged their public personas as part of their artistic practice, engaging in publicity stunts or creating immersive experiences that draw attention to both their work and their personal identities. Warhol's influence can also be seen in the way contemporary art has embraced the themes of celebrity culture, consumerism, and technology. Many artists today continue to explore the impact of mass media and the commodification of fame, much like Warhol did during his lifetime. His famous statement, "In the future, everyone will be world famous for 15 minutes," resonates strongly in today's age of social media influencers, viral fame, and reality television, where the notion of celebrity has become increasingly ephemeral and democratized. Artists working in the post-Warhol era are keenly aware of this intersection between art and media, using new technologies to explore and critique the ways in which fame, image, and identity are constructed in the modern world. Ultimately, the post-Warhol era has seen contemporary artists continuing to challenge the boundaries of art, commerce, and identity in ways that reflect Warhol's legacy. His impact is not just in the works he left behind, but in the ways that his ideas and strategies continue to shape the art world, making him a central figure in the ongoing evolution of contemporary art. Warhol's influence on pop art and beyond. Andy Warhol's influence on pop art is immeasurable, but his impact extends far beyond the movement he helped define. Warhol's revolutionary approach to art, which embraced mass production, consumerism, celebrity culture, and the banalities of everyday life, has had a lasting effect on the way art is created, viewed, and marketed. His work transcended the boundaries of pop art, influencing a vast array of contemporary movements and shaping the future of artistic practice in both visual and conceptual terms. The principles he established in his art, artificiality, repetition, and the embrace of the commercial world, continue to resonate with artists today, redefining what is possible within the realm of fine art. Warhol's distinctive method of mass-producing art via silkscreen printing, along with his adoption of consumer products as his subject matter, marked a departure from traditional notions of artistic originality and craftsmanship. His works, like the famous Campbell's soup cans or his repeated portraits of Marilyn Monroe, highlighted the power of repetition, mass production, and industrialization. This approach not only revolutionized pop art, but also challenged the art world's preconceived notions about what constituted valuable or meaningful art. Warhol's ability to elevate mundane commercial objects into icons of contemporary culture had an enduring impact on subsequent generations of artists. The conceptual nature of his work, coupled with his fusion of commercial imagery with fine art, influenced movements like conceptual art and minimalism, where ideas often took precedence over craftsmanship. Beyond pop art, Warhol's approach to fame and celebrity has influenced the evolution of contemporary art. His creation of The Factory, a place where art was produced at a factory-like pace, and his collaborations with musicians, actors, and other celebrities redefined the relationship between art and celebrity culture. Warhol's belief that fame and art were intrinsically linked laid the foundation for the commercialization of the artist's persona, a concept that many modern artists, such as Jeff Koons, Damien Hirst, and even artists working in digital spaces, continue to embrace today. The notion that art could be inseparable from media, fame, and commercial interests paved the way for art to be marketed, consumed, and commodified in new ways. Warhol's influence is also apparent in the continued exploration of consumerism, technology, and identity by contemporary artists. His famous statement, "In the future, everyone will be world famous for 15 minutes," resonates in today's culture of viral content, social media influencers, and the ephemeral nature of fame. Artists today, much like Warhol, engage with themes of identity and image, often creating works that comment on or critique the commodification of self. Warhol's embrace of technology, his use of new media, and his ability to understand the intersection of art and commerce have left a lasting imprint on the trajectory of contemporary art, ensuring his place as one of the most influential artists of the modern era. His legacy continues to inspire artists to question boundaries, to blur the lines between high art and popular culture, and to redefine the very nature of artistic expression. Warhol and the rise of new media artists. Andy Warhol's influence on the art world is vast and extends into the realm of new media, where his innovative approaches to technology and the commercialization of art paved the way for the emergence of contemporary media-based art practices. Warhol's early experiments with film, video, and television set the stage for new media artists who would later embrace digital technologies, social media, and interactive media as essential tools for artistic expression. His willingness to engage with new forms of technology and his ability to manipulate media to craft narratives around celebrity, identity, and consumerism had a profound effect on the way future generations of artists would use emerging technologies. Warhol's foray into experimental cinema and his adoption of new forms of media made him an early pioneer in recognizing the potential of film and video as artistic mediums. His films such as Empire, 1964, Sleep, 1963, and Chelsea Girls, 1966, challenged traditional cinematic conventions, often focusing on stillness, repetition, and the exploration of celebrity culture. These films were not only a departure from mainstream cinema, but also functioned as early commentaries on the effects of mass media and the growing commercialization of culture. Warhol's use of technology in the creation of art gave birth to a new way of thinking about how media could be used to create art that both questioned and mirrored the modern world. This radical approach to art making anticipated the digital age and set a precedent for the integration of new technologies in artistic practice. Warhol's influence on new media artists can be seen in the way they engage with the virtual world, digital tools, and social platforms to create interactive and participatory works. Today's new media artists draw on Warhol's tactics of repetition, appropriation, and mass production, often employing digital technologies to produce art that is disseminated widely through the internet and social media. The explosion of digital art, net art, and interactive installations has reshaped the art world, making it more accessible, participatory, and fluid. Much like Warhol's mass production techniques redefined the art-making process in his time. Just as Warhol blurred the line between fine art and commercial products, contemporary artists often use digital tools to comment on or engage with the commodification of online personas and virtual identities, mirroring Warhol's exploration of fame and consumerism. In addition, Warhol's self-promotion as a celebrity artist has influenced how modern new media artists cultivate their public personas. Social media platforms such as Instagram and Twitter allow artists to curate their own digital identities, just as Warhol crafted his own public image as a key part of his art making. The way artists today use social media to build their brands, generate publicity, and engage with audiences is in many ways a continuation of Warhol's model. Warhol's prediction that, in the future, everyone will be famous for 15 minutes resonates with the reality of today's influencer culture, where digital fame can be fleeting, yet impactful. Ultimately, Warhol's pioneering use of new media laid the foundation for a new generation of artists who view digital technologies as tools for artistic expression, as well as vehicles for social commentary. His work continues to inspire new media artists who embrace the intersection of art, technology, and popular culture, shaping the ever-evolving landscape of contemporary art. The role of Warhol in shaping the art market. Andy Warhol's impact on the art market is profound and enduring, transforming the way art is bought, sold, and viewed. His innovative approach to creating and marketing art revolutionized the art world, blurring the lines between high culture and commercialism. Warhol recognized early on that art could be both a commodity and a form of expression, a concept that would influence how the art market operates today. By treating his art like a product and creating works that were instantly recognizable, Warhol elevated the economic status of contemporary art and paved the way for its commodification on an unprecedented scale. Warhol's relationship with the art market was complex but highly strategic. He understood the importance of branding, not just for himself, but for his work. He created a persona as much as an artist, using his celebrity to propel the value of his artwork. He effectively marketed himself as a product, with the factory serving as a hub for the production of art and ideas. Through this system, he was able to mass-produce art in a way that was in direct opposition to the traditional view of the solitary artist working in isolation. The result was a body of work that could be reproduced in multiples, often pushing the concept of originality to its limits. The commercial appeal of his art, which included reproductions of iconic images like Campbell's soup cans and portraits of celebrities, made his work highly accessible, yet still considered valuable in the art market. Warhol also transformed the way art was priced and sold. His works were marketed as luxury items and gained recognition for their commercial viability. The mass production and branding of his artwork created a new market for pop art, with buyers seeing these pieces as both aesthetic objects and symbols of wealth. Warhol's savvy in positioning his work for a high-end market meant that his pieces often fetched impressive sums at auction, and the increasing financial success of his works set a new precedent for how art could be both a cultural and economic asset. Warhol understood that the value of art was not solely derived from the act of creation, but also from its desirability in the marketplace. This realization played a key role in his creation of art that appealed to collectors, investors, and the elite. The lasting legacy of Warhol's influence on the art market can be seen in how contemporary artists today engage with the commercial side of their practice. His ability to create a global brand and use art as a vehicle for profit has inspired a generation of artists who actively engage in the art market, carefully curating their public image, collaborating with major galleries, and participating in high-profile auctions. Warhol's work has become emblematic of the intersection of art, commerce, and fame, and his approach to the market continues to shape the strategies of artists and dealers alike. His role in shaping the art market cannot be overstated, as he helped establish the model for the commercialization of contemporary art that thrives today. How Warhol redefined art institutions. Andy Warhol's influence on art institutions is vast and transformative, reshaping the way galleries, museums, and the art world in general approached contemporary art. Prior to Warhol, art institutions operated under a certain hierarchy, with a strong emphasis on originality, craftsmanship, and the genius of the artist. Warhol's work, however, challenged these established notions by embracing mass production, the use of commercial imagery, and a democratization of art making. He pushed boundaries not only with the content of his work, but also with how art was produced, displayed, and received within institutional settings. One of the most significant ways Warhol redefined art institutions was through his challenge to the concept of the artist's hand. Traditionally, fine art was associated with an artist's personal, unique touch, often requiring meticulous craftsmanship. Warhol's adoption of factory-like production, where assistants helped create art through the use of silk screen printing, for instance, subverted this idea. By blurring the lines between the artist as an individual creator and the mass production of art, Warhol shifted the focus from the artist's personal expression to the conceptual and commercial aspects of art making. This had a profound effect on the art world, leading institutions to reconsider their definitions of what constituted art and who could be regarded as an artist. Warhol also redefined how art could be displayed in museums and galleries. His works, such as the iconic Campbell's soup cans and the Brillo boxes, were often presented as part of large, immersive exhibitions that showcased not just individual pieces, but the repetition and industrial nature of his process. By using mass-produced objects and creating multiples of his works, he undermined the exclusivity that was often associated with art institutions. Warhol's exhibitions turned the gallery space into a kind of retail environment where the experience of viewing art was more aligned with consumer culture than with traditional art appreciation. This led to a shift in how art was marketed and perceived, with the commercialization of art becoming more apparent in museum settings. Warhol's relationship with art institutions was also notable for how he engaged with the media and celebrity culture. His own persona became intertwined with his art, and the boundaries between the artist and his brand became increasingly blurred. Art institutions had to reckon with Warhol's fame, which was as much a part of his art as the pieces he created. His ability to attract attention and engage with the media changed the way institutions marketed art and interacted with audiences. His exhibitions became events, spectacles that attracted large crowds, press coverage, and celebrity endorsements. Warhol's strategy of turning art into a commodity and making the process of viewing and collecting art accessible to a wider audience has left a lasting legacy on how art institutions operate today. In many ways, Warhol's work and persona challenged the very fabric of art institutions, encouraging them to embrace a more commercial, media-savvy approach while redefining the boundaries of artistic practice. His influence remains a defining factor in the way contemporary art is viewed, marketed, and institutionalized, continuing to inspire new generations of artists and curators to push the boundaries of what art can be and how it can be presented to the public. Continuing Warhol's vision in modern art. Andy Warhol's influence on modern art remains profound, shaping the trajectory of contemporary artistic practice and cultural production. His visionary approach to art as both a reflection of and participant in popular culture has continued to inspire a wide range of artists across different mediums. Warhol's fusion of mass media, celebrity culture, and consumerism into his work fundamentally shifted the way artists approach subjects such as fame, identity, and the commodification of art itself, creating a model that modern artists continue to follow and adapt. One of the key elements that Warhol introduced to the art world was the idea of repetition and mass production in art. His factory-like approach to creating art, using assistants to produce works in large quantities, set a precedent for artists working in the digital age. Today, artists are increasingly using digital technologies to create reproducible works that can be easily distributed and consumed by a global audience. Warhol's iconic silkscreen prints, for instance, have inspired contemporary artists who use digital printing, photography, and video to produce art that reflects the fast-paced, repetitive nature of contemporary media. Warhol's exploration of consumer culture, particularly through the use of familiar branded products and iconic imagery, continues to be relevant today. Modern artists such as Jeff Koons and Takashi Murakami incorporate commercial icons and symbols into their works, maintaining Warhol's critique of consumerism while simultaneously participating in the commodification of art. These artists, like Warhol, are interested in exploring the intersection of art, branding, and mass production, and they use similar techniques to elevate mundane, commercial objects to the status of high art. The way Warhol blurred the lines between art and celebrity has also influenced the way contemporary artists approach fame and public persona. Warhol's famous adage, "In the future, everyone will be world famous for 15 minutes," encapsulates his vision of fame as something fleeting yet pervasive. Today, artists such as Banksy, Lady Gaga, and even digital influencers use their personas and online presence as an extension of their art, much like Warhol did throughout his career. Warhol's ability to turn himself into a public figure and seamlessly incorporate his fame into his art has led modern artists to see their personal identity as an integral part of their work. In the art market, Warhol's impact is still felt as well. By creating an art brand around his name, he set a new precedent for how artists could position themselves commercially. Today, artists are just as concerned with cultivating their public image as they are with creating their artwork, a trend that has been amplified by the rise of social media. Warhol's legacy of merging art with business, branding, and celebrity continues to influence the way art is marketed and consumed, solidifying his place as a pioneering force in both the art world and popular culture. Through his groundbreaking fusion of mass media, celebrity, and art, Warhol's vision has continued to shape the trajectory of modern art, inspiring artists to challenge traditional boundaries and embrace the intersections between art, commerce, and culture. His legacy lives on in the practices of contemporary artists who use new mediums, engage with popular culture, and explore the commodification of both art and identity. Chapter 12: The Warhol Legacy in Pop Culture. Andy Warhol's impact on pop culture is immeasurable, and his legacy continues to reverberate through art, fashion, music, film, and beyond. Warhol not only shaped the landscape of contemporary art, but also became an iconic figure whose influence transcended the art world, making him a central figure in the broader cultural conversation. His ability to blur the lines between high art and mass culture, along with his exploration of celebrity, consumerism, and identity, has cemented his place as a cultural force whose ideas continue to define modern sensibilities. One of the key aspects of Warhol's legacy in pop culture is his fusion of art and celebrity. He famously claimed that in the future, everyone would be famous for 15 minutes, a statement that has since become part of the vernacular. Warhol didn't just paint celebrities, he became one, using his persona and public image as an extension of his art. His work, which often depicted famous faces like Marilyn Monroe, Elvis Presley, and Campbell's soup cans, transformed the notion of celebrity into art, turning fame into an art form itself. This concept of fame, both fleeting and omnipresent, has been further amplified in the age of social media, where anyone can attain their 15 minutes of fame, much like Warhol had predicted. His influence on contemporary celebrity culture is profound, as artists, influencers, and musicians continue to use their public persona as a form of artistic expression. Warhol's approach to consumer culture also left an indelible mark on pop culture. His iconic use of mass-produced imagery, from soup cans to Brillo boxes, redefined how people think about consumer goods, branding, and mass media. His art, which was at once a critique and a celebration of consumerism, continues to inspire modern artists and commercial designers who navigate the complexities of mass production, advertising, and consumer identity. Today, the art world continues to grapple with similar themes, with artists like Jeff Koons, Damien Hirst, and Takashi Murakami drawing heavily on Warhol's integration of commerce and art. Warhol's influence extends to the fashion world as well, where his iconic images and designs remain a source of inspiration for designers and brands. The Warhol Foundation has collaborated with various fashion labels, from collaborations with Louis Vuitton to streetwear brands, further proving his lasting relevance. His embrace of commercialism and mass production aligns with fashion's cyclical nature, where trends are continuously produced, reproduced, and consumed at a rapid pace. In music, Warhol's influence is unmistakable, particularly through his association with the Velvet Underground. Warhol not only produced their debut album, but also helped shape their avant-garde image, guiding their relationship with the media and public perception. His legacy in music is also reflected in the broader connection between art and performance, with artists like Lady Gaga and Kanye West drawing on Warhol's blending of art, celebrity, and performance. Overall, Warhol's legacy in pop culture endures through his bold questioning of celebrity, consumerism, and art, which continues to inform the way modern society interacts with fame, commerce, and creative expression. From art to music to fashion, Warhol's influence remains an ever-present force, a testament to his enduring relevance in the cultural zeitgeist. Warhol's enduring influence on fashion, music, and media. Andy Warhol's legacy continues to cast a long shadow over the worlds of fashion, music, and media, where his approach to blending art with pop culture has shaped trends and industries for decades. His unique ability to incorporate mass media, celebrity, and commercial elements into his artwork paved the way for the integration of these spheres into broader cultural production. Warhol's influence endures as modern creators continue to draw inspiration from his techniques and ideas, making him a key figure in shaping contemporary aesthetics and trends. In fashion, Warhol's influence is pervasive, with his iconic imagery and style often referenced in collections and collaborations. His use of bold colors, repetitive patterns, and celebrity portraits directly translated into the fashion world, where designers have long embraced his visual language. His collaborations with brands, such as the famous partnership with Italian luxury brand Moschino, exemplify his ability to merge art with commercial design. Warhol's fascination with consumerism and the celebrity-driven culture has also shaped fashion's ongoing relationship with branding. Today, fashion houses continue to incorporate his images, such as the Campbell's soup can and Marilyn Monroe's silkscreen, into their collections, proving that his work remains as relevant as ever. Warhol's concept of art as both a product and a cultural statement influenced not only high fashion, but also streetwear, where logos and mass media imagery are central to modern designs. In music, Warhol's influence can be seen in the way artists have embraced performance, persona, and media manipulation as tools for artistic expression. His collaboration with the Velvet Underground in the 1960s not only launched their career, but also demonstrated his understanding of the intersection between music, art, and popular culture. Warhol's role as the band's producer and art director, along with his iconic album cover design for the Velvet Underground and Nico, transformed the way album art was perceived, turning it into an extension of the musical and cultural experience. His exploration of celebrity culture and media manipulation paved the way for musicians like David Bowie, Madonna, and Lady Gaga, who have used their public images and personas as integral parts of their artistic practice. Warhol's notion of fame as an art form continues to resonate in today's music industry, where artists consciously shape their public personas and media presence to enhance their artistic brand. Warhol's influence on media is equally profound. As one of the first artists to embrace the potential of mass media, his works challenged the distinction between high art and popular culture. His use of television, film, and photography not only transformed the way art was produced, but also how it was consumed by the public. Warhol's avant-garde films, including Chelsea Girls and Empire, played with the idea of celebrity, voyeurism, and mass consumption, anticipating the rise of reality television and social media. The prevalence of media platforms in today's world is a direct extension of Warhol's approach to art, where the boundary between the artist and their audience has been blurred, and where fame is a constant and ever-evolving spectacle. Social media influencers, YouTubers, and reality TV stars have adopted Warhol's blending of self-promotion and art, emphasizing the intersection of media, celebrity, and commercial success. Ultimately, Warhol's enduring influence on fashion, music, and media is a testament to his foresight and ability to anticipate cultural trends that would dominate the coming decades. His work not only bridged the gap between fine art and popular culture, but also reshaped the ways in which these industries interact with the public. Warhol's impact continues to be felt today as his ideas about fame, consumerism, and media continue to inform the creative output of artists and creators across multiple disciplines. The continued relevance of Warhol's iconography. Andy Warhol's iconography remains remarkably relevant in the contemporary art world and popular culture, continuing to inspire and influence new generations of artists, designers, and cultural creators. His distinctive use of mass-produced imagery, celebrity portraits, and consumer goods has transcended the boundaries of fine art to become part of the global visual language. Warhol's iconic images, whether it's the bright yet repetitive portraits of Marilyn Monroe or his Campbell's soup cans, have taken on a life of their own, representing not just Warhol's vision, but a broader commentary on modern life and consumer culture. One reason Warhol's iconography continues to resonate is its deep connection to contemporary issues like consumerism, fame, and mass media. In the digital age, where images are produced and consumed at an accelerated rate, Warhol's work serves as both a reflection and a critique of today's media-saturated environment. His famous statement, "In the future, everyone will be world famous for 15 minutes," captures the ephemeral nature of modern fame, which has only intensified with the rise of social media. Today, influencers, celebrities, and brands continue to construct and commodify their public personas, often using Warhol's aesthetic and concepts as a template. From Instagram posts to viral memes, his iconic portraits and bold, repetitive style are constantly reinterpreted in new ways. Warhol's focus on consumer goods, branding, and mass production also holds significant relevance in an era that is obsessed with material culture and brand identity. His transformation of mundane, everyday objects into art, such as the Brillo box sculptures or the Campbell's soup can series, challenged the very definition of what could be considered art, pushing the boundaries of the art world and the market. Today, this relationship between art and commerce is even more intertwined, with luxury brands collaborating with artists, including those who work in the Warhol tradition, to create high-end products. Warhol's own art, now seen as both collectible and commercial, paved the way for art to be viewed not just as an aesthetic experience, but also as a financial commodity. In the world of fashion, Warhol's iconography has become a staple in design, inspiring collaborations with brands like Louis Vuitton, Moschino, and even streetwear lines. His portraits of famous figures, such as Marilyn Monroe, Elvis Presley, and Jackie Kennedy, have been reinterpreted on everything from clothing to accessories, solidifying his place in contemporary fashion as both an artistic and cultural icon. The influence of Warhol's style is also evident in the work of modern designers, who embrace his use of bold colors, repetition, and celebrity imagery. Warhol's iconography also endures through the continued exploration of identity and the self in art. Just as Warhol constructed and commodified his own image, artists today continue to grapple with themes of identity, public persona, and representation. Warhol's works encourage a dialogue between the artist, the public, and the media, a conversation that remains central to the way modern art and popular culture functions. Through his art, Warhol helped to redefine the role of the artist in society, influencing how artists today approach both the creation and distribution of their work. In short, the relevance of Warhol's iconography lies in its timeless ability to address fundamental themes of fame, identity, consumerism, and the intersection of art and commerce. His work continues to inspire and provoke, offering both a mirror and a critique of the world around us. The role of Warhol in shaping digital art. Andy Warhol's influence on the evolution of digital art is profound, as his approach to mass production, the use of technology, and the integration of commercial and artistic processes anticipated many aspects of contemporary digital practices. Though Warhol's career predated the digital era, his ethos and experimentation with various mediums laid the foundation for what we now see in digital art. His artistic philosophy, which blurred the boundaries between high art and mass media, continues to shape how digital artists navigate the intersection of technology, culture, and commerce. One of Warhol's most significant contributions to digital art was his embrace of mass production, a concept he applied to both his artwork and his approach to life. Warhol's famous factory, where art was produced at an industrial scale, presaged the digital era's focus on the reproduction and distribution of images. The process of creating art en masse, often with the help of assistants, mirrors the digital age's emphasis on reproducibility and online distribution. Warhol's use of silk screening allowed him to produce multiple variations of the same image, a technique that aligns with the way digital artists work today. With the advent of digital tools, the ability to create, alter, and distribute art on a mass scale has become central to the practice of many contemporary artists. Warhol's exploration of new technologies also contributed to the foundations of digital art. Warhol was one of the first artists to embrace the potential of video and television as an artistic medium, producing a number of experimental films that broke traditional conventions. His use of early video technology and his collaboration with companies like Amiga to produce computer-generated art showed his forward-thinking approach to new forms of creative expression. Warhol's willingness to embrace technology and experiment with media beyond traditional painting paved the way for digital artists to use computers and software to create immersive and interactive experiences. His use of technology as an artistic tool encouraged others to explore the possibilities of digital mediums, recognizing that art could be both created and consumed through electronic devices. The idea of celebrity culture and mass media, which Warhol explored extensively in his works, also continues to influence digital art. In today's digital landscape, artists often use social media platforms and online tools to create art that reflects or critiques celebrity culture, echoing Warhol's fascination with fame and its commodification. The ability to produce digital content, share it instantly with a global audience, and participate in viral trends mirrors Warhol's approach to the fame machine, where he elevated ordinary individuals and mass-marketed images to the status of high art. Digital artists today frequently engage with celebrity culture, using tools like Photoshop, Instagram, and YouTube to explore and critique the construction of fame, identity, and personal branding. Furthermore, Warhol's philosophy of art as business resonates strongly in the world of digital art, where online marketplaces and platforms have become venues for selling and trading digital works. Just as Warhol's work blurred the lines between art and commerce, digital art today often operates within a similar framework. The emergence of NFTs, non-fungible tokens, is a direct evolution of Warhol's approach to art as a product, enabling artists to sell their digital creations in a market-driven, commodified environment. Warhol's ability to navigate the art world and commercial industries has made him a precursor to the ways in which digital artists navigate today's rapidly changing technological landscape. In conclusion, Warhol's role in shaping digital art is a lasting one, as his groundbreaking use of mass production, technology, and celebrity culture paved the way for digital artists to challenge traditional notions of art and creativity. His willingness to embrace new media and push the boundaries of what art could be has inspired countless digital creators to experiment with new tools and platforms, ensuring that his legacy continues to influence the field of digital art. Warhol's impact on social media and the internet age. Andy Warhol's impact on social media and the internet age is profound, with his exploration of fame, celebrity culture, and mass production resonating deeply in the digital era. Warhol's iconic quote, "In the future, everyone will be world famous for 15 minutes," has proven to be prophetic, anticipating the viral nature of internet fame that we see today on social media platforms like Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. His focus on celebrity culture, identity, and public personas aligns with the way social media operates, where individuals and brands often craft and commodify their images for mass consumption. Warhol's obsession with fame, particularly through the lens of celebrities, echoes the way influencers and social media personalities are treated as modern icons. Just as Warhol elevated ordinary products like Campbell's soup and Brillo boxes to the status of art, social media culture has similarly elevated individuals, often for their looks, personality, or lifestyle, into public figures with widespread recognition. This transformation of everyday people into digital celebrities mirrors Warhol's ability to take the mundane and turn it into something universally recognized. Social media platforms thrive on this dynamic, where millions of people have the opportunity to become famous, much like Warhol predicted. Moreover, Warhol's art itself has found a natural home in the digital landscape, where his iconic imagery, such as the Marilyn Monroe and Campbell's Soup Can series, has been endlessly reproduced, remixed, and shared across platforms. His emphasis on repetition and mass production speaks directly to the viral nature of content on the internet, where images and videos are reproduced and disseminated at an astonishing rate. Warhol's use of mass-produced objects as art reflects how digital culture commodifies visual images and content, turning them into consumable, shareable entities that can be repurposed endlessly. The way memes spread across the internet is a modern-day manifestation of Warhol's work, where an image can quickly gain cultural significance, become a symbol, and even be monetized. Additionally, Warhol's use of technology, particularly his pioneering foray into video art and his collaborations with early digital tools, laid the groundwork for how artists and creatives use the internet today. Social media and the internet have given rise to new forms of digital art, where accessibility, immediacy, and the idea of art as both self-expression and market commodity intersect. Warhol's approach to creating and distributing his work, often at mass scale and with an eye toward commerce, was ahead of its time, paralleling the internet age's focus on content creation and self-promotion. The rise of NFTs, non-fungible tokens, as a new way of buying, selling, and trading digital art is a direct extension of Warhol's blending of art and commerce. In conclusion, Warhol's influence on social media and the internet age is undeniable. His exploration of fame, the commodification of art, and his embrace of new technologies has paved the way for how we experience and engage with art in the digital era. Warhol's prescient understanding of the power of image, repetition, and mass production continues to resonate in the ways that social media shapes modern celebrity and identity, ensuring his legacy lives on in the internet age. Contemporary artists who draw inspiration from Warhol. Andy Warhol's influence on contemporary art remains undeniable, with many artists drawing inspiration from his signature style, themes, and approach to mass production. His fascination with consumer culture, celebrity, and bold, repeated imagery continues to shape the art world, inspiring a new generation of creatives who reinterpret his legacy in their own unique ways. Jeff Koons is one such artist who embodies Warhol's obsession with commercialism and kitsch. His high-gloss, balloon-like sculptures, such as Balloon Dog and Michael Jackson and Bubbles, celebrate mass culture while also questioning it. Much like Warhol, Koons blurs the line between high and low art, using industrial production techniques to create works that feel both playful and provocative. Takashi Murakami is another artist deeply influenced by Warhol, particularly through his concept of superflat, which merges pop culture with fine art. His vibrant, anime-inspired works embrace commercial aesthetics, much like Warhol's use of advertising and celebrity imagery. Murakami's collaborations with major brands and musicians echo Warhol's own partnerships, further solidifying his connection to the pop art movement. Shepard Fairey, best known for his Obey Giant campaign and the iconic Hope poster of Barack Obama, also channels Warhol's influence. His bold, graphic style and screen printing techniques are reminiscent of Warhol's silkscreen portraits of celebrities like Marilyn Monroe. Fairey's work often carries a political edge, much like Warhol's subtle yet powerful commentary on media and culture. Damien Hirst, a leading figure in contemporary art, incorporates Warhol's fascination with life, death, and repetition into his work. His spot paintings and skull series, with their mechanical precision and mass-produced feel, pay homage to Warhol's exploration of serial imagery. Hirst, like Warhol, embraces the commercial aspects of art, elevating everyday objects into high-value cultural statements. Richard Prince, known for appropriating images from advertising and pop culture, continues Warhol's legacy of recontextualizing media. His nurse paintings and cowboy series, which repurpose familiar imagery, challenge traditional notions of originality and authorship, much like Warhol's famous reimaginings of Campbell's soup cans and celebrity portraits. Each of these artists, in their own way, extends Warhol's vision into the 21st century, whether through repetition, commercial influence, or the celebration and critique of consumer culture, their work demonstrates how Warhol's ideas remain as relevant and impactful as ever. Chapter 13, Conclusion. Andy Warhol's impact on the art world is undeniable. His work transcended traditional artistic boundaries, merging fine art with commercial aesthetics and redefining what it meant to be an artist in the modern era. Through his innovative use of screen printing, repetition, and bold color schemes, he transformed ordinary objects and celebrities into iconic works of art, challenging perceptions of originality, authorship, and consumerism. Warhol's fascination with fame, advertising, and mass production remains deeply relevant, continuing to influence artists, designers, and cultural movements worldwide. Pop art, as pioneered by Warhol, shifted the artistic landscape by blurring the lines between high and low culture. His approach to art as a commodity not only reflected the era's consumerist tendencies, but also predicted the direction that contemporary art would take. In a world dominated by social media, branding, and mass reproduction, Warhol's artistic philosophy feels more relevant than ever. His ability to turn the mundane into the extraordinary demonstrated that art could be found anywhere, reinforcing the idea that cultural significance is often a matter of perception. Beyond his artistic contributions, Warhol's influence extends to the broader cultural sphere. His role in shaping the idea of celebrity culture, self-promotion, and the intersection of art and business set the stage for the multimedia-driven world of today. His studio, The Factory, became a hub for creative minds, bringing together artists, musicians, writers, and filmmakers in a collaborative environment that pushed artistic boundaries. Warhol's work in film, music, and publishing showcased his ability to adapt and evolve, ensuring his legacy extended far beyond the confines of traditional art galleries. Contemporary artists continue to draw inspiration from Warhol's groundbreaking approach. From Jeff Koons to Takashi Murakami, Shepard Fairey to Damien Hirst, many have embraced his fascination with repetition, branding, and pop culture imagery. His methods of appropriation and mass production have become essential tools for modern creators, demonstrating that his influence is not only enduring, but also continuously evolving. Warhol once famously stated, "In the future, everyone will be world famous for 15 minutes." In many ways, his prediction has come true, with digital media and instant connectivity redefining fame in ways he could have only imagined. Yet, more than 35 years after his passing, Warhol's own fame has lasted far beyond 15 minutes. His legacy remains deeply woven into the fabric of contemporary art and culture, proving that his vision, creativity, and impact are truly timeless.